What up? Get some tunes ready for us. Do 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 do. I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a Stella with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up and your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connection. My complexion, pure black, that's the essence. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. All right. What up? Mic check, 1, 2, what's up? Hopefully we can have another good show today, entertaining while you are out in your work day or just chilling at your lunch or your breakfast or whatever you're doing. Smash Rockwell got you. What's up? Keep you up to date on this information. Up to date on this old information. Whatever. Play another slap real quick. Then let's get into it.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So when you think about revolutionarism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm pool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weight weapon and keep my trees. And still be hoe tapping asterisk Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who knows how to fish?
Black people, are
Hands
you
down.
ready to revive?
Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revive? Black people, are you ready to revive? Black people, are you ready to revive? Black people, are you ready to revive?
All right, what's up? Thanks for joining, tapping in. Put up a comment if you out there so we can get this cracking. What we want to do is go back and revisit some of this DNA profiles of the ancient Egyptians. We'll use the internet, the computer, and AI, everything in order to secure an advantage when it comes to understanding what's up with this ancient Egyptian mummy genome profile that suggests an increase of sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Roman times. Now, first of all, we all talked about this article in great detail, the original article. If you're not familiar with the original article, it was that publication that suggested, again, an increase of sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Roman times when you look at the DNA of the ancient Egyptians. Now, we all know and we all have noted the various scholars who have knocked that survey or whatever you want to call it. They have debunked and discredited it. Vanessa Davies spoke towards it. Christopher Eric spoke towards it. Other scholars, damn, I gotta turn this phone off. Other scholars also spoke towards it. And it was like, this sample, this survey, this sample, this test is not sufficient. And it wasn't even intended by the authors for those who read it to go out and say, look, this is a survey to tell us the contingency of all of the ancient Egyptians. As we learned by looking through it, it was limited to a very small portion of Egypt. Right? So we had an outbreak on this discussion, and something broke out between Kamji and Sarah Sin. And I do want to promote that discussion, but I'm going to give my input. And just if you don't get to the end of the video, my input weighs in on the side of Kamji. And Gordine and Soakiata, who proposed there's nothing wrong with this evidence. Now, there's an argument being mounted that, quote, the specimens are compromisable, unquote.
compromisable. Well, have they been compromised? Or are they able to be compromised? Anyway, I'm gonna look over some of this stuff. We're gonna have a good show. We're gonna fill it in. I might let me see if I can get a reader to read this stuff. I probably don't need to do that. I'm not gonna read this. We done been over this hella time. I will give us an examination, and the survey that spawned all this discussion was the Shuniman et al. Survey that seemingly suggests, based largely on the results of an ancient Egyptian DNA study of later period remains from northern Egypt, that the ancient Egyptians, AE, as an entity came from Asia, the Near East, or NE, and that modern Egyptians received additional sub-Saharan African admixture in recent times after the latest period of Pharaonic era due to the trans-Saharan slave trade and Islamic expansion. In spite of the implied generalizations about origins, the authors do offer a caveat that their findings may have been different if samples had been used from southern Egypt. Now, all the stuff we learn about southern Egypt, everything we learn about southern Egypt being the foundational area, right? That they say that they try to examine the contingency of people of Egypt. And this is one reason why the majority of scholars had a problem with this survey, is because they only tested from one site in the north, right? And they got mummies from the Roman period and came back and said, look at our results. So we're going to do a bit of a deep dive, and hopefully all of our understanding, at least about what's going on, will be heightened just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because what had happened was Soy Kiata and Gordine took data provided by Zahi Hawass and popped it in a population affiliator called Pop Affiliator 1 to analyze 8 pairs of STRs. Hawass made public these STRs, short tandem repeats. We'll look over all of this stuff, but they made that stuff public, right? And so let me go find the data. Here we are. Now, I heard somebody last night we was having a conversation on Chef Show, and somebody in the crowd was like, Hitler had E1B1A, Einstein had E1B1A. And this was a way for them to discredit the findings of Ramses III having the haplogroup E1B1A, which is found primarily in West Africans. But the person who mounts an argument like that is mounting somewhat of an anachronistic argument, and they aren't acknowledging the spread of E1B1A since ancient times up until the times of an Einstein or a Hitler. They acting like E1B1A was prevalent. It could have been. I'm not saying it's not. But they was acting like E1B1A was prevalent in those who look other than, basically this is the point they're trying to make, that E1B1A haplogroup was prevalent in people who look other than West African, right? Or East African or whatever. You know, it could be found distributed throughout Africa. And that they could have looked like a Hitler or a Einstein. But they're not acknowledging the paths that this haplogroup would have taken to exit Africa. Right? It ain't like you're just going to pop up looking like Einstein and have E1B1A, or Napoleon Bonaparte, who they also said had E1B1A. That's just indicative of them having some lineage in their bloodline that go back to Africa. So now here goes some more data here, and they got it up here. But when we've been looking at this, no one has taken the chance, no one has taken the time to explain this to us, right? So what I'm going to do, we're going to use ChatGPT. I already uploaded the document in ChatGPT, but let's see if it let me pull it back up. All right. So I'm looking at what they said, and it's giving us a better breakdown of understanding how this works. So I want to share some of this. And when it comes to the STRs that were used, here it go right here. But they talk about it more later down here. When it comes to the STRs that were used by Gordine, I want to hear, hopefully if Sarah Sin could visit this video today, he can explain his stance and his contention. But it's going to say right here, I'm going to start right here. So basically the most common, I'm not reading right now, but I'm just going to say the part that I'm looking for. Basically the most common STRs that the FBI used were used in this survey. And we're going to look at this. Now check this out. Here we go right here. So it's a lot of information on the screen, and anybody can do this. I just took the document and popped it in the ChatGPT. Example of commonly used STRs for forensic identification. This is the CODIS core, or basically what the feds use to make a genetic profile of a person. Now trip off this. This is what ChatGPT said. CSFIPO. Go back to the document. CSFIPO. See, somebody making an argument that this data is insufficient. And I'm going to just prove how they slipping and bumping their gums, and I don't know what they talking about. Y'all see that? CSFIPO. ChatGPT say for forensic identification code is the core STRs. First one they put was CSFIPO. What's the second one they put? D13S317. Here we go over here. D13S317. Y'all see that? Now we got the alleles on both sides is 9. Yeah, we trying to learn how to actually read the data though. You feel me? So now we see they got 9 alleles on one side and 12 on the other side. Right? Let's go back and keep seeing what they say that the feds use. D7S 820. Where's that at? Right here. D7S 820. D16S 539. Let's see if we can, here we go. D16S 539. So someone will have to answer, after we go through this, what we're going to find out is they got one more group than the artificial intelligence suggests is needed. You can see FGA, you can see D21, you can see all of them are on here. There go D21, here go FGA. Now, when we go further, we learn certain points are more particular for population genetics. STR markers known as allele frequency distributions across different populations may include TH01, thyroxine hydroxylax gene region. All right, or TPOX or VWA. Now it says the conclusion, the choice of STRs depend on the balancing variability, genome distribution, technical feasibility, and the specific research for forensic goals. STRs with high polymorphisms and well-known population distributions and established legal technical validation for prioritizing for their ability to offer accurate and reproducible results. But one thing that I want us to note is that Gordine and Chiata and others et al., they used what was considered a standard. Now we're going to talk about that because what I learned is we don't understand what they're saying about the 13 core STRs. And we can read it in various locations. You don't want to just depend on ChatGPT. So one thing, the FBI goes beyond population genetics, right? And they try to build an individual profile for that person, which will contain more data, SOT12, than if you were just simply trying to do population affiliation. All right? So that's one of the main reasons why we are confused about that, is because a genetic profile in the United States needs to be able to say whether you are the direct father with over 99% accuracy. It needs to be able to say whether it needs to have almost a 99.5% accuracy for it to be admissible in court. For you to say that you are the parent of another individual. So their analysis and what they need the DNA for is far more tedious and stringent or whatever than, I don't know if I use the right words, far more expansive. I don't want to say tedious and stringent. That seemed to be constricting. It's far more expansive than what you would need to simply do population genetics. I hope you understand that right there. Right? And so you're going to need more STRs if you want to be able to say, this was the dude who did something. This was the descendant of John Owens who, something with higher, more detail than simply population affiliation. So it says right here, for forensic science, in criminal cases, a small set of highly polymorphic STRs is used to identify individuals. And that's when you need 13 to 21. All right? These markers have been standardized to allow for data sharing, so they're going to use the same markers, the same 13 to 21. Now it says ancestry and population genetics, which is different than forensic science. And it says right here, different markers are used when the goal is to identify ancestral origins or to study population history. For these purposes, STRs are chosen based on their ability to differentiate between populations from regions of the world. And this is why, word up, and this is why they use the ones that are on the screen. Because they're the most commonly used STRs, but they're also the most commonly used ones for population genetics. So then when we go back to the data, I popped this in here to start seeing what they were saying. Let me see. All right, now, so this is when I popped in through you, and I'm just doing this for fun. I know we got a more accurate. I'm just trying to see what type of opinion this artificial intelligence is giving me about the data. So I think I popped in the data for Thuya, right here. So it says you provided genome data for several STR markers. Let's break down and analyze what the data represents. It says what this data represents for each STR marker, e.g. CSF, IPO, or D2S 1338. You provided two numbers which correspond to the alleles inherited from each parent. These numbers represent the numbers of repeat units at that specific STR locus. All right. Now I don't even know how to say this. Heterozygosity. Let's see if I said that right. Heterozygosity. I want to hear this said in a dictionary. I gotta do that every time. Can I hear them say the word though? All right, forget it. Heterozygosity, where we at? If both alleles at a specific marker are different, the individual is heterozygous at that locus. Like most of our specimens are. It means this person has two different alleles at the D2 S1338 locus or whatever. And if the alleles are the same, the individual is homozygous. That's what it appears to say. For your data, homozygous none, all loci, it said all loci as markers have two different alleles, all right? So they got one from their mama, one from their daddy. Now, comparative analysis, population context. Notice how it says that, not specifically identifying an individual. This is identifying population affiliation, much more general. STRs like these are often used in forensic science or population genetics to compare individuals against databases that contain allele frequencies for specific populations. See what I mean? They're not going to be able to say that's your mama, that's your daddy. They're just going to say, oh, your allele frequency tends to be the same as this population. Each marker in a specific combination of alleles can give insight into which population group the individual might be closely associated with based on the allele frequencies. Now look, this says, for example, allele combinations like D2, 1S11, 2635, and FGA 2426 could be cross-referenced with known allele frequencies in populations to infer ancestry or regional affiliation. Potential ancestry. Without reference data, it is difficult to say definitely which population this individual is mostly closely related to. However, tools like Pop Affiliator or allele frequency databases can be used to match this genotype against specific populations. And so, I didn't tell it nothing about Pop Affiliator. I didn't say none of that. It's telling us this. Nowhere in this breakdown did it tell me that the amount of data we have is insufficient or compromised or compromisable. Now look at this. We got to understand legal and ethical considerations. Establishment guidelines in forensic or legal cases. Only validated STR markers are used based on guidelines established by agencies like the FBI or Interpol. These STRs are chosen for their robustness, reproducibility, and minimum chance of error in identification. And so, you know why they work so hard to have a problem with these results is because of what they showed. As even ChatGPT suggests, they say you can pop it in something like Pop Affiliator and what? And see which populations they're affiliated with. Now look at this. I didn't even tell him nothing. Look, I just gave him the data. It says to perform a deeper analysis, we can compare how different samples align with various ethnic groups based on their STRs, marked and calculated averages, trends, and notable differences. Here's what we could focus on. Average ethnic group probabilities. Whether it's probable, Compare the probabilities for all the samples to see which ethnic group has the highest overall match. Outliers. Identify any individuals whose genetic profile significantly differs from the rest. Allele frequency patterns. Explore how specific alleles markers like CSF, IPO, and the next one correlate with the ethnic group probabilities. Comparisons across individuals. Group individuals to how strongly they match with Sub-Saharan African, East Asian, and Asian. Now listen to ChatGPT doing this with the data. I'll start by calculating the average ethnic group probability for each group and identifying any outliers. Let's proceed with that. Here's a summary of a deeper analysis based on the ethnic group probabilities. Average ethnic group probabilities. Sub-Saharan African, 78.9%. Eurasian, 16%. Asian, 5%. So now you're telling me the data that was insufficient, I took it and popped it in the AI, and it's coming up with similar results? It's saying of all the people's STRs you gave me, out of these three groups, they appear to group 78% with sub-Saharan Africans. Huh? This suggests that on average, the individuals in the data set are more closely aligned with sub-Saharan African genetic profiles. Why is this saying this? Why is this not saying what Mr. Smart know everything about every subject SOT 12 is saying? Why is it not saying what SOT 12 is typing in the chat? Thank you, Mr. Black Gold. Somebody came in beating you up. We got a new person beating up SOT 12. Shout out to Mr. Black Gold, just popped in out the blue. Put hands on you. Tell me this, SOT 12. I'm trying to do the most unbiased survey I can, so I simply popped the data into AI, bro. ChatGPT. There's no way I'm influencing the results. Now, why is this artificial intelligence looking at the STRs and saying this? It never said anything about this ain't enough data. I need some more blah, 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 blah. It didn't say that. It said the average ethnic group probabilities are 78% sub-Saharan African. This suggests that on average, the individuals in the data set are more closely aligned with sub-Saharan African genetic profiles, followed by Eurasian and Asian groups. Individuals with the strongest sub-Saharan African matches, the top matches for sub-Saharan Africans are sample 6. 93% sub-Saharan African. Oh, Mr. Black Gold beating you up. He telling you, when somebody tell you that's not how it works, you know you out of your league, bro. You know when you got the gall to be like, nah, that ain't how it works, because that's because you know how it works. SOT 12 is a wonderful contributor to this channel, but beat the brakes off of Black Gold because he don't know what he's talking about. Now look, individuals with the strongest sub-Saharan matches, y'all see this? Am I making this? Am I putting this on the screen? The top matches are sample 6. Who was sample 6? Let's go back. KV55, we don't even know who this person is. He had the strongest match though, when they compare all these STRs. Now we can have some fun and go to any DNA website that accepts raw data, but this ain't the raw data. This just is a grouping of certain data. But let's see. Let's look at the outliers. Some samples have missing probable data, so they could not be compared. So the ones with whatever missing probable data ain't even compared. Sample 4 has more balanced probability across ethnic groups. Sample number 4 had a balanced probability across ethnic group, meaning he or she was probably halfway mixed. 41% association with sub-Saharan African, 41.7, and 41.5 with Eurasian, 16% Asian. Chat GPT saying this: would you like more detailed breakdown or further analysis of specific individuals or allele patterns? The determination of sub-Saharan African ancestry is typically made by analyzing specific regions of DNA, particularly short tandem repeats, which are repetitive sequences of DNA found in certain locations, loci, across the genome. It says these regions of DNA can show patterns that are more common in certain populations due to historical genetic isolation and shared ancestry. They're telling you how the process works. Here's how the process works. STR markers, the data set you provided contain STR markers like CSFIPO, D7S820, and more. It says each of these markers is a specific location in the human genome where short sequences of DNA are repeated. The number of repeats at each marker varies between individuals and populations. So one population is going to have 5 repeats at this specific marker. But another population might have 12 repeats at this particular marker. And this is showing us how many repeats they have at each marker. Oh, I know, but now I shouldn't be the one showing us this. I'm just like, some stuff, if you could just read, then you know, you're right. You ain't gotta. So this is the repeats they got at each marker. Now let's see how that factors in. It says allele frequencies. Different populations have different frequencies of specific alleles. The number of repeats at a given marker. For example, some alleles, certain repeat patterns may be more common in sub-Saharan African populations, while others are more frequent in Eurasian or Asian populations. You feel me? So they really giving you the code to know. It says genetic database. The tools used inside your data set called pop-affiliated. How do they, I don't understand. Where did I put that word? Where's that word? Okay, that's why, because the word is right here. Look. I was just trying to know, how did they know it's pop-affiliated? The tools used in your data set called pop-affiliated compares the individual's STR data against reference databases that contain allele frequencies from various populations, including sub-Saharan Africa, Eurasian, and Asian. These databases are compiled from studies of genetic diversity across many populations. Probability calculation. So this is what this is. Calculating the probability. It's not saying with all certainty. Based on the match between the STR profiles of the individuals and the allele frequencies in the database, a probability score is calculated. The score indicates how likely it is that the individual belongs to a certain population group. For example, if many of the alleles found in the individual's STR profile are common in sub-Saharan African populations, the tool assigns a high probability of sub-Saharan African ancestry. Population-specific markers. Some markers are particularly informative for identifying ancestry because certain alleles are almost exclusively found in specific populations. For example, specific STR alleles might be predominantly found in sub-Saharan Africans, while others may be more prevalent in Eurasians or Asian populations. Now check this out. In your data set, the high probabilities for sub-Saharan African, e.g. 93.9% for one individual, are based on a strong match between the individual's STR profile and the allele frequencies common in sub-Saharan African populations in the reference data. Would you like me to explore specific allele markers? Give me an example of DNA raw data. And that's what they gave me. STR genotype data specific to population genetics. In STR short tandem repeat analysis, raw data consists of alleles at a specific loci. Each locus is identified by the number of repeat units. Here's an example of 7 loci. And we see them right here, just like the ones we're looking at. This data shows the genotype of an individual at several STR markers. For each marker, there are 2 alleles, one from each parent. How do geneticists choose which STRs to examine? Geneticists choose which short tandem repeats to examine based on several key factors, depending on the goal of the study. See what I'm saying, SOC 12? Forensic analysis, population genetics, or ancestry testing. The selection of STRs marking is critical for maximizing the information obtained from the DNA data while ensuring accuracy and comparability across studies. Here's how the geneticists typically decide which STRs to use. Polymorphism and variability. High variability. STRs with a high degree of polymorphism, many different allele variations, are preferred because they are more informative. Again, STRs with high degree of polymorphism, which is many different allele variations, are preferred because they are more informative. The more alleles on a marker, the better it can distinguish between individuals or populations. So let me go back here and see if we learned anything. How many alleles is on this marker? We do understand that these are markers, right? Specific spots on the DNA. There is an ancient Egyptian trope that says a Nubian cannot change his skin or something, or he won't wash his skin or something white or something like that. Crazy. I don't know nothing about that. But CSFIPO, 7 alleles. We don't know which side is the mama side, which side is the daddy side. And 12 alleles. Now notice this. These 2 people, Yuya and KV35, damn near got similar genetic profiles, as we see. So one thing they look for to see if y'all is some type of related, you don't have to have both. They only look to see if y'all got one that's matching. So let's look at Yuya and KV35. They got 2 that's matching. They mamas, whatever, they mom, I don't know which is the mama and the daddy side, but they both matching. Same number of alleles at this particular marker, right? Now, if you come to this marker, they don't got nothing matching, but I don't know if it's significant that how close 26 is to 27. We'll learn that. But on this one, they do have matching numbers. 15, 15. Not on this one, not on this one, but on this one. 22, 22. And so that is significant as well. I'm going to keep reading up. Population-specific patterns. Certain STRs are chosen because their allele frequencies differ significantly between populations. This makes them useful for population genetics, ancestry determination, and forensic identification. Location in the genome. Distribution across chromosomes. Geneticists select STRs that are spread across different chromosomes to get a more representative sample of an individual's genetic diversity. For forensic purposes, a set of STRs that are far apart reduce the chance that they will be inherited together. Linkage disequilibrium. Non-coding regions. Most commonly used STRs are located in the non-coding regions that do not code for proteins. To avoid influencing biological functions, which may make them subject to selective pressures and affect variability over generations. I mean, now, this is what established data sets. Comparability with existing databases. In forensic analysis, population genetics, and ancestry research, STRs are often selected based on compatibility with existing genetic databases like the CODIS, the database in the US. Now, this is what SOT12 keeps confusing. In the US, this allows for cross-references and comparisons across different samples or populations. Now, listen to this. It says, for example, in forensic science, not in population genetics, nor in ancestry genetics, but in forensic science, 13 to 20 STRs are commonly used for human identifications in databases like the CODIS. And that's the big mistake right here. Because what we're doing is population genetics. And this CODIS is a United States. I mean, this is like a U.S. I don't know if it's international. It is the Combined DNA Index System. That's a database for, like, I don't want to say it's just for governmental type use. That's like some FBI stuff, bro. Stability and mutation rate. I don't know if that's relevant. So what happened? We found I just popped this in here and they did not contradict the results that this test rendered. When you see them right here they go. Look in the black. Thuya, 93% chance of being sub-Saharan African. Now, I'm going to show y'all more of why this is crazy. Take that name and go get the information on her and look at what they tell you. They're going to tell you she might have been a Matani. She might have married into the family through the Matani lineage. But look at this. If this, now, I heard people say, I heard Gozy and them try to pull that off before. But right here it says, Thuya is believed to be the descendant of Queen Amos Nefertari. Now, let me ask you something. SOT12, you like way on the verge of being muted, bro. Dude, I already put hands on your argument. You likewise need to learn when to sit down and shut up. Sometimes it's good to know when to sit down and shut up. You know, I know when to sit down and shut up. Whenever people come on my show and they display that superior knowledge, don't y'all see me sit down and shut up? Have some humility. You ain't right about everything. And this one, you damn sure ain't right about. Now let's look at this. The DNA say that Thuya has the probability of being 93% sub-Saharan African, right? Now let me show y'all something else. Right here it say Thuya is believed to be a descendant of Queen Amos Nefertari. When I hover over Amos Nefertari, look at this. Blacker than blacker than blacker than black. This is not the channel or the show for you to poke your head out talking about this black skin on her don't got nothing to do with her ancestry. I'll knock you down with one arrow straight out the quiver. Shout out to all my archers. It really feel like home base on this show because you can't find no little condescending modern Egyptian North Africa in the chat ever talking shit over here. Have y'all tripped off that? You go on Chef's show, it's full of agents from the Egyptian government being paid to influence African Americans about their stance on Egypt. All in Chef chat. They so scared of me. Like Egyptologist 7, all them little clowns who can't read the Medu Neter, so they just stay away from me, Ja, the land of me, Ja. And we do what we want. The only people trying to rival us be other Nubian groups, self-hating Nubian groups. Black people saying they not black. Egyptologists is on our side. You want to know what's so funny? In the lighter sense of the word, Garfield and Ankh have developed intimate relationships with me and Egyptologists. In the lighter sense of the word, intimate. Not like on the bullshit. Feel me? Text messages, laughter, emojis, and discussion. All developed out of y'all trying to knock me down. Imagine that. I've been invited to audit one of the leading classes on the West Coast. I don't even want to go there. Like, come audit my course. And as a result of that, got invited to write in a journal. When cats trying to knock us down. I need to do something and finish for that journal. Now let's trip off this though. If the DNA says Thuya has a probability, we're dealing with probabilities. To write that journal article, I need y'all help, my archers. I really ain't got that much time on my hands right now. If any of y'all want to produce the work, I'm going to put it in the chat. In the back chat, in the Discord, what the parameters are for being in this journal. But it's kind of like about music and something. That's kind of why I wasn't feeling it. I'm like, man, I threw me. If this says 93% sub-Saharan African, we look at who they say might quite possibly be her mother. We go to Amos Nefertari. What do we know about Amos Nefertari? Hopefully I can contribute something that we don't know already about Amos Nefertari. First, her name ain't Amos. It's probably Ames, but that ain't significant. right? Is the moon. Mes is a birth, right? Are we starting to learn? She Mes Nefertari, and who was her husband or her consort, whatever you want to say. Amenhotep the first. Am I saying? Oh wait, let me. I definitely said that right. If I didn't, I'll sock myself. Amenhotep the first. See, look, Amos Nefertari was the daughter of. Oh, no, I want to see Amenhotep the first. Okay, who her count? There you go, right there. See, issue. Why they say issue? Amos. Wait a minute. All right, yeah, I did. Hold on, no. Coat of Amos Nefertari. I must have drank the wrong coffee. Amenhotep the first is her son. The coat of. Hold on. I want to see something. I should have said Amos. Yeah, thank you for correcting that. Amenhotep the first is her son, right? So tell me that. Successor Amenhotep the first. Okay. That's why I'm trying to get that right. Cool. So she was the mama. I didn't mean to say the consort. Yeah. The mama of Amenhotep the fourth. I messed that up grossly. Right? And so let me go see something. I just want to see if I can find the coat. The coat of Amenhotep the first. All right, there we go. So now right here we learn, look. That was her son's coat. The coat of Amenhotep the first and Amos Nefertari. All right, cool. Now I'm cool with it. Because it's making more sense because we was talking about the lineage and the DNA and Amos and Kamos and the fights that we had to get the Asiatics up out of Egypt. It all revolves around this family and these coats. I can read all of this, but I'm not. But what I want to do is find the information that says Amenhotep the first cult lasted longer than the cult of Nefertari. Let me see. The couple formed by the pharaoh Amenhotep I and his mother, Queen Amos Nefertari, together or separately, were the objects in the Theban region of both extraordinary active, official, and popular worship. Extraordinary, active, official, and popular worship, whose evolution is astonishing. It only began out of 1 century after their death in the 19th dynasty and continued for about 4 centuries until the end of the 21st dynasty, before disappearing completely in the Ptolemaic period, where there's no trace of the two characters. But what we learn when we start to scrutinize it is that the cult of Amenhotep I seemed to last longer than the cult of Nefertari. I know for what I'm talking about for the DNA, it winds up being insignificant. But what's more significant is that we identified that her husband was who? Amos the first. And when we start talking about what he left us in writing, particular struggles with trying to get certain people up out of Kemet. I'm going to just show us one thing. So we've got Thuya DNA say 93% sub-Saharan African probability. We come to Wiki and we see that they say her mom was possibly this lady who's painted all black. Now all we really need is a source, right, that tell us that, yeah, and true indeed, that this might be her, the way she looks. And if I come to the Ancient Egyptian Oxford Handbook, we'll find that source. Right? I mean, if you want to mount an argument, the source is here. Well, is this about her? No, this isn't about her. Amenhotep Nefertari, another example sometimes cited, is the appearance of Amenhotep I's queen mother. That's why I was messing up. Amenhotep Nefertari, who is consistently shown with a black complexion. Golly, what's going on? Contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this other than her actual appearance, there is one case where she is shown directly opposite of Amenhotep in a manner which leaves no doubt that this was actually her appearance. What part about that don't the detractors understand? That Excel file is definitely public, and I'm about to share it in a minute. That's Zahi Hawassa's data, by the way. Yeah. What part about what I just read about Amenhotep Nefertari out of the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia do we think doesn't corroborate the 93.7% sub-Saharan DNA probability for Thuya? It line right up, right? So I don't know who had a problem with that DNA. Asar Imhotep made atonements for his mistake, where he thought it was the other Nefertari and was doing a, how can she be black right here and not be black right here? Well, let's go to the next one. Yuya. And we're just going to type Yuya Egypt, even though she should pop up if I click back to Thuya, right? This Yuya right here, look. Now hold on. Yuya. Now, Yuya ain't a woman. If I'm not correct, I'm incorrect. Yuya, Yah, whatever you want to call him, was a powerful ancient Egyptian courtier during the 18th dynasty. He was married to Thuya. Now let's go back and look at his DNA. 93% probability for him to be sub-Saharan African. %93 probability for that DNA to come from sub-Saharan Africa. And the wife got 93%? Well, who was their son or daughter? An Egyptian nobleman associated with the royal family who held high office in the government and religious orchards. Their daughter, Tayi, or Queen T, however y'all want to say it. Now, y'all don't remember when they was trying to tell us Queen T got her DNA from the Mediterranean or something? Didn't we just look at her mama and her daddy? Her parents is Yuya and Thuya. So that ain't an Afro. No, remember how they was arguing like, no, that ain't no Afro, all that stuff? They'll do anything. Look how obviously black she is, y'all. People want you to think she didn't look like that. Then why would she depict herself like that? Don't keep going down the family tree. Right? Because if you click on her, who you going to get under her? So, who about to come up out of her? And then we're going to see who she was married to. We all know this though, right? So let's just say we got evidence to show that her parents both had a high probability of being affiliated with sub-Saharan African populations. Now, who did she marry? Here you go. Amenhotep III. How did he depict himself? Y'all know how he depicted himself? They're not even going to show y'all. Let's see if they probably don't even got it on the wiki. Yep, they don't want it to show. It's how he depicted himself. Amenhotep III. Why would we even be listening to anybody else? The depictions show it, the DNA show it. Stop wasting your thumb strength, SOT 12. We ain't listening. Yeah, he had an afro and plenty depictions, but they just not going to be on Wiki. Would you depict yourself like this if you didn't look like that? First thing you're going to say is, that ain't me. Oh, I was just reading a text message. I'm sorry. I got completely distracted. So, I mean, the arguments they make is rather asinine. I'm about to open up the chat. We can share this data. Here's the name of the article. Right? Here we go. And then inside of the article, you can get the data. Yeah. They be telling you stuff, want you to believe anything, man. Keep your brain in shackles, right? Because they want to keep propagating. Now, let's talk about something. And don't let the simple-minded cats who can't even remember what they be arguing about, don't let them fool you. Now, since they lost on every front concerning whether the ancient Egyptians were black or not, they try in every conversation, in every stance they can, they try to switch the argument to whether we, as if black people in the United States, are a monolith. They try to switch the argument to whether we are the Egyptians. So let me say something. On the shows where they acting like they making a big, strong, valid
Recording
point,
in progress.
a big, strong, valid point, but they're saying, we ain't the Egyptians. We ain't
Recording
the Egyptians.
stopped.
Those channels already lost the argument. Y'all tripped off that? Because you have never seen a show that I've hosted or anybody hosted on here saying that me, you, and the people in the chat and black Americans are the Egyptians. We said that the Egyptians were black. And we won that argument quite certainly, and that ancient Egyptian history should be a part of Black history. I just put up a link. But notice how they do that. Whenever they be on the Wii, so I'm going to share a video for y'all, and they hate stuff like this. Let me see. Feel free to hit the link. While I try to find this video. There goes Cyrus in. Hold on real quick.
Guys, so
Peace, Cyrus in. Thanks for tapping in, because you know I was on your head. I was like, this boy about to show up. Don't act like don't act like you ain't watching.
Hey, I didn't listen. I did not even know you was doing this till literally right now. So I'm late. I'm hella late.
All right. Well, I basically covered. I tried to be unbiased, and I took the data and I popped it in Chat GPT, and they basically didn't even say anything about insufficiencies. They didn't. They explained to us the difference between how many STRs will need to be in a FBI database to do forensic science, and how many STRs you'll need just to do population affiliation. You know what I'm saying? And so I did a whole long thing on it, but I want to share this with everybody real quick, just about this one thing, just because it's gonna make people mad.
hey guys, so in today's video, I'm going to be sharing with you guys a video that was shared to me by one of our sisters on here by the name Genevieve. Shout out to Sister Genevieve for sending this video in. The video is about this African American man from Atlanta. His name is Dexter Caffey, and he discovered through a DNA test that he is a direct descendant of Pharaoh Ramsey III. So without further ado, let's let the clip roll.
And we're now very happy to be joined by our next guest, Dexter Caffey, the founder of Smart Eye app, who recently learned of an eye-opening discovery of his own ancient past, all thanks to a DNA test. He is joining us now by Zoom from Atlanta. Hello, Dexter.
Hello, Emily. How are you?
It's so good to see you. Last time was here in Israel. We got to get you back here, but we'll have to settle for Zoom now. You have such an interesting history. Please explain what made you do a DNA test, and then what happened when you found out all of a sudden that you're related to Ramses III.
That's a great question, Emily. Well, about a year and a half ago, I traveled to places like Israel, France, and different places like that. And so what happened was people would always ask a normal question, where are you from? And I would say the States, United States. And the people that I saw in France would say, no, where are you really from? And I said, the States. That's all I know. And so that question stuck with me for a long time. And I just said, where am I actually from? I mean, I know I'm American, but where my DNA is from?
Something just came to my mind right now, and this is something that I'm thinking about for the very first time. The fact that people ask African Americans or Black Americans or Black people in general, or maybe even POC in general that are Americans, where they are from, where they are really from, but nobody asks a white American where they are really from, even though we all know that white Americans are not indigenous to America. It just really goes to show how over the years they have standardized themselves as, the true Americans, like the real Americans, the what's it called, the default American. So we have Chinese or Korean or Asian Americans, we have Native Americans, we have African Americans, we have Nigerian, Ghanaian Americans, etc. Right? That's how Black people and people of color get to have those prefixes before their American title. But white people just get to be American. They don't get to have no prefix. There's no prefix in front of their title American. Like, it's just really interesting how these people over the years were able to standardize themselves and make themselves the default American. If you ask me, I would say it's about time we correct this ish. It's about time we start calling ish what it is and start referring to them folks as European Americans. Prefix them up like every other person. If any group of people in America should not have a prefix, it should be the native to those lands. Anyways, now that I've gotten that out, let's get back to the clip.
And so I said, well, let me take my DNA test. It was a 23andMe DNA test. And I took the test, and I was shocked when I saw the results. It came back, and it showed that I was actually a direct descendant of the Pharaoh Ramses III. And I knew nothing of the pharaohs. Didn't know much about Egypt, but everything you hear about, Bible stories and things like that. So for me, it was a huge shock, and that's how I found out about it.
So, should we talk about how
No. I just wanted to play that shortly. Peace to y'all. Thanks for tapping in. What's up?
Don't he look like the statue though?
I mean, he kind of did look like the statue though. So that was some Israeli news sharing that. Now I don't know what we think about that, but that kind of like makes some of the guys who be like and make them look kind of crazy, right? Because first of all, this we thing, we all probably come from different areas. Obviously, we come from the same area, but there's migrations and people movement that affected who we all are. But what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Good, famo, good. I know we getting ready to bang on these cats. They said Sonetta done got you in the mix with us now. We about to throw some hands with some more waspies, but
them dudes,
y'all
look bad.
Y'all was y'all ended up debating yesterday. That debate was yesterday?
No, it's not till the 19th, I think.
You hear me, sir?
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm back to the topic though. What people forget is this: a lot of us come through that IAT channel, and when you came through that IAT channel, most of them came from two places. You came from Punt and Egypt area because you went through the Middle Passage, and if you didn't go through there, then the British guy took you over to IAT, and he was getting them from Punt and IAT. You came over there a little later in the slave trade history. So when it comes to that particular location, you have a lot of us.
Hey Joe, you need to press mute, bro.
Yeah, Joe, you skipping up, homie. When it comes to that particular location, before we hit the United States, a lot of them are Eastern Africans. And this is why it sounds stupid when people say, oh, you're only from West Africa. No. Number one, you was taken from Central, South, definitely the West the most, and Eastern Africa, because the Arabs got into the slave trade with North America late. And a lot of them have that Egyptian or that Punt or that Somali or that Nahesi heritage. So we shouldn't forget those parts when we talk about the slave trade. What British guys saw, go watch my video, Brother Tony.
Well, the natural migrations that we know about West Africans and East Africans moving east and west, and then the pressure that the slave trade before the Atlantic slave trade or what have you, the Arab slave trade also caused Black people to be mixed up and not just standing where you was genetically spawned at. Like, they just think cats just was standing in West Africa and never went nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so that whole hypothesis is crazy. It contradicts the Bantu expansion. It contradicts all of these things that we understand about the movement of Africans. And particularly that you can find Nilotic Saharan languages going all up into the center of Africa. Like how Nilo means the Nile River, Nilotic, Nilo-Saharan, about the Nile and the Sahara, but we can find these languages going all into the center of Africa. So how that work? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Where you at, Saracen, though? Tell us what's the problem with the STRs that Gordine them. Don't come in with the contaminatable if you ain't gonna prove it.
Nah, I mean, I could show it. I could show it. Just let me. I'm putting it together right now. I just want to put it in the most symptomatic format right now.
Take
You
your
feel
time.
me?
Take your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I think the data was sufficient as they wouldn't even produce the study. They probably know other geneticists would have been like, what are they doing? They're using insufficient data. Feel free to click the link if y'all want to build on any particular subject. I'm damn near just gonna put some glyphs on the screen in a minute.
Yeah, so we can read a little bit. We got so I'm gonna tell you because I'm pretty much gonna just go cosmogony and cosmology when we get into battle. Um and just break most of that down. Um I don't even know how much time we have or how it's gonna go. So I know
Well,
he got a question about how the stars was formulated in a couple. So I got all those in the bag. And then once I covered the Pa'ut and the Zep Tepi and the separation and Amun being the first form of light and all that in the text, we're going,
yeah, well,
I'm
I really don't plan to attack something as silly as the WASPy. I know Jabari gonna tear it apart, but I'm just
right.
gonna, do what I do and show how what we talking about is so interriddled with blackness, and I'm just gonna question where's the blackness in the WASPy. Just show me source for source. We could go source for source. Show me where anything that got anything to do with anything black. And second of all, y'all is on some fake Bible shit. Like I ain't really, I ain't even really ecstatically or juiced for this type of a discourse. Cause
Right.
they not even on the real Bible. They on a fake Bible that some white dude wrote in the 1800s. Now, that's really not worth the people time. And introducing the people to some weak shit like that is just hella lame too to me. Like, oh, acting like it's a contender against Kemet just because some crazy fools who call themselves the old Ospie gang and they take on names that the white boy gave them like Cosmon and shit. That's some silly shit. So what they want to do, they're gonna try to out cool you. Yeah, we the Ospie gang and all that little. I'm not even playing none of them games. So I will just refer them to plenty of points about how black Egypt was and let them, if that I don't even know the topic, bro. I can morph into it and I'm gonna focus on it, but right now I'm just like rolling my eyes.
Yeah. I guess it's cosmogony and cosmology. So they want to know,
Yeah,
and he said it was going to be kind of like Kemet on trial. So if it's like Kemet on trial, I don't know if they like asking questions and then we're going to get a chance to respond, or I don't know exactly how they want to do it, but the chamber is almost fully loaded. I'm almost done with what I got to put together.
Yeah, but it's not
Joey.
nothing. I ain't tripping. I'll be right. What's up, anybody?
Joey.
What's up, Joey? What you saying?
What's up? What's up?
You clear
I
now?
was I was I was reading something that they say that King Tutankhamun was very dark skinned as well.
The mummy they showed to him he kind of had like buck teeth. He looked like he was in the Hesse brother. The
Yeah,
original.
but then they try to say that he had something from when they showed him looking like an Arab, looking like the lady hip walking with a cane. I don't know how true that is though.
Well, I mean, like though people was mixing, yo. I mean, if somebody in this lineage did something like that, I don't think they was acting like we act now, yo. Like maybe someone could say that's not true because they had their concept of the divine blackness, but I definitely know you could take foreign women into your harem And we would only have to practically ask each other, what is the result of that? You see what I'm saying? Like, what will be the result of you having access to 318 Matani women?
And they sent them.
Don't you think you will wind up having some half Matani kids?
Yeah, they was in the. You tell them about the like when you read the Akhenaten letters, when you read those Amarna letters, they're sending their sisters, their cousins. No, we just sent you the sister. We know we want you to make a baby so we can bring our countries together. Send us an Egyptian woman. And no Egyptian woman was going out. They wasn't doing that, but they'll take your sister, right?
Yeah, no Egyptian woman was going out to no foreign nations. We could pull that up.
They wasn't even sending the hookers. They was asking for hookers in the letters.
Asar, you sure it's a prostitute?
Yeah. I read the letters.
No. I'm just making sure, Asar, because we want you to be saying something, and then now they're saying, all of them was hookers and something like that. I heard something like that on Sunday. Somebody was
you
saying
ain't seen
that,
me do that yet. You see everybody who say it's going to happen keep retracting their statements, though, huh?
Right. Listen, if you say that, I'm sure you're going to show that. But Smash was supposed to show me about them chopping up hands in ancient Kemet because we had a discussion.
Yeah, but that's not hard to find. But couldn't find the actual screenshot that I had of it. But that's not that's almost common knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But others can tell you about that phenomenon. You know anything about proving how many people you killed in war, Asar?
Oh yeah, that's in the Amos story. You would cut the hands off. This is one of the reasons that you don't get the siege on where did they chase them into again? What's the name of that place? Almost goes down the middle road instead of the two side roads, takes them by surprise because no one thinks he'll take the middle road.
I'm about to step away for a minute. Hold it down for me, Asar, if you can.
Gotcha. So he runs down that middle road, and when he runs down that middle road, they set siege to that location where the Hikakasut and the rest of the Asiatics run into. But he wants them to continue the siege and go into the fortress, but they don't allow them. They won't do it because they know they're only getting paid by the hands that they cut off. And so they're cutting off the hands and divvying up the booty. And so then after they do that, they have to wait until they kind of starve them out. Then they negotiate a deal to leave. Oh, you walking in the spot, Joey. We can hear everybody.
I'm walking everywhere.
Yeah,
so hold on. But that was only done with foreigners, though. They didn't do that to their own people, though, right?
Generally not, but they did with a couple times they did. So when you have the issues with the 9 bowls, when some of the 9 bowl locations are in Egypt or Nehesi, sometimes they would cut the hands off. But you can see clearly in Queen what's her name? Real dark-skinned sister. You'll see her the servants of her household who were obviously foreign. One of them has their hand cut off.
Wow.
And he's doing her hair like a little kind of sissy dude.
So what document would I find that in? Because I didn't think that ancient Egyptians used to mutilate people. I thought they was kind of like against the spiritual practices to mutilate people.
Nah, hell no. Nah,
it doesn't say that.
Nah.
Yeah,
that's another. It's kind of romantic too when cats be thinking that we didn't do certain things. Nah, it got kind of grimy. You feel me?
Yeah. It got funky. So watch this. When you and it's because it's war, but understand that even though you hear about this, we were looked at as the most humane amongst the other cultures by their own volition. Okay, so you got cats like Iambiculus from Greece and all them saying it was the most peaceful when the pagans were in control, talking about Egypt. So when you talk about some of the females that would come over that were foreign and put into slavery, they would get branded. They would get branded, but they would get to work out of the system, out of that kind of caste system, and become great and tend to do their own businesses. But they needed to keep their Ramesh name until they passed away, things of that nature. So,
and you know,
yeah, we got busy too.
You know something I noticed? Reading the meta nature is really as powerful as it's proposed to be, not on the mystical level, but on the academic level. It is because you can't go into the glyphs and vilify blackness at all. You can't go into that and be like, look, they hate. You could go into pictures, right, and vignettes and try to say that they had a problem with their southern neighbor, which we found out was because their southern neighbor was strong like that. But you can't go into the literature and be like finding any statement negative towards a black physical appearance or blackness and divinity or what have you.
Facts.
That's true. That's very true.
Now, I will tell you this, and I'm going to do a show called Kinky Text to Kemet. What they thought about, and we kind of covered this on Sa Netra's channel when the brother was asking me questions, and that's why I didn't even answer the second question. He asked about a text about a phallus being in a believer's mouth. The text says this. It says, if I go, it says, the text is called not ferrying a man over to the festival. So you don't take him over. Why?
Hey, he needs to mute his mic. He got a TV or something.
Mute out,
in the
brother
background.
Joey. Yeah, we can hear everybody in there. So when he does that in the text, it says this. It says, if I go and try to kill my people and hack them up, if I go and commit a slaughter at the festival where they disrespect this, that, the other, if I go and kill them and then try to kill myself, may I eat the phallus raw and eat the phallus raw and put the head of a saw in my mouth. Why? Because you're going to commit a bad thing against your people. So if you're about genocide against your own people, or if you're about disrespect for your own people, you rather suck Ra's phallus. You better not disrespect your people like that. And so they letting you know what it is from the door. He wanted us to read that text, but it would have went in line with what we said before, because there's text where it says, don't allow me to drink my own urine. Don't allow me to eat my own feces like so-and-so people. And then we open the Bible, and then we seen the Hebrews were eating their own feces and drinking their own urine. So these are the types of texts where you see something that you would consider to be kind of kinky. Why? Because if you go kill your own people, you'd be better off turning into a sissy and doing some other natured stuff. Do not disrespect your people in such a fashion. So laws against what you were just speaking about, because you were mentioning did they commit acts against their own culture? Generally not. It had to be an issue.
Well, let me just speak while we got dead silence. Peace, everybody.
Yeah, because I was wondering when y'all pick it up.
I just joined the panel, so I'm just saying peace to everybody. Kind of jumped in late when I woke up. I seen we was live, so I just came in and see what's happening. See what I think I came in when the Smash had the STR chart up from the Amana study. So. Had a lively show with Sheffrin last night.
What happened last night? Give me the goodies. And what is my brother Sat 12 talking about with this Chief X video?
What? I don't know. But, anybody using Chief X as a reference, that's a problem.
Sat 12 is over there just tripping, having some
fun. When you see that, you can't even take that person serious no more.
Here come Moses.
Oh, hell no.
Come on there, Moses, my bro. Man.
Mo Jeff, what's up?
What's up, man?
That would have
What's
been your
happening?
football name, huh? Mo Jeff. They called you that. They called you Mo on the football field.
Big Mo.
Big Mo. I told you. I know. But if you was from the West Coast, you would have been Mo Jeff, though.
I actually, honestly, bro, I actually pressed the button on accident. Real shit. I ain't.
Oh, you all good. You all good. It's all good, Big Mo. Yeah.
I'm listening in, man. You know.
Yeah.
You know, catching all the straight arrows from all
Is
your.
that Logic?
Yeah, that me.
Holy
Man, I
shit.
missed it last night, bro. I wanted to get on. I wanted to get on here last night with y'all so bad, yo. It's all good. You know, we'll have our time to catch up.
Well, I'm about to ask you, did you see the video where the dude from Atlanta found out he had the same DNA as Ramses and they had him on the Israeli news?
Yeah, I did.
What you say about is he related to the Egyptians?
Maybe.
Maybe. What you mean, maybe?
I mean, maybe, but look, so like, see, like, man, the way I ain't gonna say we, I'm gonna say y'all, the way y'all trying to paint that, man, it's like, I don't understand why that's what y'all want to do, but that's what y'all want to do. Like, so to me, I feel like oversimplifying it just to make the argument, that doesn't make the argument.
Let me ask you a question.
You know what I'm saying?
When we go getting about the 8th grade and they start teaching us world history, and they start teaching us about the Greeks, do they even make a distinction? Like, do the teacher be standing in front like, they not white like me? Or do they be standing in front of the class claiming no matter what type of white person they are, Russian, Slavic, your teacher could be anything. Will they stand at the front of the class and claim the greatness of Greece?
Now, Smash, as a person, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only reason why I keep coming on your show, because I actually respect your intelligence, yo. Now, with the intelligence that you have now above the level of an 8th grader, would you know that to be correct, even if that's how they colloquially are using the term? See, you're teaching this, right? You like, I mean, I just got a couple issues with it, but the only reason, what I was trying to say before, the only reason why I come up here is I actually don't think that you are, you know, like crazy stupid, right? I just think that you got a narrative that you're trying to push for some particular reason, right? So you're giving me a scenario about an 8th grader who shouldn't have the type of knowledge that you have. And I should expect the 8th grader to give me the kind of answer that I would expect you to give me.
I'm
somebody
saying,
who's a little bit more thorough in the information.
Saying when we was in the 8th grade.
I mean, when we was in the 8th grade, should we have understood ethnicity and DNA? Like that should have been on our mind frame.
Specifically,
we should have a simplistic version.
That ain't what I was saying. I'm asking you a specific question. Like, in your experience of learning about Greece, did the white teacher who taught you about that detach himself from the greatness and be like, oh, but I'm from another area. I'm from West Europe. Or did he just teach you and attach himself to the greatness of Greece?
Honestly, my experience wasn't like that, to be straight up honest with you.
How was yours? How was yours?
You know, particularly when I was learning about Greece, they were more relating them to the Romans and not necessarily the Europeans. Like they were just putting them in different time periods, and that was how I understood it. I understood that there might have been people from a similar area, but in different time periods, different concepts, different types of governments, different types of languages. So I didn't start off with this oversimplified version of who's black and who's white. And so that continue to answer your question later on, as we understand our society and understand that we live in a racial environment, you might want to attach things like who's black and who's white to things. But my personal experience, no, I wasn't taught that in school.
The American school system has a mandate of the way that things are taught. So unless you went to like a private school, then you could avoid that. But like
you asked me if my teacher connected herself with the whiteness of the Greeks, and I'm telling you, no, that didn't happen.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So you saying that they set themselves apart from that when they taught you that? Like that wasn't.
No, he just taught me about the Greeks. He didn't include himself or exclude himself from it. That's not what happened.
So when the last time you was in high school or something like that?
I'm 37 years old now.
Okay.
So you saying that as you understand what the Greeks done, it wasn't given to you as an accomplishment of white people?
No.
Oh, okay.
So let me ask
This
you
what I
this.
gotta start doing.
I'm about to finish my lunch though, man. I really did press the button. Actually,
it's all good. Thanks for
That's a
tapping
hell of
in.
an accident, but
Shout
yeah,
out,
peace.
brother Moses, and keep watching because I wanna see if you seen any of this while you was in there.
Well, let me ask y'all. How about y'all? Was it the same as it was for Moses? Like whoever taught y'all about Greece wasn't really like acting like that was an accomplishment for all white people?
That's exactly how it went, Smash.
Yeah,
exactly.
like, I mean, we see when you like they act like we didn't go to school.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like they the only one that went to school and got indoctrinated with the wrong information.
Right, we was there when it was worse, when they was openly saying stuff like for instance, Dr. Schultz. Well, you ain't even a doctor, Mr. Schultz, who was our science teacher, and this is what got me expelled from Manual High School. He came in one day with the idea that he was going to teach us that people came from Europeans. And he used one of the theories that is not out of Africa. And so he asked if anybody disagreed. Of course, I disagreed. Me and my partner, Kinshasa, Lumumba's brother. And by the time we was finished, he wanted to fight. So he pushed me and I smacked him. So
let me ask you, you're talking about the teacher?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Schultz, Manual High School.
I never smacked the teacher, by the way.
I smacked him in his mouth, and my mother vouched because she wanted to smack him after. But I was known for, I would get busy. I would, often. So, it'd be because of stuff like that, because teachers would be mad that I was
I didn't want to throw you off. You can just keep going.
No, you good. I'm just saying they would be mad because I was knowledgeable about my culture, because my family wouldn't allow me not to be, even though they're staunch. A lot of them are Christians. And then a lot of them are starting not to be, based off of some of my work as I got older. But I smacked him. I got kicked out of his class. We talked about it with the principal. He eventually got fired. I got suspended. They brought me back. They wouldn't allow me or Kinshasa to walk, but it didn't matter because I got kicked out of the school and had to graduate from a different school.
Hold on.
So
he got fired. What, he fought you back?
He tried till I smacked him. I smacked him and put the hands up.
I was just trying to figure out what was the reason he fired the teacher. What, he must have hit you or something. Like, why would he?
Yeah, he pushed me. That's what I mentioned before.
Once they get physical with a student, that probably would be grounds for termination. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So when he pushed me, I looked at him and then I smacked him. Now everybody know that at the time, like at the school, you have me there, you have Stevie Johnson there. Stevie Johnson went to the Olympics, took the world title and all that stuff in boxing. They knew about me and his, shout out Stevie if you're listening, because he out here with us too. They knew about the fight with me and him, but for whatever reason, he pushed me anyway. So when I smacked him, he just kind of laid on the ground and then got up, get out, all that stupid stuff. He kicked me and Kinshasa out. And that was that. So
hold on, I forgot what we was talking about. We was talking about something else. But we got
adversity in school.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Adversity with the teachers in the school that are European. Remember, he was talking about a European concept of Europeans creating blacks and other cultures first. When we debunked him, he got mad. Then he pushed me. Then I smacked him. Then we was out of there. Moral to the story. Crazy. If you are in public schools and y'all need to make sure y'all watch this with your children. It was one of the issues we had because of the racist concepts that they still push. Usually not so much now, but still because they do push them today, you need to make sure you check on your children and make sure if they're getting kicked out, that the story fully checks out.
All right, hold on. I see Sarah saying is off mute. You there?
Yeah.
So you ready to take the conversation back to the STRs and the DNA profile of the Egyptians?
Yeah.
All right, you got the floor. You can share your screen.
I'm gonna sign on through my computer and I'm gonna sign off from here.
I'm filling in for Cam's verse real quick. This is a
Pick up the
we're
cab
gonna
too.
have a makeshift debate real quick.
Oh, so hold up. Him and Sarah Sin was supposed to been debating.
I mean, they was having a nice, healthy conversation about these STRs.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you know about STRs, Sarah Sin? Like, what's the problem?
So
he about to show us.
What'd you say?
Ain't you about to show us a whole presentation of it?
Yeah, not even that. I'm gonna show you. It's not even it's not even a presentation or put together. It's just I'm just gonna show you piece. I'm gonna have to show you kind of piece by piece, little by little in a way.
Right. Okay, we ready. Whatever you are. No
So
rush.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I was just trying to fill some dead air space while asking
Hey,
questions.
so what's the difference? What's the difference when you share your window and just share like a Chrome tab?
Share entire screen on the right, and then click that window to the left, and then it'll share everything that you're going to. Otherwise, it'll stay fixated on that tab.
The reason why you have privacy if you share a tab, you can still look at your computer and people can't see it. But if you share the whole screen, we see everything you're looking at. So just know that.
So we gotta deal with this first, right? Because this is the actual scientist that actually says what I am saying. And this is the scientist that Gordine references in his own study that you guys are, I'm not gonna say defending, but standing on, and I'm not rocking with those results, and I'll say why. But he references this scientist, and this scientist says what I'm saying. So
real quick, thank you. Who is the scientist?
This is Habik, right? So let me go up, right? So M.E. Habik and A.S. Bauman and F.J. Ruley. This was in January 25th, 2016 type shit. Somebody, hold on. Please give me real 1 second. Somebody just called
me. Do your thing, but just to note, go ahead. I just will note for the people that the document is about the identification that the guy is bringing into question. When you identify this mummy as a particular person, that is what it seems that the title is. Am I wrong? I'll wait till Sarah Singh gets back. But we need to take note of that. I guess I'll unshare the screen till you get back.
Yeah, but I don't see how he's gonna get out of this, because the deal is with the STRs, and the number is you just get a stronger number the more that you have. But 8 is enough.
8 is enough, man. We did the whole show, but his
word. I remember I told you should have put that on, made a track of that too. I remember I told you, man, that would have been another. You'd have had 13. I bought the album the other night too.
I appreciate
you. Yeah, but I was jamming it the other night. I was like, this is a masterpiece.
It was knocking in the car. I listened to that thing.
Man, that shit is beautiful. And then, like you said, it's more intriguing because we actually know what you're talking about. So it's kind of funny. You know what I'm saying?
What you drop, yo?
Huh?
Oh, Fights Over Egypt. We got album of the month on Bandcamp. Ain't that funny?
That shit jamming. Oh, sorry, you gotta go grab that.
I'm about to go pick it up.
Oh, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna put a link in the chat for anybody want to support that joint. I want to let y'all know that do make a difference. Like,
hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. I hear you, James. I hear you. But let's make it make sense, though. We finna make it make sense. So, like I said, he agrees. He's saying exactly what I'm saying.
So, exactly what are you saying, just for the preference of your argument?
That there is problems with Hawas's data, and that he did not meet the standards that would make what that would give us the best probability to look at these results and say, yes, okay, we can go further. That's
now I'm gonna let you cook. I'm not even gonna start out trying to refute everything you said, but just before you start, can you address this real quick? Go back to the top of the document. It says identifications of ancient Egyptian royal mummies from the 18th dynasty reconsidered. So it seems that just from the title, and you're gonna let me know if this is true or not, that the author is questioning the reconsidering their identifications, meaning saying this mummy is Thuya, this mummy is Yuya. Now, the reason why DNA would come in for that, and it would lead you to the conclusion that you're coming to, is because yes, if you're going to identify who an individual is, you're going to need more STRs than simply relating them to a population. So you got the whole floor. I'm not going to interrupt again. Let us hear your spiel. I'm on mute.
Okay. So let me get to right. Hold on. Get to right here. Okay. So right here, it just goes over Hawas's molecular genetic analysis. So it says not only were the molecular genetic data questioned, okay, by these scientists, Baker, Braverman, and Makowiak, Gad, Gamble, Timman, and Mayer, but also speculative Egyptological interpretation. It was claimed that mummy CG 61074 is in fact King A, wrongly tradition of mummification style.
No. You skipped
Wrongly labeled as wrongly labeled as Amenhotep III by the priest of the 21st dynasty. The Armana tradition of mummification style, age assessment, and identification, a consort of Queen Tai, were neglected. Based on a 5 allele match between the mummy of Amenhotep III and Yuya, it was also claimed that Yuya was an uncle of Amenhotep III and therefore a putative brother of King Thutmose the Sixth. While the mummy KV21A should be not a putative mother of Tutankhamun's dead-born children, but rather a candidate for an identification as Queen Metumia, the mother of King Amenhotep III and great-grandmother of Tutankhamun. Without hard evidence, such theories remain speculative, but they highlight the problem of allele sharing in related and unrelated individuals. In legal cases, the courts of the United Kingdom today demands 10 matches. He just said there was only 5.
Hold on. But you know you gotta keep reading. For parentage claims.
Hold on. We're talking about we are talking about his data, okay, and how efficient it is. This has to meet the standards in order to make these absolute claims and to say this is that. It
exactly,
has to be,
you're right.
It's not. It don't stop here. It doesn't stop here because this is. I'm just confirming what I am saying through the scientists. I'm gonna get more.
I feel you, but this don't confirm anything you're saying.
It just did.
because it just told you that it was based on 5 allele matches. You need 10.
But see, this is what they're talking about. Real quick, they're talking about a different. They're talking about identifying parentage,
brother. But we're talking
let me finish
about
at least my sentence real quick, and we ain't no need to ram up right now. We still just working through it. What they talking about is identifying parentage of individuals, which requires more STRs than population affiliation. Population affiliation ain't even been brought up yet. It required less. Now it says the sentence you just read, in legal cases, the courts of the United Kingdom today demand 10 matches for parentage claims, while North America requires 13 matches. That's not for population affiliation, that's for parentage claims. But go right ahead.
Exactly. That's not even population affiliation. That's just parentage claim. That's
I know, but the data that Gordine then presented was about population affiliation.
But the whole point is we are talking about the same data. We are talking about Hawas's data. We are talking about his data. It don't matter about if it was for pop affiliation or if it's for individual. We are talking about the data used to put in these machines to get the results so you can say what you're saying. The data, it comes first. You have to extract that DNA. You have to heat that DNA up. Things have to be done. There's certain processes that comes between all of that. So in order to make sure that's on point, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things that needs to be done first, but let me get all the way into that. Let me just confirm.
Hold on a second. Yeah. I'm reading this right here. Now it says based on the 5 allele matches between the mummy of Amenhotep III and Yuya. So they just saying they had 5 that matched between each other. They don't only have 5. They saying they got 5 that match.
Brother, you're not listening.
Hold on. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand.
Yes,
they have more than 5 alleles. They just
saying that hold on, no, you're questioning it, but you're not questioning it like you're questioning it as if like oh, hold on, like no, that's not that. Yes, it says based on 5 alleles. That means they only based it on 5 alleles.
No, but listen. They're just talking about the match between Amenhotep and Yuya. So they saying they found 5 that match these two people.
Brother,
I'm just asking you, do you understand that? They're not saying they only have 5 alleles.
I'm not. I'm not saying that they only have 5 alleles.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure.
That's never what I said.
Okay, calm down, homie.
Y'all turning up too quick.
Calm down. I'm just trying to make sure that because I'm trying to understand make sure that I understand that they're not saying that they only have 5 alleles.
They are not saying that they only have 5 alleles. They are saying it was based on a 5 allele match. So when those matches came up, it was only 5 of them that match. What are they talking about matches? What are they talking about? Okay, these numbers right here. When these numbers match with somebody else, and they both of the numbers match, that's a match. Or maybe just one of the numbers match, that's a match. I'm not talking about all the alleles, and that's getting too deep into that's not even where the conversation is at right now. We're just talking about the data and how it's, brother, you have to pay attention because we're talking about genetics here. This is not something that we just pay attention. Please just pay attention.
But all right, we're gonna pay attention, but you have to acknowledge that real quick, hold on. Can you let me get a word in? Why you turning up? Brother. Like we ain't even at that point yet. Like, I mean, you just automatically came out over defensive. So check it out. Can you please acknowledge that nothing we've read yet is talking about population affiliation?
Brother, we are talking about Hawas's data that was used for population.
So let me correct you on that. We're not even talking about that. Let me prove it. The first sentence.
We are not talking about population affiliation. No.
Okay, cool. You admitted that this ain't about population affiliation.
No, this is not about population affiliation. This is about the data that was used for population affiliation.
It's really not. So far, what we read. Let me get a chance to speak. You speaking, then you don't want to let me speak. Look, only one sentence addressed. You put the document back up so I can show people. Only the first sentence addressed what you talking about, some problems with the data, and it just gave us 5 or 6 sources and never said nothing else about that. Look, it says, not only were the molecular genetic data questioned how? Right? Because he switched the subject next. He said, but also speculative Egyptological interpretation, and then put colons to let you know what the rest of the paragraph is about. The rest is about the speculative Egyptological interpretations that they make, it saying that certain people is certain people's parentage off of this limited DNA, which is a valuable argument, but that ain't about population affiliation. It's not talking about what populations these people are affiliated with. Go ahead.
Smash. We are talking about Hawas's data right now. This paper that I'm reading is talking about Hawas data. We wouldn't be having no conversation about anything. You wouldn't even be talking about pop affiliation if it wasn't for Hawas data. This is what you talk about before you start commenting on the pop affiliator and what problems that has in its damn self. We have to understand that there was problems with the data first that came from the mummies that we got from Hawas.
Well,
y'all are jumping the gun.
Can you get to that part?
Get to that part then. Affiliator, and that's not where the problem first came in. That's not where the problem first came in. It came in with Hawas's data. You will understand that better if you let me finish.
All right, let me ask a question and you can continue. Is anything in this document you read it about population affiliation?
No.
Why are you reading it then?
Because it's about Hawas's data that was used in that pop affiliator. What are you talking about?
So far, it's really not. It's about some results that are in question, dog. You don't read the title. It's about results, not about the data. It's about the results in question.
Smash. Do you understand that Hawas's data was used in the pop affiliator?
Do you understand what reconsidering identifications mean, bro?
Do you understand that is Hawas's data?
So let me answer
Hawas's data identified West African DNA.
About saying this.
Do you understand that that's Hawas's data?
I'm trying to answer your question. Do you want to answer to the question? My answer is you are incorrect, or you are using a generalization by saying that is Hawas's data. Now, what is Hawas's data that they are talking about is these Egyptological interpretations made to say that this is the parent of that person.
Brother, Hawas did an anthropological analysis. He is the one who has a team who extracted the DNA in order for them to do these studies. What are you talking about?
They were trying to study to find out about diseases, and they found out the diseases that they hold on.
Exactly.
They found out that a part of the disease that they had was from West Africa. That's what they found out.
This is turning into something else.
But
let me.
What is data? How do you define data?
Can I show y'all what y'all don't understand?
How do you define data?
Can I show y'all what y'all not understanding?
Just please address the question. How are you defining data for the sake of this argument? You saying it's Hawas's data. What does that mean to you? What do you know what I'm saying?
What does that mean?
Yeah, like you saying it's Hawas's data. What do you mean?
Brother, this is the data that we get from Tutankhamun anthropological study that Hawas did in 2010.
So Hawas extracted the STRs. Is that what you mean?
His team, It didn't extract any STR. Him and his team did a anthropological analysis on Tutankhamun. They are the ones who got the material, the genetic material. They are the ones who got the genetic
That's
material.
exactly what I said. I said they got the STR.
That same genetic material
So
was used
now,
for the
are you arguing that there's a problem with that genetic material?
Sir, I can't even get to that point because y'all been. I haven't even.
You can get to it right now because I just asked you the question. Are you arguing that? Yes or no?
Am I arguing what?
Are you arguing that the genetic material extracted by Hawass, the STRs, is contaminated or something?
Not saying the STRs are I'm saying the genetic material that he got, there was problems with the way it was done.
All right, what were those problems?
I'm gonna get to that.
Go ahead.
Now, this scientist is saying what I am saying. Okay?
Incorrect.
He is saying what I am saying. Regardless of what you're saying.
No,
so
we gotta understand and comprehend. If we can't get past this point, bruh.
We have to get past this because you're basically dead face lying.
All right, but let me ask you a question. Am I dead face lying about this?
I comprehend very well.
Just real quick, just tell me if I'm dead face lying about this. This says not only were the molecular genetic data questioned, right? After that, it has but. Right, you know what "but" mean? He about to go.
Brother, we are talking about Hawass.
No, I need. Listen, why you keep cutting me off? Like, there's no need to do that.
But you're taking.
Hold on. But with the molecular genetic data being questioned addresses what you're saying about Hawass's data. Then he said, but listen. Then he says, but. Also speculative Egyptological interpretation, and puts colon and goes. Why is you cutting me off like this? I could easily make it so you can't do that.
Right now, and
I could easily make it so you can't keep cutting me off. So control yourself. It's not helping you make your point. Showing that you have no self-control don't make us think you understand the material. If you can't stand up to simple scrutiny and defend your thesis and you start falling apart like this, we getting an indication that you are incorrect.
You know what, Smash? If what you say is true, my brother, do it just like this. And this is the kinship analysis that you're talking about. It says markers DYS393 and YGATA-H4 showed identical allele constellations, repeat motif located in the microsatellite allele, reiterated 13 and 11 times respectively in Amenhotep III, KV55, and Tutankhamun, but different allelotypes in the non-related CCG 61065 sample from TT320 tomb, 9 and 9 respectively. Syngetic Y chromosomal DNA in the three former mummies indicates that they share the same paternal lineage. Show us something like that real fast. Go ahead.
Now, you can come off mute whenever you so choose, Sarah Sin. Just to be clear, if you're unclear that they're talking about something else, then you have to just show us the parts where they're talking about what you're saying they're talking about.
Brother, I have been very clear, and it says Hawass. They're talking. Come on, bro. Like, let's be for real. Let's be for real right now.
For real, and
no, this is not being for real.
About...
I'm keep getting cut off. I keep getting cut off, and I'm getting called a liar as if this man is not talking about Hawass's data.
So no one called you a liar. We're trying to see what they're talking about. Right now, they're talking about the speculative Egyptological
that's
interpretation.
What you are talking about.
No, that's what they're. I didn't make those words up. I'm reading it off the screen, bro.
You're making it about that, and it has a lot. This says more than that. This says a lot more than what you're talking about a but and a speculative. Can I finish?
But yes, you can finish. But you're not addressing that you're saying something that the article isn't.
Okay, that's fine. That's subjective, but can I finish?
Is that subjective? Go right ahead.
Okay, so it says, without hard evidence, such theories remain speculative, but the courts of the United Kingdom today demands 10 matches for parentage claims, second generation multiplex plus SGM plus with 11 loci. With North America requires 13 matches, combined DNA index system CODIS with 13 core loci. SGM plus text plus genetic markers, SGM plus test, 10 genetic markers along with the sex chromosomes. CODIS identifies 13 STR loci and amylogenin to determine sex. For siblings relationship and a relationship of 10 to 13 shared alleles are needed. So right here, it's telling you how many core loci you need. They're telling you how many you need.
All right.
Right here, I haven't finished. I haven't finished. They're telling you right here how many core loci you need. 13.
Can I ask you a quick question?
It's loci, by the way.
It said you need 10 of the 13, but I just gave you 11.
Loci is not. What'd you say?
Oh my God.
Well, it says you need 10 of the
enough.
13, but I'm asking you this. I just read an article or a portion of the article that said they had 11. It says allele reiterated 13 and 11 times respectively in Amenhotep III. So when I read that, that should be a clicker. Then after it tells you that 11 matched out of the 13, which is more than the 10 in your article, it says chromosomal DNA in the 3 former mummies indicates that they share the same paternal lineage. This is for Tutankhamun's family and for Amenhotep III's family. Do you have any more alleles that would cover the spread to show that it's lesser than the 10? Because we've got 11 so far. And I named the ones that they came from. The CCG 61065 sample, which comes from tomb TT320, 9 and 9 respectively, so it's a full match there. And the other sample was taken from the KV55 and two Akhamen's, but different allele types in the non-related, which is the CCG one I just told you about. So we've got 11. Do you have anything in the article that has an issue with 11 alleles? Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so the study that you're talking about is the 2010 one that Hawass did, but that is not the same amount of STRs that they used when they did the analysis on the Gordine study. That's not the same.
What you mean?
So
wait, I don't get it.
You're talking about the 2010 study, and I'm talking about, and I'm putting this what I'm showing, I'm putting this in the context of the Gordine study. I'm putting that in that context because y'all are trying to use 8 out of 13 STRs as that being sufficient, and this scientist is literally speaking on that and saying that that was not enough.
No, but you don't understand something. Please don't cut me off. This is what you don't understand. I will ask you some questions about what you just read, and so hopefully this will illustrate something. How many STRs are used for parentage claims?
Brother,
it's right there, 10, right? I'm not trying to catch you up. Now,
yes,
I'm just trying to illustrate something. Now, how many STRs are used for sibling relationships? It's like 10 to 13. What you're not acknowledging is that we're not examining sibling relationships or parentage claims. We're examining population affiliation, which they are yet to speak on, and which requires less STRs. Are you willing to acknowledge that?
Listen, if you think that a pop affiliation requires less STRs than a kinship affiliation,
oh
I don't know. I
God.
don't know. I don't even know how to. I'm not even trying
How
to
does your
go into
brain work? Kinship is more specific. Population is more general. You think that how is your brain working right now? That you need less data to come up with general results. You need more data to come up with specific results. To say this is specifically his daddy, you're going to need more STR. I seen the King's monologue had clicked in. I don't know if you're still in, but if you is here, I would like to let you get a word in.
I'm still in. How you doing, brother?
Peace. What's up with you?
I'm good. I've been killing your album, by the way. Just for I'd say.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no, I just want to jump in really quick. It's getting a bit heated, and I'm not going to stay here for very long. But I just wanted to, first of all, I agree basically 100% with what you just said. I was basically reiterate those same points. So there's a few things that are being missed here that I hope I can bring some clarity to. Whether or not it's be accepted, it's up to you, but that's fine. So the first one is the bigger the group that you're trying to find relationship between, the less STRs you need. And that's just very basic logic, like you explained. So if we look at the biggest way that we can group populations, we do it with the uniparental markers. For instance, people say, oh, wow, what's your paternal lineage? And they say, okay, well, you've got a relation. It's an old relation somewhere, thousands of years away. We share an ancestor, but that can be done with a single gene, as we know. But then as you get more specific, with each level, you're going to need more genes to get close to populations. Now, the reason you need the 10 to 13 for relationships is because that brings you, or actual paternal relationships, because that brings you above the threshold of chance. Because by that level, basically you get you're looking at an accuracy of somewhere over 100 billion plus. And obviously there's only 8 billion people on the planet. It brings you above the level of chance, which is why they demand 10 to 13. You don't need that for populations, because those are massive and large groups. And also you have to bear in mind that all of these tests, they work on probabilities. They don't give you absolute matches. So that probability will go down or up based on the number of STRs you have. So the number of STRs you have is accurate to the probability they're giving you. So for instance, if they manage to get all 13 of the STRs and run that through, that probability could go up significantly. Now we have to also bear in mind it could go down slightly, but for the amount that they've got, that's the probability that you get. If you only had like 2 STRs or 3 STRs, then you might have a probability. All the probabilities might have been very level, might have been like 1 times, 2 times the probability of matching a certain population. So I hope that kind of explains why the 8 STRs is certainly sufficient for population, probabilities wise. Also, I just need to add to that, the person that he's quoted, Michael Habicht, who's basically forwarded the complaint about the data analysis. By the way, he's not criticizing the data at all. He's criticizing the analysis of the data, i.e. the way they're interpreting the data. And I know that for a fact because he's used the data in his own study. Okay, I know this because I wrote an extensive paper against him and Cesare Moraes, because he's the one that's responsible for the Amenhotep III reconstruction. He does all these white reconstructions with Cesare Moraes. So I know that. I'm in constant dialogue. I was talking with Cesare Moraes this morning, actually. And anyway, that's aside the point. In his paper titled Royal Funerals, the complete royal mummies of ancient Egypt, you can Google it. He uses the exact data, and all he does is he changes the way it's interpreted. So he basically comes up with the idea that KV35 younger lady is more likely to be an Amarna princess than it is to be, Nefertiti or the mother of Tutankhamun's child, like they suggested. So that's all it is. He hasn't at any point said that the data was insufficient. He hasn't questioned the sampling methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it. That would have been a total contradiction. So, you know, there's all I'm saying is from what I'm hearing, it's a misinterpretation of what you're reading. What you're reading is him saying Zahi Hawass and crew are coming up with some wild claims about what this data suggests, but it doesn't criticize population, the effectiveness or the efficacy of it being used in population affiliation, like Smash said. And that's it.
If that's being questioned, then it's gonna also fall in to what they get out of the results when you start to use pop affiliator. So when you use this data and it's already being speculative, when it's being looked at and reconsidered by other scientists, they are already saying that there could be some type of problem in the data. So we can see that if we actually look at the results, you can see the overlap in the results in the study. So there's major overlap in these percentages on the pop affiliation.
But
So
hold on. Can you define what do you mean by overlap? What do you mean by overlap? That's all.
Brother,
I'm asking you a simple question. What do you mean by
asking me
overlap?
a question, but you could have asked King Monologue a question while he was talking.
Because he was speaking more eloquently and I understood everything he said.
That's fine. That's
so what do you mean by overlap?
That's fine. But you're not finna disrespect me because
it's not disrespect to say another, to give another person props.
You're not disrespecting me because somebody else talked more eloquently. I don't care.
But see, that's your ego. I gave him props and you called it disrespect
that's just what you just told me that.
You asked me why I was, and I said, because he eloquently spoke, and I got everything he said.
And you not finna cut me off.
Just tell us what you mean by overage. Just tell us what you mean by overlap, bro.
So
that's all I'm asking.
So I will if you stop cutting me off. That's what I was gonna get to.
I didn't cut you off. I asked the question.
You did, because I was already gonna speak on it. So the overlap is showing right here. Okay, these are the parents, Thuya and Yuya. Okay, these are the parents of KV35 elder lady. Okay, what is her results? What are her results? Sub-Saharan African, 71.9%. East Eurasian, 21.8%. Asian, 6.3%. But her parents have 90%. Sub-Saharan African.
Are you serious right now?
Hold on, let him read it. Let him say it.
African. Hold on. Her parents are 90% Sub-Saharan African. She then has a child with Amenhotep III.
Oh my God.
KV35. You see what you're doing?
No, you see what you're doing.
Hey,
let me just stop you because you're embarrassing yourself.
No, let him do it.
No, I'm not letting him do it. I'm lightweight about to mute him. Hold on. Now listen. You think no, I'm not. Hold on. He thinks that KV35 ELA, because that these names are in succession, he actually think that each one is the daughter of the next. So you think KV35 is the daughter of Thuya and Yuya, yes or no?
Let him say it.
He got the floor.
Go ahead, bro. Sorry, I said, go ahead.
Got the results right here, bro. Because what are you talking about? What are you really talking about?
I asked you a simple question. Yes or no? Do you think that chart means that KV35 was the daughter of Thuya and Yuya?
What?
Oh my God, I can't make it no simpler.
You said that KV35 was the daughter of Thuya and Yuya. He's asking you, do you have any maybe documentation to prove that?
The obtained short tandem repeat profiles reveal that high degree of half allele sharing and segregation through family segregation,
Go by the
suggesting a
999.
close relation
Go to
of
KV 35.
well-investigated
You're
members
related.
to set up a multi-generation pedigree.
You're being
The
didactic. Go to the
possibilities of
triple
each
nines
single
right there.
parenting,
Read the
the
KV
child
35.
relation of family trios, mother, father, and child, were calculated by using the GenoProof software. The statistical analysis revealed that KV55 is most probably the father of Tutankhamun.
Well, who's KV35?
Younger lady could be identified as the mother. The Amenhotep
So not the daughter.
as father of Tutankhamun, and KV35 elder lady as the putative.
So stop right there. You just said KV35 was the daughter. The information you just read said it was the mother. Smash just asked you, do you think that's Yuya and Thuya's daughter? Do you?
Brother,
I think
it says the testing of Amenhotep III as father
we read it. We can see it too.
And
We need you to answer the question.
Elder lady
Brother, we read like
mother.
you. Here, I'll read it faster. Amenhotep III is father of Tutankhamun, and KV35, the one we keep asking you about, an elder lady as putative mother, were both negative, owing to mismatched alleles. Amenhotep III could be carefully identified as father as Amenhotep III. Now you want me to go down further?
Sarasin, it's all good. Hold on. But real quick, I'm just saying, it's all good. I ain't gonna keep muting you. You could get your floor, your bars off, but you didn't even want to answer my simple question.
Bro, because I'm answering it with real research. This is what they are saying.
So please, just do me a favor.
I'm going to tell you what they are saying.
So but this is the problem. You didn't acknowledge that the whole data is talking about something we're not. We're not talking about identifying parents or nothing, bro. We never been talking about that. We've been talking about population affiliation. All you have to do, please, just go back to the raw data that you say is wrong. Can you just?
First of all, I was showing that there was overlap. You said Yuya and Thuya is the father and mother of KV.
No, what I asked, and you were incorrect by what you read. But
you said that
he said that they was the daughter, and I said, do you think that this is what the document is saying, bro? That's what I asked you. But we don't have to scream over each other. Hold on. I got the document. I can just share it myself if you don't just want to click on it.
No, you just play it up. You really just played up.
I'm just about to show you the document and take that off the
elder
screen.
lady as daughter of Yuya and Thuya. I said Thuya and Yuya.
What part don't you understand? It's something you really don't understand, family. It's something you really don't understand, and I'm just about to try to illustrate it by sharing the screen. I hope you don't mind. Hold up. Check this out. Nah, you screaming over everybody out of pocket, but ain't nobody.
Why would I not scream? Why would I
now check this out. Can you show me? Can you show me?
Because we asked you a question after you made misinformation. You said
How did I make misinformation?
I'm about to tell you. You said she was the daughter. We just read in your article. KV35, KV35.
I said KV35 is the daughter.
But she's an elderly lady, and she doesn't have the same deal.
Stop talking fast.
Oh, we messing the show up. We messing the show up. I'm gonna try to bring it back. Hold up.
Dialogue. How about dialogue?
I'm gonna try to bring it back because we got to the point where we can't control ourselves.
No, you haven't.
Man, play that music.
Hold on.
Play some music. Play that
that's
music.
the problem right there.
No, you're
I'm not going for it.
I just had to mute everybody real quick because we ain't paying no respect to each other and we ain't paying no respect to the listening audience. I'm going to first ask Sarasin to come off mute after I ask this question. This is how the data has been presented to the public. Top affiliator 1 meta-analysis STR Hawass et al. First of all, you tried to claim that, or you showed a misunderstanding of just these line items, and it seemed that you thought that there was some lineage or lineage succession by the way that these names are lined up. But if so, You think Tarak Amin is the father of Ramses III? That's one simple question you'll be able to answer. But the main reason why I brought you here is for you to show us where anything on this chart is about parentage, lineage, sibling relationship, or anything like that. And just for the people looking and don't understand what this means here, it says POP, which is short for population. Okay? Affiliator. That means, are you affiliated with this population? Ethnic group probability. This is what this is about. And you bring up some data about parentage and lineage, which is not addressing this at all. I've spoken long enough. I'm going to let Sarah Sin get the floor. I'm going to press mute. Then we'll go to James. You can say everything you got to say. You got the floor.
Okay, so instead of jumping from this subject to that subject to what is this? Oh, I thought this was that. Let's stay on topic. Okay, we are talking about Hawas's data. God damn. Y'all keep running away from that and trying to jump into, well, it's pop affiliation and not parent affiliation. All this shit is using the data from the mummies that Hawas got in his team. So regardless of where y'all go, you're still gonna end up with Hawas data. Like, let's stop running from that. Okay? And then once you understand that and the problems with that, then you can start understanding, okay, well, this is where the pop affiliation plays in. This is where the understanding of the kinship plays in. When y'all talk about KV35, I don't know what y'all was even saying, brother. I said Thuya and Yuya are the parents of KV35 elder lady. If you look at Hawas's results, that's what it says. So I don't know what that commotion was even about. I don't even know what y'all was even trying to correct me about. I don't know what that was about. I really don't know. All I was saying was Thuya and Yuya, who have a lot of sub-Saharan African DNA, did not match up with their daughter's amount. Okay? That would show overlap. That is overlap. Okay? And this overlap shows in the other mummies also. It's to the point where I don't even really want to get into that, because it's like, where's this shit gonna go now? Because I see it's like it's turning into something else. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know where to go with this anymore, because it's like y'all are now trying to be specific and y'all trying to make it only about Pop Affiliator, when Pop Affiliator is the last piece. This is the last piece to the puzzle. It's Hawas's data that's being used in order to make Pop Affiliator do what Pop Affiliator needs to do. But it's going to show overlap. Why? Because there is problems with the database. First of all, the database with Pop Affiliator and the data its damn self. Regardless of how y'all trying to spin it, we're seeing it. It's showing it and it's telling us. So I don't even know where are we going with this right now? Like, where are we going with this? Because I'm showing the overlap, right? So what are we talking about? Overlap.
My brother.
Overlap. This is overlap.
What do you think?
Your parents have 90% sub-Saharan African in them. They have you. You got 70% sub-Saharan African. You have a son with Amenhotep III. Y'all both have 71%. You have 71%. Sub-Saharan African. He has 93% Sub-Saharan African, but y'all produce a son that has 41.7% Sub-Saharan African, and he has he has 41% Eurasian ancestry, but y'all have 6% and 21.8%.
And
This is
why you don't understand that the list
that is overlap.
Please, my friend, why don't you understand that each line item is not the parent or daughter of the number on top of it? It's just not.
Brother, I've read this enough to know what I'm talking about. These two first ones are the mother and father of
But we just asked you to prove that, and you went and tried to read a
I
document,
just
and
showed you Hawas's results, and it just
did
showed
not
you.
say that, bro.
Bro, it don't say that right there.
No, it don't say that right there. It don't.
It
Show
don't say
us.
KB.
It says
right
most probably the father of Tarak Amin and KV35 younger lady could be identified as his mother. Where is it saying that KV35 is the daughter of Thuya and Yuya?
Are you looking at my screen? Is my screen even sharing?
Yeah, your screen is sharing. Show me where it says KV35 is the daughter of Thuya and Yuya.
It says the identification. It says the identification of KV35 elder lady as daughter of Yuya and Thuya. 99.99. Bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And no, I don't think. No, bro. I understand the study. You're assuming, but this is what it is. That's her parents. And when you go down, they have other parents, and then you get a kid. This is how they're doing the kinship on there. What are you talking about? No, that's not the same when you get to Ramses III and Unknown Man E. That's a different time period. That's a later time period. So
all right, let me ask you a question.
What I showed you was
hold on, because I'm seeing I think I see what's happening. Look, these are the results of this guy's study. Yeah, that's a simple one. It's a results. These are the results of his study.
Brother, these are the results of Tutankhamun, okay, from 2010. This is the same paper that Asar was just reading from, okay? And if you go down, they're going to give you the 8 STRs, the same STRs that is used in this study. I mean, in the study of Gordon, in the Gordon study, they're going to give you those same 8 STRs.
I understand that. All I'm asking you, so that I can understand what we just read, these are his results of whoever wrote this document, correct?
This is Hawass and his team's results.
Oh, this is Hawass's results that we're reading right here?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure. This is from the same study that Asar was just reading from.
Just go up a little bit. I just need to know, because it seems like you making a point, and I want to see if something wrong here. No, what just happened? It was a paragraph right above. You were on page 3.
Go up to the top.
You were on page 3. No, and I just wanted you to go up to what it was saying. Because I want to see if they're saying that these are the results that Hawass made. Go down.
Brother, why would it say that if this link is in his paper?
No, this is Hawass's paper, or this is the other scholar's paper?
This is Hawass's paper.
So when did you switch papers?
What do you mean, when did I switch papers?
Bruh,
what do you mean when I switch papers?
You just switched papers.
What do you mean switch papers, though? I don't get what you mean by that.
I swear we was looking at another document, right?
Brother, the document that I went from was the Gordon study. I was showing the overlap. I showed the overlap. Then I went to Hawass's. You keep saying, "Oh, those aren't the parents." That's not how it is.
No, exactly. You're right. Keep going. Now but you went to Hawass's paper that says that it does say that he came to a conclusion that KV35 was Thuya and Yuya's, right? Correct.
Yes.
But the whole time we was reading from the primary document that you pulled out, which is refuting this documentation, correct?
Yes.
So if you see, are you doing this on purpose?
Bro,
hold on real quick.
when I first got on here, what did I say I was gonna have to do?
I don't know.
This is why I said this is what I don't even know what I don't even know what we doing no more, because I already said I'm gonna the way I'm gonna have to show this, I'm gonna have to show it different pieces, because y'all are making a lot of different claims. So I'm gonna have to show you that yes, you need a certain amount of STRs. This is what they say. This is
all
what
right,
they
but
say.
we way past that.
Yes, this is overlap.
We're on
This
a
is what
particular
scientists
detail
say.
of the conversation, and we making some leeway because you pulled out Hawas's document that showed that this was confirmed by calculating the kingship of Amenhotep III and KV 35 elder lady as father and mother of KV 55, which revealed a probability of 99%, right? And you just pulled this out to prove that they said that KV 35 was the daughter of Thuya and Yuya. But the whole discussion we've been having, you've been pulling from another document that is refuting the findings of this document.
Brother, like I said from the jump, I already told you what I was going to have to do from the jump, and I told you what I was doing when I was reading from Habik's article from the jump. I was confirming the amount of core Loki that you would need in order to get the best probability. That's what I was
Well, you get credit for showing a document that shows that Hawass said that KV 35, the elder lady, was the daughter of Thuya and Yuya. Now can we go to the document that we were scrutinizing and see what he concluded about KV 35? And then somebody else could, hands have been raised for a minute. That's my bad. I just wanted to get some clarity on that. Can we please go to the document that we've been looking at all along?
This.
No, the other one. You know what I'm talking about, right? The one you was reading from the whole time. Yeah. So what if that? Now, what if this document wind up saying? Because right here they refuting everything that the other document is showing.
Bro, this is, I don't know.
So let's let somebody else get in. But just before that happens, show us what this document says about KV 35. That's not hard to do. Just press Control F and type KV 35. You could have just put Control F and put KV 35. So maybe you want to put a space in between them because it ain't popping up. A space in between the KV and the 35. Now what does it say right here?
This time, the priest had used the royal tomb KV 35 as a hiding / storage place. What are we getting to?
No, this is very significant. It says, this time the priest had used the royal tomb KV 35 as a hiding or storage place. One mummy was lying in the former tomb owner's sarcophagus. 9 mummies were found in the side tomb. Now, let me ask you a question. Which of the 9 mummies found in KV 35 are you
elder lady?
What?
KV elder lady.
Okay, so KV 35, the elder lady, is the one that we're talking about.
Yes.
9 mummies were found inside the room. That's true. The other 3 were the second side room, and a damaged mummy and a small boat was found in the inner chamber of the room. Can we see what else they say about KV 35? I'm just trying to see where.
Bro, I've already proven that they are the mother and father.
No,
of
you
KV
didn't.
35.
You showed some data that you was been refuting all day. Hold on, stop. Why you gotta always turn up? You could have kept going through the document so we could keep seeing That you keep going to back to Hawas's document. You're not
This is Hawas's data that we're talking
but
about.
you're not fooling nobody, bro. Go to
How
the
am I not fooling anybody?
because we
What are you
trying to
talking about?
see
It's on the-
what
it's
the
on the
document that refutes Hawas is saying. And you
Brother,
don't
you
want
wasn't even worried about that document.
That's what is relevant right now. We
How
trying
is
to
it all of a sudden relevant?
because we want to know if
If it was
KV35
relevant, then you would know that you would need 13 core
that has
monkeys.
nothing to do with what we talking about. You just screaming for nothing. Please go back to the other document if you don't mind. We was just doing a process that you would do in research. Like it only mentions KV35.
No, you're jumping from subject
No,
to
we
subject.
trying to see what the
You're going down
document
a
that we
rabbit
was
hole for
reading.
KV35.
Why you don't want to
Elderly.
do? Why you don't want to do it, blood?
Because Hawas is telling you right here.
Oh, let me see. No, please. All right, allow.
What are you talking about?
Participants can unmute themselves, please. Is it so hard to just click on the other? Let us look at the other attestations
I've been playing
of
y'all
what they
games
say.
for
It's
how
not a
long?
game. We're
Y'all
trying to
do
get
it.
the relevant
Y'all
information.
can do it. Y'all got it.
Smash, I just want to jump really quick before I go, if that's okay,
Y'all
man.
got it.
All right, so look, first of all, KV35 elder lady, I don't think there's much controversy about that being the daughter of Yuya and Thuya. I think it's agreed in the record as well. So I think they have identified that as being the daughter of Yuya and Thuya. So I don't think that's that controversial. The one thing I was gonna say was in relation to the overlap, because there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. So first of all, I heard you mention many times that this, Thuya's 93% African and Yuya's 94% or whatever it was. That's incorrect. That's not how STR profiling works. You have to remember, STR profiling is dealing strictly with probabilities. Those are not percentages of ancestry. Those are percentages of probability that someone is from or related to that region. So that's a very different thing. That's binary. So a percentage can switch. Yeah. So you can be 60% probable of being from one place, but actually be from another place. You can have an 80% chance of having blue eyes and have brown eyes. So you have to understand that these are percentages. They're weightings that say this is most likely, but it's not saying this is how much ancestry you have. So if you understand that, you will understand why two people who are 93 or 94% can have a child who's 71%, because you know how genetics works. It could just be a case of you, that child not having repeats, maybe one or two key repeats that are very specific to a region in Black Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. I hate saying that, in Sub-Saharan Africa, for that to immediately drop. And they could have inherited that from a grandparent that perhaps is, not showing or didn't give so much of a contribution to their parent, as we know can happen with genetics. So it's perfectly plausible. It doesn't invalidate the data whatsoever that the parent of T, who I think shows 70% probability of being Sub-Saharan African, are 94%. That it's not an invalidation. That would have been picked up before they published the study. So I just wanted to say that. And I also just wanted to quickly say difference between primary and secondary data. Okay. This entire article that you've posted, obviously not the Ancestry one, the first one, Michael Habbick's article, is criticizing the secondary analysis. You haven't shown once that it's criticizing the primary data. And I've proven that to you by telling you that he uses the primary data in his own study. So you can't continue down that line of saying the data is not good, the data is not good, the data is flawed, because the very person you're using to argue that used the data. So you have to then address that. You can't just ignore that point that I've raised. I've said to you, he's used the data. You can pull up his article. He's used it quite recently. So clearly he thinks that the data is strong enough, that primary data, that's the DNA, the autosomal DNA that was drawn, he thinks is strong enough to draw up new papers and new conclusions. So that invalidates your entire premise that the data is not good enough. So the primary data stands, and the primary data is sufficient for doing population affiliation. That's all I want to say.
The primary data coming from the anthropological study from Tutankhamun is what you're saying is efficient.
No. So you're confusing primary and secondary because you said anthropological study. Anthropological study is secondary analysis. The primary data is the genetics, the aDNA that was drawn. So the autosomal DNA that was drawn, those STR, that's sufficient. There's no complaints about the method that was used for extraction, and there's no complaints about the results that they yielded. Everyone agrees that the results are fine. So that's different to the secondary analysis. The anthropological study is a secondary analysis. That's different. And I disagree with loads of Hawass's conclusions, but then that's why the primary data is so valuable.
Here was the biggest question concerning his situation. And this is why I asked you earlier, because your article says you need 10. It already shows that they have at least 11. The issue wasn't with Thuya, Yuya, Amenhotep III, or Tutankhamen, or KV55, and both females from KV35. The issue that our brother is bringing up was with both KV62 and KV21A's fetuses, the babies. Those had issues connecting, and the KV21B mummies. So the family, Thuya, Yuya, Amenhotep III, Tutankhamen, and the KV55 mummies, they all matched up at least 11. So you still haven't answered the other question, the one we asked you first. We've got 11. Do you have anywhere in that article where it shows that it was under 10?
I'm trying to get to the point of the overlap. So you're saying that this overlap isn't showing anything that was problematic prior to the analysis that was done with the pop affiliator.
Yes,
it doesn't appear to be because if
sorry, I'm not even like that, sorry, but I'm trying to
talk to the brother, yeah.
I'm trying to answer
that question with it, because that would state that those particular family members aren't family members. So if you show something that shows it's overlapping to make 11, which I don't think it is, the overlap I believe is with the mummies I just told you, KV62, KV21A, and the KV21B mummies. That would be where the issue lies in the 4 later mummies. Is there any issue with the family? No. So when you,
I'm saying there is. I'm asking King Monologue that question. Do you remember the question I just asked?
I do, yes. So my answer is that, like I said before, it's not an overlap. So I know what you're saying, but I'm saying that's a misinterpretation of the data. It's not an overlap. You're taking this as basically way normal autosomal S&P markers would be analyzed, where they say, well, this is 60% from here and 40% from here and so on. That's not what STR profiling does. STR profiling simply gives you probabilities. And even a small probability is still a probability, i.e., even if you're 1%, only got a 1% chance of being from a certain area, you could be from that area. You could be that 1%, because that means 99 people won't be, but 1 will be. So that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with probabilities, and you have to make sure that you don't confuse that, because a lot of people this percentage of ancestry, and it's not.
And I'm not confusing it with ancestry, but what I'm saying is, in order to get the best probability, and I'm saying those results are showing us that is not the best probability. And I'm saying, are you saying that that is the best probability, and using that amount of STRs was the best amount to use in order to get that probability?
So now we're getting there. Yeah. So no, I see the point that you're making. Now we're getting there. Exact. You just answered your own question. Those 8 STRs, these are the best probabilities you can get with them. Absolutely. That's what you've just said. And that's correct. That's as close as you can. So you're not going to get 99.9% with 8 STRs. But you are going to get.
So that's not the best probability.
No, of course not, because 13 out of 13 would be the best. Even 15 out of 30, 15 out of 15 would be the best. But it's still a high probability. So, remember, can I just finish? Remember, for cases of relationship between relatives, i.e. paternal relationships, 80% is sufficient. 80% is enough for them to say, okay, these people
got 99.33.
93.9 is certainly, yeah, it's not the best, but it's close enough.
It's pretty damn good.
What ain't being acknowledged is you
hold
needed
on,
to, don't tell me to hold on. I started talking before you.
I was trying to finish.
I just started speaking, bro, and you just come in wanting to cut me off. I just want to say something. Like, what's the problem? Why, when you hear me start speaking, you raise your voice and start speaking? Like, what's that all about? You can just wait till I finish. All I was saying is what we ain't acknowledging is that what the data set that you need for extracting parentage and stuff is higher than what we need for population affiliation. You keep not acknowledging that, and that's all I wanted to acknowledge.
That. I can acknowledge that. That's not in the same context of ancient DNA. We're talking about brittle bones. That's not in the same context. What you're talking about could work in the context of something else, but we're talking about very old skeleton bones. Okay. So
how is that a response to what I just said?
Let me ask before I lose my damn track of thought. So if you're saying that
man, mute everybody, you just talking and talking and talking, bro. I'm asking you straight, direct questions and you not answering them. Like, I don't even get it. Everything that, even right now, even with the parentage and everything, we talking about identifying parentage, which requires more STRs. When we're, the actual data and the pop affiliator is simply talking about population affiliation, which requires less STRs. Can you please acknowledge that?
Brother, I just told you, you don't like the answer. That don't work in the context of ancient DNA.
Why or what? How is that an answer to what I said? In both contexts, it applies with ancient DNA. That what you're saying don't make any sense. You saying it don't apply in the context of ancient DNA? Look, the question is, if you're doing, it's a statement to see if you understand it. If you're only looking for something general, like population affiliation, which this whole conversation is about, you need less STRs. 8 is sufficient. The data and the document that you brought out is trying to identify parentage, which needs more STRs. Just can you acknowledge that?
I'm addressing everything as a whole. You are nitpicking at this is for this and this. I'm addressing the whole thing, and I'm telling you that the STR amount needs to be more than 8 because we are dealing with ancient DNA.
Brother,
that's
to
what
establish population affiliation, it doesn't, just like King monologue, and I allow participants to unmute themselves, just like plenty of people told you tonight, for different type of examinations, you need different sets of STRs. If you want to say, oh, you are the father, right? Then you need more STRs than you say, oh, you're affiliated with that population. I don't know why you ain't understanding that, because the data you looking at saying that is overlap, you're addressing it as if it's parentage data, but it's actually population affiliation data.
Smash. If you look at that paper that Asara was just reading from Hawass, they're going to show the same STR markers that are going to be in the Gordine study.
Correct.
Those same STR markers.
Correct.
That same data is used.
Correct.
Okay, so what are you talking about? Are you
saying that the STRs are wrong? Because they're used for different.
It's not enough.
But, I ain't going to say it again, bro. It's
ancient DNA.
It's enough for extracting population affiliation. It is not enough for parentage. And you brought a document talking about parentage. I rest my case. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to say.
Real quick, I just got a quick question, King. So, have you saw any new studies on these ancient mummies using SNPs?
I haven't seen any autosomal studies. Yeah, I mean, you see Y-DNA and mitochondrial ones. I think there's one, the GAD study, but that's about it. There's not much. The Egyptian antiquities are a bit precious about the New Kingdom.
And do you see that the big difference in between those studies and the one that we're looking at that shows the results for sub-Saharan African, Eurasian, and Asian on the Gordon study?
No, I don't see any difference. Remember, you're dealing with different SMP markers are uniparental markers. Y-DNA,
yes,
mitochondrial, as you know. Yeah, there's a single line ancestry. So that's one ancestor in several hundreds of thousands, if you go that far back, out of your ancestry. And it just talks about the only information those markers give you is routes of travel, okay? And even a lot of the time they're off with that because you can get a lot of rogue, paternal markers sitting in populations as minority markers. I mean, I could go into detail about this. One of the things that really bothers me about Y-DNA, when people say, oh, well, let's take R1b, since that's relevant. We're talking about King Tutankhamun, yeah? So R1b is majority, 90% of Europeans, or something like that. Very, very high percentage of Europeans have R1b. In Africa, yeah, particularly in continental Africa, or as some people say, sub-Saharan Africa, you'll never get that kind of dominance of any uniparental marker because we have much vaster genetic diversity. So when it comes to the game of who does this marker belong to, because who's got it more, Africans will always lose that battle because we'll always have it less than neighboring populations because most populations outside of Africa have got much less genetic diversity. But that's the game that anthropologists like to play. And if you look at the Gonzalez study, 2016, I won't go into detail, he postulates that R1b most likely originated in Cameroon. So, it could be anywhere. Basically, I could be R1b. What difference does it make? It doesn't make me a European, and it doesn't mean I got European ancestors. So yeah, the uniparental markers don't prove anything to me. They're just, they're a party trick, and that's what most geneticists will say anyway.
I would add this, because we covered this when we were talking about the different Africans that make up ancient Egypt. When they talk about who's a Euro-African, you're talking about the Africans who create the other cultures that eventually become other populations in the world. It's why they was running so tough with E1B1A, but E1B1A is an African marker. It particularly shows the people who eventually created white people. That's all. So when we ask you, very simply, if you only need 10, according to the paper that you are reading, and we show 11 in ancient DNA, and because this DNA is ancient, what you keep saying, it means you're going to probably find less of it because you have less things to pull from. You don't have a full sternum like Sheikh Antijote went into the stomach area where he could pull and extract DNA. You have to do it directly from the bones or from females' hair. So if you're doing that and you have a 99.3% match to sub-Saharan DNA, what is the issue that you would have when it has 11? No mules. You got 11 of them. You don't need any more. 10 is your marker. You have 11 with ancient DNA, and you have a 99.30-something% match with sub-Saharan DNA. What other issue would you have with the DNA other than the mummies who weren't related to them, who they state there's an issue with these 4? None? Okay, cool. So this is what I'm saying. if that's the case,
what are you?
You don't understand?
No, I don't.
Okay, so let me help you understand again. Your paper said you need 10 what? Alleles, right? In order to make it a sufficient DNA count, meaning we need at least 10 to show that this is sufficient and we can say that this is this type of person, this is this type of person. This shows that there is 11 out of the 13. You keep falling back on ancient DNA. That's the first thing you say. These are
11 out of 13. You got to pull up that paper.
Yes.
I could get with
It's
you
right
on
here.
that.
You want me?
You're
You
going
want
to
me to
have
show
to
my
pull it up
screen?
because
You want me to show my screen?
I know what you're talking about, but let's get
Yeah.
into it if you really want to do that, bro.
Yeah, let's do it real quick. Let me show my screen real quick. Showing right here. Let me see screen entire or where's it at? Screen share. So it's right here. You see my screen? You see the screen right here?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Hold on.
Okay. I'm gonna take you to the spot, family. Let me move up. Let me move down. There it go, up here. Right there. 7 out of the 8 markers. Where's the 11 again? KV55, where'd it go? Here it go up here.
That's only talking about the males.
No, it told you right over here, and both female mummies from KV35.
That says 8 markers in 7 mummies. That's the 8 markers. That's the 8 markers that they use for the
says repeat in the microsatellite allele reiterated 13 and 11 times respectively in Amenhotep III, KV55, Tutankhamun, but different allele types in the non-related CC blah 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 blah. Those CCs
paternal lineage.
These CCs are these 4 mummies down here. The KV.
These are 8 markers right here. It says 8 markers.
Boom.
You gotta stop screaming, bro.
Simple as that. 13 and 11 times it shows. What was the issue with that?
On the top, it says these are the paternal lineage.
Yeah.
These are the paternal lineage.
That means family. Keep going.
If you go down, that's when you're talking about the 13 and 11 times, they are talking about the paternal lineage.
That means
when you
family.
go down and you go to, and it says, and up to 30-fold testing of polymorphic autosomal microsatellite loci via the combined use of the identifier of the amplifier mini filer kits yielded a complete data set of all 8 markers, the same 8 markers that was used in the Gordine study.
They had not the 8 markers, 13, not
the 13 and 11 times that you're talking about.
No, y'all confusing markers with alleles.
No, he's confusing.
This says allele reiterated 13 and 11 times.
Alleles sit on markers
and says he's going here. He's going here. Complete data sets for all 8 markers and 7 mummies. That has nothing to do with the 11 matches from the 13 alleles.
Yeah, but the alleles sit on the markers. The alleles sit on the markers, so it's still only 8 markers.
So it's 11 matches out of the 13 is what they want.
But those are alleles. Those aren't the markers. The markers is the
that's what he mentioned. He told us about the alleles and the alleles matching. He said it needs 10 alleles to be good to go. We've got 11. I said, what's the problem? Or do you have anything in your paper that shows there's less than 11? He said no. And then
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Did. You started reading again.
I started reading.
Talking about ancient DNA was your escape. But this is why I asked you this. I said with the microsatellite alleles reiterated, once again, there are 11 matching out of the 13. Your paper says you need 10 of those. Do you have anything to show that there's an issue with the 11 shown in these?
on the autosomal side. I am talking.
That's not answering the question. Answer the question directly, please.
I am answering the question, but you're making it about what you're saying, and it's really not about what you're saying.
I'm not saying anything. We're reading.
You are saying. You are. You are.
We're just reading. It says microsatellite allele reiterated 13 and 11 times. I didn't say anything.
You're talking about males, and we're talking about females and males.
It's talking about
you're
females. You're
specifically talking about males.
Now you're being untruthful.
I'm
right
not being. This is why I did not understand what you were saying.
This contradicts what you just said.
How?
It says Yuya, Amenhotep III, Tutankhamun, KV55, and both female mummies from KV35. So we know they're talking about more than just males. Do you have anything to refute?
You just skipped
11
from
times.
one.
Yes or no?
You just skipped from one paragraph talking about males to another paragraph talking about females and males.
Because they're talking about the male and females in these right here. They already covered
this
right here.
Not
comprehension level is low.
These are.
Did you miss this
bro. It's hella hard to listen to.
Yeah, because he want to skip around and run from the question.
I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. I'm telling you right now. What is Y get to 4? Is Y get to H4 autosomal marker? Is that an autosomal marker?
Constellation. What are you talking about?
What?
Why would you call it an autosomal marker when it's an allele constellation? When you read your paper,
brother, Y got to H4 is a Y chromosome marker.
Stick with the alleles, like you mentioned, and finish the statement.
Brother, markers DS393 and Y got to H4. These are Y chromosomal markers. They're talking about paternal. They're talking about the paternal lineage. These 8 markers right here are used for the autosomal analysis that they're doing in the Gordine study.
So family, as you guys are listening, he keeps saying it's paternal, which means family, and we've already covered that through your.
So paternal means male and female.
Autosomal
but
means
you're saying a paternal lineage. So remember, he's saying lineage behind that paternal, which would lead to a family. It's no different than saying dynasty. We're talking about a family here. And he keeps acting like that's something new. We know it's a family. The question for him is very simple. He mentioned in his paper that it would need at least 10 alleles to make it simplified. 10 alleles would make this what we're saying it is. He's saying, no, we don't have that. This paper shows you right here. The microsatellite alleles reiterated 13 and 11 times. We got 13 of them and we got 11 of them. I'm giving them the small number. I'm saying we've got 11. We got one more than the 10, even though we got 13. Why is there an issue with this DNA when it comes to them telling you simply things like, where does it say it at? It says it right here. They're families. This is a family. Here, go right here. We identified Yuya and Thuya as grandparents of Tutankhamun, Amenhotep III, and KV35EL and his grandparents, and the KV55 male and KV35YL as his sibling parents. Why do you have a problem with that?
Brother, because it tells you based on the partial Y chromosomal information on the amount of autosomal half allele sharing. That is the point.
What?
The article that I was reading from was explaining the amount that you need and how half alleles are not going to be efficient.
That's right.
You are talking about the specifically Y chromosome.
No, he's not. Autosomal DNA comes from both parents.
He just talking, bro.
So it said you need 10. Pull your article up again and show the 10 that we need, and we've got 13 and 11. And then, like I said, show us the contradiction.
You didn't jump from Y chromosome to autosomal and mixing in what the Y chromosome. You're mixing in what the Y chromosome alleles are having constellations versus what the actual autosomal alleles we get. That's two different things.
You so wrong, bro. You just talking
and you
now.
said 10.
Bro,
And after
if
you
that
said
was
10,
the case,
we've got
if what
13
you're saying
and
is the
11.
case,
We've got
what
3
you're saying
more
is the
than
case.
what's necessary and 1 more in another case. Why are you trying to switch the science around, knowing good and well that all we need is 10 alleles, and here we've got 13 and 11.
Brother, if that's the case, then go to those markers on the Gordine study and count 13 and 11 times.
Why would we count the markers when we're counting alleles to see if they're
Yeah, you would count the alleles. Count the alleles. Go
That's
to
what
the
we
study
did.
and
It's
count the
13 and
alleles.
11.
Then if that's
We
what
only
if
need
that's what's
10.
on there,
we only need 10 on your paper.
then you
On
can
this
count
paper, we
them.
got
Then you will
13
be
and
able to
11.
count them on the Gordine study.
Hold on, y'all showing something crazy, bro. Like, we need to watch some videos about the difference between all of this terminology.
No, it's simple. It's simple. The alleles are going to go to the markers that they match with.
But
So
yeah, but you got alleles from your mother's side and your father's side.
exactly, and he's talking about specifically Y chromosome markers. We are talking about the 8 markers. We are talking about the 8 markers in the half alleles that were got that.
What
that
made
they
you
have.
think he talking about only Y chromosome and markers?
Bro, that's just what he read from right here on this first paragraph.
No, if we were just talking
It don't
about
say that.
Bro, it says right here Y chromosomal DNA.
And one is 11.
What are you talking about? It don't say that. It says Y chromosomal DNA.
I'm not saying it don't say that any place in the article. I'm saying from what he's reading from right here.
Where? Because he's reading from right there.
Isn't it highlighting? He was talking about these alleles that were reiterated 13 and 11
Brother,
times.
in the Y chromosome.
Man, why are you screaming at people, bro?
They come from the 7 mummies, brother.
So let me ask you this. Yeah, let me ask you this. If it's 13 and 11, which is 2 different markers, and they did at least 4 mummies with the match. Remember, they did more than 4. They did Thuya here. They did Yuya. They did Amenhotep III. They did Tutankhamun. They did the mummies in KV55 and the mummies from KV35 who are females.
Right.
There's only an issue here, but only partial data for both KV62 fetuses, the KV21, and the KV21B mummies. This is why I asked you that, because these 4 mummies here, look, in case
Where do you see them at?
So I saw to be specific. It's 4 males and 3 females, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so these 4 later mummies, we also have to count the mother up here. That's another female, because you got the 2 in KV35 and Yuya, I think Yuya is the other female. So you have 4 later mummies were not successful. This is where the issue arrives. It has nothing to do with these other verified mummies here. They can clearly see that they're paternal and their lineage, because they're family and they're related.
Brother,
and they're not.
You are associating the allele constellation with.
Yeah, we about to give it to Reggie.
autosomal.
Hold up, Reggie. I'm gonna get some control. Let's hear from Reggie, but real quick, just know that we talking about population affiliation and everything he talking about is talking about parent lineage. Even this whole argument, so we got threw off by his red herring. Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, hello everybody, and wow. Okay, so I think there's a problem in orientation, and I think that Smash and Asar and from King's monologue, I think they all picked up. The issue here is that when we're looking at populations, right, what they're doing is they're aligning these kings and samples to populations. One of the big problems is that the state of Egypt is not releasing or not releasing to the public right? The STRs of other data. So we have a limited supply. And in this particular period, we have what you call, it's not late Egyptian, but it's, 18th dynasty, and that's relatively late. The best way to do it would be to look at population samples from the Old Kingdom. That would be better. We don't have that data. What we have is data that the Egyptian government released to make their studies, right? That's what we have. But if we were able to have other populations, we would get a better way to do comparison. So I will share my screen. Okay, so I don't know any of you, if the people that know me know that I do go to conferences and things like that. I do meet a number of Egyptologists. I have lots of conversations, but I did contact Jean Philip Gordine directly. He says to me, right, "Dear Reg, thanks for your interest. You did a lot of work. Great to read you invited Dr. Davies. She's great. In terms of YouTube, at this time, I'm busy with teaching grant writing and lab organizations this month until the end of school in May. In terms of the STR analysis, we acknowledge that 8 out of 13 STR is complete. Nevertheless,
it's incomplete.
No, shut up.
It says it's incomplete.
Shut up. Yo, mute that dude. He said, in terms of the STR analysis, we acknowledge that 8 out of 13 STR is incomplete. Nevertheless, Perrier et al., right, as well as scientists at the FBI have confirmed 8 STR was enough to estimate at least genetic affinity and ancestry. Some discrepancy exists between POP affiliated 1 and 2, but POP 1 gave us consistent results. Again, we acknowledge that there are probabilities that do not represent the full ancestry, especially about the definition of sub-Saharan. I hate when someone like me actually goes and contacts and was setting up a goddamn interview and do you got a college degree?
Reggie, you got to get off your high horse because you ain't.
Yeah, I'm on my high horse.
Man, you're not the
I'm
only
on my
one.
goddamn high horse.
You're not the only one.
Hold on. I'm about to mute everybody and I'm pulling Reggie off. Reggie, unmute yourself. Then you'll be able to speak after him, Saracen, but I don't want y'all to speak over each other. Reggie, please unmute yourself.
Okay, I was speaking, he was speaking over me. Because one thing he realized, because I'm on my damn high horse, that big black horse, matter of fact, I'm on that big black bull, is the fact of the matter is that, am I talking to a person who's ever written a journal article? Am I talking to a person who is known to go to conferences? Am I talking to a person who interfaces with scholars directly on the issues? Or am I just talking to somebody who's looking at picking holes, right? So I think I'm looking at a person who's just picking holes. And for somebody to say, I got to get off my high horse, you're trying to bring me down to you. Bro, I'm not you. You show me one journal article of original research that scholars are looking at and commenting about. All I'm just trying to say is generally, the way that you do it is you contact the author, right? And you get the full picture. But again, looking at the families of what the Egyptian state is giving to us is not enough, right? It's just not, it's only enough to look at populations. It's not good enough to look at anything else. So when you bring in ancient DNA and stuff like that, fine. Give me the STRs of the ancient DNA. We can put it in a pop affiliator ourselves, right? But we don't have to sample. So we all have to work with the samples that's given, but the samples that were given, Gordine, Anselin, and others made that point. And there has been no rebuttal to their journal article. So anybody who knows the way things do, when someone puts it out in a journal article, it's free for it's peer reviewed. That's the reason why you put it in a journal and not a damn Amazon book, per se, right? Or a YouTube video, is because other scientists get in and use their analysis to make points whether or not that was good enough. But the FBI today says that 8 out of 13 is enough to estimate genetic affinity and ancestry. Now, the other side of it is, and I don't have my notes because I wasn't prepared for this one, is that you will not use Middle Eastern STRs because it's so muddy with so many different groups of people. So you're not going to use what you call the Middle Eastern Middle Eastern groups in your STRs, because that is not specific enough. So I think I said enough. So Smash, I will give you Gordine's email. I will give you Gordine's email, and please contact him so that we can get a fuller picture. But I need this dude to state any credentials that he has on this particular point. What has he done on this work? So I will unmute my mic, but the issue is, when we're looking at, there are populations that create what you call Egypt. That's the Eastern Desert, the Western Desert. That's what they call Nubia. That's Sudan, and then there is also the Delta region, right? We need those population studies, right? Them STRs to make other analysis, comparative analysis. So I'll mute my mic.
Okay, we're going to hear from Sarah Sin, but I do want to say that he also provided a link in the email to verify. He sourced up, basically, as I see where it said FBI on the screen, it was showing where the FBI will allow you to take 8 STRs. Real quick, Sarah Sin, I know you got a wonderful rebuttal, but I just want to read something for us, as everybody be always like, pop it in ChatGPT. Pop it in ChatGPT. I just put a simple question in ChatGPT, and I said, can you do population affiliation genetics with 8 STRs? And it says yes. You can use 8 STRs for population affiliation genetics, but effectiveness depends on the specific STRs selected and the size of the reference database. In population genetics, the more STR markers used, the more accurate the result will be. Typically, 13 to 20 STRs markers are preferred, especially in forensic analysis, but using 8 STRs can still provide useful insights. And so it says a lot about it, but I'm going to ask Sarah Sin to unmute his mic, and if anybody else want to speak, you can put your hand up or whatever. But I just don't want the show to get too out of control.
So you flexing your muscle that you emailed him like nobody can do that. I've done that, and I've already did that, and all you did was show that I was right. So I don't know what you got up here and thought you was doing, but you did not do that. It said 8 was incomplete. It was incomplete. That's what I've been saying from the jump. That has been my stance from the jump. And people have been fighting me back on that. Then you go and email that man, and he tells you that it's incomplete, but you don't come out and do a show on that and say how 8 out of 13 STRs is incomplete. You don't do that. You hide that and keep it in until you want to make it seem like somebody else, like you finna make somebody else look stupid. But I've been saying that from the jump. Okay? And I also have an email from him also. So we not finna do all that. We not finna do all that flexing. And that's really all I got to say, because that's all I've been saying, bro. And I can get into that on how that's incomplete in those numbers, and things of that nature, what will make that incomplete, and why you would need more STRs than 8. And we're talking about in the context of ancient DNA. So yes, the FBI is telling you, oh yeah, you can use 8 out of 13 STRs to get a pop affiliation, to get the best probability for a population affiliation. But do you want to do that and you're using 3,000-year-old mummies? I don't think so.
Oh, YouTube couldn't hear me. So I'm just going to read this right here. Can you perform population affiliation with STRs? Yes, it's possible. The results will be less detailed compared to using a full panel. It says with the data you provided, and it shows the STRs, you can compare the allele frequencies of these marked population database to estimate population affiliation. So even the scholar and I see you hinging on the fact that the word said incomplete, but we all know it's incomplete. What the question is it enough to conduct the test?
Move down some, Smash, where it says allele frequency match.
All right, let me see.
Only need 8 of those, huh? Yeah.
No, it said it's an allele frequency matching the alleles at these 8 loci. It says to population allele frequency databases to determine which population group has the highest probability. So let me show y'all what they're talking about so we could at least get this part right. Because Saracen, I don't know if this part is clear to us too. So up top is the markers. We all understand that, right? Right. These are the markers. And inside of here, these are the alleles. Now, the number is the frequency. And left, I don't know which side is which gender, but these represents both parents. So some things that was said earlier, Sarah, sent by you that made me think that you did not understand that because you said he was only using the Y chromosome DNA. But in here we got both sides. You get one allele, you get one set of alleles from each parent. And they're found along these markers.
Brother, I've went over all of this. I am specific. When I speak, I'm specifically speaking on what that person is speaking on. He was trying to make a correlation between those paragraphs as if they were in the same context, and they were not. I understand this graph. I could read this graph. This is why I'm able to make the argument that I'm making, and this is why they are telling you 8 out of 13 is incomplete. And he also told you, if you kept reading the bottom of that email, he told you that there's problems with Pop Affiliator 1 and 2. I'm not finna keep, and y'all keep.
I didn't see that.
It's
in
like
the
y'all
email.
ignoring. It's like y'all ignoring.
No, we don't agree with you.
I didn't see that in
I
the
just want to
email.
know your credentials.
What?
I want to know who you talk to. Show the email with Gardine.
What? You've showed yours. It shows everything. It says everything that I've been saying.
No, it doesn't. Show me your email.
It says everything I've been saying.
You said to us that you got an email with Gardine.
Show me some respect.
You screaming at everybody, asking for respect, bro. Respectfully. You can't just be screaming at everybody the whole show and be like, "Show me some respect."
The mic peaking every time you talk.
Yeah, you got your mic turned up hella loud on purpose and shit. Like you doing hella crazy shit.
So, like I said, the correlation between those 2 paragraphs was very easy to see, and it brought it to a head in the 3rd paragraph, saying that we could easily see. Says this. It says, based off the, and this is your part right here, based on the partial Y chromosomal information on the amount of autosomal half allele sharing. That's my part right there.
That has nothing to do with the 13 out of 11
Incorrect. It says, and family is, let me start again. Based on the partial Y chromosome, they didn't even use all the Y chromosome information on the amount of autosomal half allele sharing, and family trio likelihood calculation, the most plausible 5-generation pedigree was constructed. We identified Yuya and Thuya as great-grandparents of Tutankhamun, Amenhotep III, and KV35EL as his grandparents, and the KV55 male and the KV35YL as his sibling parents. An online interactive kinship analysis and pedigree for details on kinship statistics, and you can go to their appendix. So they clearly came up with the same information that I said. The fact that you keep saying that the DNA is old means that we'll have less things to pull from. So that doesn't really go in your favor, because we know the older that the human being is, the less of the body that we have to examine. That means, like I said, we can't do what the joke did with going into the sternum or the stomach to pull the DNA from that spot. We have to extract it from the bones.
Sorry. There's a difference between autosomal markers and paternal markers. The first paragraph that you were reading from was talking about paternal lineage.
Hold on.
They then started to speak about the autosomal.
I think you messed that up, bro. I think you messed that up.
I'm going to ask him again real quick.
I think you messed that up.
We're talking paternal lineage here because they're trying to see if they're related to each other. And they came up with the fact that they're related to each other. Hold up. Is there any other reason why you keep saying paternal and lineage as if we didn't know that they weren't trying to put these people together as a family? No,
because you're trying to correlate the constellations that those markers had with the constellations that the half allele markers did not have. That's what you're doing.
We only have based on the partial Y chromosome.
That's what you're doing.
Y chromosome. That means we had the autosomal half allele sharing and family trio likelihood. The issue was the Y chromosome, which you kept saying was the big thing in paragraph 1. But it wasn't.
Brother,
because
now you're confusing what I said with I don't know what.
All right, we're gonna change the subject or something, because you just ain't gonna get it. We showed you various sources that said 8 is enough for population.
Brother, Gordon just told you that wasn't enough.
Oh, now you're screaming again. You didn't read it right.
You didn't read it right. Hold on, let me ask something. If you got 8 STRs, what is the percentage of likelihood? Because that's what is going on. Once you get up to 8, they're saying that the likelihood is almost in the millions, or might be billions. I don't know what the number is.
It's in the trillion. Hey, Pan-African. Hey, what's up, y'all? My bad, Pan-African. Sorry to cut you. This has to go, man. But I was just doing the math a while ago. What's up, Smash everybody? I was just doing the math. I don't know if I did it right, if that's really the real, even the right method. But I just simply did 8 divided by 13 times 575 trillion, right? Because 13, if you have 13 out of 13, the power of exclusion is 1 in 575 trillion, right? So obviously 8 out of 13 would represent a fraction of that. And that's saying that you can pick out one individual out of 575 trillion individuals. Right now,
that's how they did it. But I don't understand why we argued about this.
But to the brother that's saying 8 isn't enough, right? From my math, what I get is 8 STRs would equal a power of exclusion of 1 in 3.5 trillion. Okay?
8 is enough.
Now, hold on. Yeah, let me ask him. The brother that was, he's saying that it's not enough according to Gordine or whatever. What is if my math isn't right, and 13 out of 13 equals 1 in 575 trillion, by your estimation, what would 8 STR equal in terms of statistical power?
I didn't do the math like you did.
Basically, bro,
This is for individuals, right? So if we're measuring STRs to say what population of individual is likely from, it's a less stringent standard that's required. 8 out of
Exactly.
13 still gives you a power of exclusion that's more than the amount of people on planet Earth, a few times over. There's nothing to debate here. That's all I wanted to say.
Man, I
Quick
don't know
Thank
question.
you,
how you
Asper.
broke it
That
down
I
like
was just
that.
getting around to that, as you
Quick
said.
question, Stella.
You
Quick question,
popped right
Stella.
in with what I was
So
going to
what
get
is
to,
what is
because
8
this
plus
is
8?
ridiculous.
Ain't that 16?
He broke it down. I think so.
8 plus 8 is 16. So if we got 8 out of 13, we should be good.
You got more than 50% is your point?
Yeah.
Well, they saying, yeah. I mean, I like how you broke that down, though. If that's Skeller Haskell, if that's you, what's up, man?
Yeah, but that was the same. It was like the data from the FBI situation tells you that. It gives you an exact number of how stringent. Like they saying, when we get to 8, it's impossible. If you murdered somebody and we got your DNA, it's almost impossible for it not to be your DNA. If you had unprotected sex with a woman on this planet, if we got 8, that's enough to identify you as the father.
Now, real quick. I don't know about if that's enough for that, but
yes,
Sarah,
it is. That's what they
okay,
saying.
that's good, perfect. I wasn't refuting you. I just was leaving some leeway. Now, Sarah, saying you make a valid point about what you're talking about, meaning it's not enough to identify who was whose parent, and that ain't what we was ever trying to do. And so, if you would have kept it to, well, y'all saying that this is that person's parent, you don't got enough STRs to say that. That's cool. We're talking about whether they're simply related, possibly the possibility of them being related to sub-Saharan African populations. And that's far more than enough. Actually, they said you can put less in you could have put less in pop affiliated, but it started at 8.
That's a standard.
Yeah.
You got a good argument. I want to see you and my man get it on, but I see where it falls apart, and he gonna pick it apart because this all he do.
It only stands true if you start talking about identifying either sibling identifications or parentage. Yeah, you can't do that with STRs. You can't. But you can. I mean, well, Haskell said you possibly. I mean, Skelly said you possibly could by his math numbers, but just by what they say is, see, the reason why is they want you to render a result of 99.5% accuracy. And so I don't know if that falls inside of whatever we was talking about, but I don't know how easy it is to render that accuracy with a lower amount of STRs.
You know, the problem.
No, at 13 STRs, it's way beyond 99.5. It's like nines to like 1,000 places. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
like
what it looked like. Yeah, they showed us that too.
Like, yeah,
they showed that number.
It's way above 99.5.
Yeah, I think that the problem is that who we think we were arguing with, we're arguing different things. They are trying to identify these samples, these STRs through the pop affiliator with populations that are supposedly so-called sub-Saharan. That's all they're doing. It's 8 out of 13 is enough to do that, to analyze that with different populations. And so given that they have some STRs, right, of the sub-Saharan population, then that makes the data true. The Schuneman article and the other articles, they use other methods to try and with a small sample, like 13 mummies, to make their point. All Gordine and Anselin and the rest of them is doing is saying, okay, we're not, what we're going to do is we're going to use this data to see if it lines up with populations that are south rather than north, right? And so we're going to take what is given from studies that can't be refutable. So since Hawass and them provided us That study provided them with STRs. That's the STRs they're going to use. If we had a wider set of groups of people, and it would be better. It's charged because these are kings, right, and royalty. That's why it's charged. But if it was a blind study, right, and you didn't reveal who the person is, and said that with this group of samples, this aligns up with southern populations, that's all that we need, given the to impeach the Shunaran article. And the Shunaran article itself is besides it being problematic, you have to look into the data that they use for the analysis that they did, the DNA analysis that they did. We're arguing two different things. We're arguing whether these groups of people align with the southern populations, right? Which they're calling the sub-Saharan populations. So that part is not impeached. 8 out of 13 can do that for you to see if it even aligns with those southern populations. That's all we need compared to the people trying to make these groups of people Middle Eastern or North African, Middle Eastern, Levant affiliated. So there shouldn't be any argument. There really shouldn't be argument. What's the argument? It says it's not enough, right? It's incomplete. Yes, because they only have that sample group from those from that time period. That's what they can pull. However, you can do population work with that. Where's the argument? We're losing focus on what the argument of the article was. I'll stop.
Some of them know the argument. They being coy. Because check it out. If those results had said the opposite, let's say that said 90% Levantine, you wouldn't hear none of this stuff.
That's correct, sir.
You wouldn't hear none of it. As a matter of fact, it would be front page news everywhere.
Right.
You're absolutely correct.
That's how they were taking it, because really he's saying what our brother Ngozi was saying. Ngozi was the one. See, they only use 8, and I don't like that. We was like 8 is enough, and then Saber Reggie showed the video.
Can we get the U? Can we get
the 8 to 13%? You know,
can we get the you were high intermission? Because I love that line.
He said 8 to 13%, bro. He didn't know what he was talking about.
Hey, how do we know? Yeah, it was funny. How do we know that Amos Nefertari is Nubian, Smash, if she is?
I mean, we don't know that she's Nubian, but we got great indication that she might have been. First, she is the great mother who parented the movement out to get these foreigners up out of there. That don't mean she was Nubian, right? But let's just talk about it, because most of the might and the muscle that help ancient Egyptians, I don't want to say us, get the Asiatics up out of there was indeed Nubian. And so you could say, okay, she could have just hired them or whatever. That's just one thing. But the main thing that people point to is her imagery. She's always drawn with the same exact dark black hue that they did draw the Nubians with. And the only thing they came up to discredit that was that she was venerated. And so they came up with a theory that her dark black hue that we see on most of her inscriptions was because she was a divine monarch in the afterlife. But if you go to the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Egypt, it states that they found attestations that prove that that is just not true, that she's not drawn black because she's a divine monarch in the afterlife, and that this may actually be her physical appearance. So they only really put that hue on their southern neighbors who were the Nubians. And so that would just be one thing. And then, I mean, there's a lot of other things to live to that. Her father was supposedly how do you say his name? He got a towel, Senkuin Ra towel or whatever. If y'all remember the Senkuin Ra's or whatever. And when they did his cranial analysis, they called him Super Negro, right? Her daddy they did his cranial analysis and called him Super Negro. And so I see that he accidentally fell out, I guess, but just, or hopefully, but that he wasn't just like disgusted by my answer and left. Oh, there you go, right there. And so they called her Daddy Super Negro. She was part of the contingency that basically it was Amos, right? Her counterpart, and then his brother and her, well, I say her too, who was like, yo, we got to get these Asiatics up out of here.
So wait, Amos was her consort?
Yeah.
So is Amos Nubian too?
Well, let me show a chart that shows their parentage. You can't just say they're Nubian, right, like that. But if we start to look in their parentage, there might be, and we might get indications that it might be true. But go right ahead, Reggie. I got mute. I'm on mute.
All right, great. So Nubians is a fake word. It's a word to divide populations of the two lands, right? Particularly the southern population, the southern population, politically from the population of what they call what Norma did, right? And so those populations that are in Aswan and Philae and above that's a grouping. And then underneath that, there are other Nilotic African Sudanese. We can the archaeological work says that Nubians were everywhere, right? Meaning that the southern populations was everywhere in Egypt. What Egyptologists try to do, because they're Egyptologists, they try to segment a population, and they from their very beginnings, right, try to exclude the southern populations. But the peopling of that region, right, you have people coming from the Western Desert, Nabta Playa, right, the Yellow Nile. You have people coming in from southern parts. You have people coming in from the Eastern Desert. You have people coming in that were stratified in the Delta. So, right, but then you have chronological breakdowns. So what you want to look at is you want to look at Nakata 1, right, period, and then you want to look at those populations before Nakata 1, right, that contribute, because these are human populations that are classified, right, the Burundi groups, all the other groups of people. And what you find out is that the southern populations was in the region everywhere. Then you have this thing called cattle. So you have cattle culture. Cattle culture, and that was the currency of that region, right? First it was the small flocks, right? Then it became cattle. Cattle caused people, that also caused some of the wars and things like that, interaction, because cattle need grazing next to, not just to water, but to things that cattle can feed on. And so these cattle culture people, or mixing and matching, right? And then there's lots of populations in the area, because you got the cattle culture starting really about 9,000 BC. So you have elements of Africanness all over the place. But what Petrie and them did, they tried to create a special African. And that's what Egyptologists basically founded themselves on, right? But now we have more evidence to understand that, well, they never used the word Egypt. They never, the ancient people never looked at it like that. That's more in the Greek kind of period. What we have is intermixing populations. Smash had a great word for it, entanglement. So we have entanglements of it. Now, so I respect the question, was they Nubians? But I could pull up archaeological data that just simply says, whatever you think of Nubians, they were everywhere.
Yeah.
And then you have gnomes. You have gnomes that you can completely identify that were originally kind of like southern populations, like the Wanets, right? The Wanet groups of people, right? And you have El Kab, right? where you actually have Green Sahara data, right? You have early, what do you call it? Not cave art, but you have that type of.
Now, I ain't trying to cut you off, but I want to add something to that. And I will be getting close to mounting an argument that almost all of those, because since a dynasty mean a family, within almost every dynasty, you can find somebody who had some Nubian roots. But I'm going to just make my point with Senku and Ra who was almost the first and Kamo's daddy, right? Now, let's just look at what they do with him. Because they like, why would you say that's the Nubians trying to get the Asiatics up out of there? It said, with his queen, Ahotep, Senku, and Ra fathered two pharaohs, Kamos, his immediate successor, who was the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty, and Amos, the first. So that's the husband of Nefertari. So we got to watch how this goes down. Now, peep gang, I'm just going to come all the way to the bottom when they talking about his mummy. And where does it say? Well, I'm going to make it easy. I'm going to press F and put the word Nubian, Nubian. And now what does it say? It says, I can read the whole thing. They talking about his mummy. It says, his mummy appears to have been hastily embalmed. X-rays that were taken of the mummy in the late 1600s show that no attempts had been made to remove the brain or to add lining inside the cranium or eyes, both normal embalming practices of the time. In the opinion of James Harris and Kent Weeks, who undertook the forensic examination at the time the X-rays were taken, his mummy is the worst preserved of all the royal mummies. I wonder why. Held at the Egyptian Museum, and they note that the foul, oily smell filled the room of the moments in case which the body was exhibited was open, whatever, which is likely due to the poor embalming process. Blah 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 blah. Also, Harris and Weeks noted that in 1973 that the entire facial complex, in fact, is so different from other pharaohs. It is closest, in fact, to his son Amos, that he could be fitted more easily into a series of Nubian and Old Kingdom Giza skulls rather than in the later Egyptian kings.
Stop real quick, Smash. Because that stood out to me, the Old Kingdom, that they kind of put Nubian and Old Kingdom, at least in terms of morphology, like in the same category. That's interesting to me.
Exactly. And they continue to say various scholars in the past have proposed a Nubian that is non-Egyptian origin for Senku and Ra and his family. So this is where they get you. And they try to trick you. Guess who his family is? You wouldn't even believe who his family is, bruh. His family is the whole 18th dynasty. So they do this trickery. They say how could you see? We figured it out. A dynasty is a family. So watch this trickery they do. They gonna say he in the 17th, but all of the people who come from him, they say he in the 17th. But if we start to look at his progenitors, they in the 18th. Like almost Nefertari, it's gonna say, look, this is his daughter. Now watch her say she started the 18th. Look. But we know it's supposed to be one family. So how did the Nubian daddy be the ender of the 17th and then the daughter is the start of the 18th? Dynasty mean family. Well, say she went and started her own new family. Okay, cool, fine. But that don't happen in one day. She started it with his son, who is Amos the first. So this question about whether or not she was a Nubian, first of all, we are proving that she's surrounded by Nubians first, right? I mean, she married into Nubianship, and I don't have her parents in this tale. I'm going to look, it should say that right here. But do anybody know offhand who her father was? It should say right here. Look, now let's slow down. She got the same damn daddy. And I don't, but got a different mama, right? So if they said her, because you see it say Senku and Ra, right? Mm-hmm. Senku and Ra was the one they just said he fit better into the Old Kingdom and Nubian profile. So they just got another mama. So then we got more than just her black depictions to say that she might have been Nubian. They even said it because they said her daddy fit. Now look, it says she might have been born in Thebes. I mean, to me, Thebes is just one step above Egyptian Nubia. What Reggie said is correct with my lingo and my colloquialisms. I ain't trying to disrespect what you said about Nubian. I'm just using the common phrase so we could get the picture.
I was actually that's actually what I was getting at, because it seemed like the term is just some 3-card Monty thing.
It is.
You know, it's just
it is.
it's just, you know, every time it's convenient. And I noticed they always apply it to like the people who are like the most unambiguously what we would call black. It just seems like they always get slapped with that Nubian label.
Well, they
So
do,
Now, like
they
you
do the
coming up
same
here,
thing with the
Sparkle.
word Egyptian too. I mean, the same
Yeah.
way they use Nubian is the same way they use Egyptian. We know they didn't call themselves Egyptians either. That was certain names that they had for themselves. And when you use Egyptian, it's gonna conflate everything, just like when you use Nubian.
All right, let me do something. So while we building, I'm about to pull up the text corpus and show how a lot of what we say about that is true. But if we look at how they use the term Nehesi, are claims that the white man just made that up for separatism starts to fall apart at certain instances.
I'm gonna look.
So somebody need to press mute, but yeah, we good. So y'all can continue, and I'm gonna pull up these terms.
Okay. So while he's actually doing that, I'm gonna pull up an article, and this helps us. This should help us think. So so we go to the dig sites.
You can share the article because I'm gonna just do this offline until I get back on. So go ahead.
So where do I start? Okay, so I'm gonna come back down to this page. I see pretty much where it is. So let me give you where you might. Okay, so we go to the archaeological sites. So we go to Naked News, the Friends of Naked. So these are a group of archaeologists that study remains in this particular area, right? So we're gonna go to article page number 26, right? So they have a whole series. These are just archaeologists. Oh my!
You make it. Go ahead. We know what you mean.
Yeah,
archaeological, right?
No. Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, so I'm sorry about that. I'm tongue-tied because I'm trying to speak quick, right?
Hey, please, Brother Reggie, can you click it and make it larger just one time?
Yeah, I am. So we're gonna go to page 26. So this is what I was talking about. Okay, so here goes right here. So let's just read a little bit of it, right? Nubians everywhere. Various lines of evidence indicate that the interaction between Nubian or related cultures was a feature of every age in Egypt's heartland, Egypt, the geographical place. A full account of this complex relationship is yet to be worked out, but even a brief summary shows that Nubians played a varied but integral part, for better or for worse, in the social landscape in the region. The Nubian story seems to begin way back in the Badarian, with a handful of shards from both Higher Kampalas and El Kab, which I mentioned, featured ripple-combed and burnished surface treatments, a technique also in the lands of the south of Aswan. While other shards were incised decorations scattered from Higher Kampalas suggest limited contact with the early Nubian A groups, unmistakable evidence of communication comes from a grave found by Henry D. Morgan near the fort. And in it was a bowl, now in the Brooklyn Museum, with the distinctive conical form and painted basket decorations of the eggshell ware of the terminal A group, all right, 3100 to 2900 BC. Its extreme fineness is a testament to the refined skill of early Nubian potters. Whether the tomb owner was a Nubian remains unknown, but finds in Nubia show that this was a period of much trade between the two lands. That means not just trade peopling, though their interactions were not always friendly, right? And so then we talk about the Old Kingdom, contact with Nubian cultures, tested until Edfu, when we can go moving back and forth to time, they get to the C group, right? So the fact of the matter is that Nubian, the so-called Nubian, the southern cultures, I'm gonna call them southern cultures, right? This is the eggshell bowl that was there, was part and parcel of the region, right? The groups of people moved between each other, and I also talked about the cattle culture. So later they get to the 17th and 18th dynasty, where the character of what you call the Nubian presence changes, right?
Can I read something that's on the screen?
Yes.
First of all, I'm going to start from, on top of this, we must factor in the textual and pictorial evidence. While depictions on the walls of the early Middle Kingdom tomb, of Ni-Ankh-Pepi, y'all know he the black, right? They left that out. It says Middle Kingdom tomb of Ni-Ankh-Pepi, I'm going to add the black, suggests Nubians were status symbols to be flaunted by the end of the Middle Kingdom. Some Nubians were much less welcome. Now I just want to read this. In the second inscription at the tomb in El Kab, real quick, you just scrolled it down.
I'm sorry.
Just real quick, I want y'all to see this. It says, in the second inscription in the tomb in El Kab, page 29, the governor Sobek Naked II recounts a raid conducted by a Cushite-led coalition of Nubians. Let's slow down. That was wonderful, wonderful wording. He said a Cushite-led coalition of Nubians. So he just got through telling us Cushites and Nubians ain't just the same word. This was a Cushite-led coalition of Nubians, meaning Nubians could be more expansive than just Cushites. And he said from Wawat, Nefer, Punt, Mijaland, on a scale that describes as unprecedented since the time of the gods. That's all I just wanted us to note, that he said that.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is we have different data points. We have not only the population of calculator, but we have pottery and other archaeological, and we have textual sources, right, to show us that these groups of people interacted more than people know, but it is the political boundaries that we also have to pay attention to. But if you're in somebody else's border, you have to kind of operate within their political structure. But that is different than the peopling, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that people, understand the textual sources.
Yeah.
They don't
And this is why I said it back then when we was having these discussions. If we just come out and start saying it just like we should, now we have the evidence for it, but if we just come out and say it like I was saying it before, the ancient Nehesi are the Egyptians making a new thing.
You're right. Now, Reggie, can I please? Are you still sharing something? Are you still sharing, Reggie?
Yeah, I thought I was.
Oh, go ahead. I'm gonna take my screen down.
Oh no, I'm sorry. We're just trying to say that this is an interdisciplinary work. This is not one type of thing. We're looking at a number of factors. I was just going to detail the inscription of Sobek Nakti, telling of the coming of Cush. So we have. So wait. So let me see. Stop share.
All right, I'm about to share something real quick. I'm gonna share multiple things, but you can keep talking. Well, real quick, someone seems to be confused about my claim about Amos Nefertari skin, so I'm about to just show y'all. And I'm lucky that we keep these same presentations so people can't be lying like you said nothing. Now, when I read to you what the encyclopedia says, you can't really say it's me saying it. Now let me read here right here for Amos Nefertari. Amos Nefertari. Another example sometimes cited is the appearance of Amenhotep, the first queen mother, Amos Nefertari, who is consistently shown with a black complexion, contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this other than her actual appearance, there is one case where she is shown directly opposite Amenhotep in a manner that leaves no doubt that this was actually her appearance. All right. Now there is no information to indicate whether she was Cushite herself, the child or descendants of Cushites, or whether she might have come from some other southern group. But the fact is nevertheless important. So, I mean, I don't even know why people argue about things. But real quick, I want to just talk about the strength of why we look through the text corpus. Because we was talking about, my brother had brought it up, talking about whether or not Nubia was a people group or not, or he didn't say it like that. But what we are able to do is not only scrutinize the term Nubia, but we can scrutinize the terms of all the people. Like, we could be fair and say, okay, if we're going to look at Nubian, then let's look at Asiatic too, right? And we'll also be able to see one thing. Was this a people group, or was this just a direction southerner, like we said? And we'll be able to see how many times the names are used as around pejoratives, negatively, or how many times they was used positively. Furthermore, this is listed in sequence of order. So this first one we got on the screen in the text corpus is going back all the way to a pharaoh named Jer in the early inscriptions of Abydos. And what is the first thing that we see written? It says Nehesi Hetep. Now, if we read the glyphs, Reggie gonna tell you that don't say Nehesi Hetep. What that really say, Reggie?
It say Pejet Hotep.
Yep, and that Pejet is gonna give us what? Another reading, and that'll be what?
Besides Bo?
Seti.
Yeah. Okay.
So now that it is giving us an indication of the areas of Taseti in this name, this is a name found in the tomb. It is saying that this Nehesi, or this southerner, he's at peace, right? His name is Nesi Hetep. And this is just a seminary bearing. If we go to the second one, we get Nehesi Iti. This would probably mean the Nubian has come, but someone can complete that better. But now, if you really wanted to read it, you probably say Seti Eti. Seti Iti, but they say Nehesi Iti. The first two inscriptions we see don't seem like they were referring to these people negatively, but let's look at the third one.
And how far back chronologically does the Nehesi term go back in the text?
To right here, to Jer. So
what
Jer
time
would
period
be,
is
ain't
that?
that the second? Is that the first dynasty or second? Or I think he's the second dynasty. I could be wrong.
Jer, Jen?
We about to see. We about to see. That's the first?
Yeah.
Jer. No, it say the third. Yep, the third pharaoh of the first dynasty. So Nehesi is right there being loved or at peace in the first dynasty. You can't make that up. I guarantee you, if we go to Asiatics, it ain't gonna get back to the first dynasty. That term for them. Now let's keep going, because they started at peace, but look at the third one. Man captured 17,000 Nubians. Whether or not we want to scrutinize that, it clearly says Nehesu, and then it has 17,000 there. What we'll learn about this is that it's a rock inscription from the Old Kingdom, and if I click into it, it's not accompanied by any other text. So we want to start to question that. You want to know why? Because you come to the next one, which is a gravel inscription of the Old Kingdom, and it says the Nubian, the sealer, Senebi. Now, the sealer, who is the sealer? The sealer is the person that when they're doing the embalming rituals, he actually know how to do the, he basically the one who gonna cut your head open, and he's the divine sealer. All right, and so we could clearly see, now somebody could say, nah, this is just the seal of the king, right? And that could be true too. I don't want to go too far just off what they translated as the sealer, because we know that's the seal of the king. Nevertheless, he ain't no sucker, and he early in the dynasty. I've been talking.
Man, what did you say his job was? You said this person had a job.
Well, he said the
embalmer.
Yeah, he could have been the embalmer. He could have been the embalmer,
but the seal on the tomb. I don't know.
Yes, but because they use the same glyph for those people. But I could be going a step too far. He could just be like the treasurer, like they call that, like a treasurer too. So But look, whatever the case, with having this, that means he's somebody in the officialdom of Kingdom of Kemet during the time of Sahara. Now, I'm not gonna keep doing this to get too tedious, but check this out, because we trying to see is they a people group or a Southerner. This could be the Southerner. The all could have really been the Southerners. They could have been like, look, I captured 17,000 Southerners, but it gets to a point where you can't say that anymore. Eventually. Right here, they're being really consistent with it. They didn't even put nothing but the Southerners when they traveled northward, because we find the Hesse in juxtaposition to Hedget, I think, Hedgie, right? Which is to travel downstream, which is going to indicate northward. So now you see the term the Hesse is opposite of northwards, and it's going to be opposite of northwards in the various texts. Look. The Southerners when they travel northward, not the blacks when they travel northward, or not the dark-skinned people. It's just the people of the South. I don't want to continue this too much, but every Nubian and every Nubian woman from Yam. Now this again, this is indicating Southerners, because all of these locations they mentioned are in the South. So it will be clearer to say they're not talking about one people group, because they're saying from different locations. So it would be smarter to translate this: every Southerner and every Southern man, every Southern woman from Yam, from Urtet, and from Wawat. I've been talking a lot, and I just wanted to give an example of how we could go through these texts and get a better understanding of how they use the term Nahes to see if it was like a people group or just a Southerner.
Well, at one point you started talking about a bird, a particular bird that is that he gets his name from that a particular bird that is in that region.
Mm-hmm. The neighbor.
Yeah. So that's right, the neighbor. So so sometimes they're talking about maybe regions of origin, regions of majority populations, but certainly you can find them in the eastern desert and the western desert, and so sometimes this thing is geographical, sometimes it's peopling, but what we have is interactions between groupings of people that some groups of people try to take it away, and make it disappear as if there is no interactions. But go ahead.
Well, this text seems to be very revealing right here, and I've never even seen it before, and I'm going to add it to some future research. Just before we go into the text, their translation reads, I never let any product go, and they put 2 in brackets, something is lost. Then it says, any acculturated foreigner or Nubian. So they're trying to act like in this sentence, a Nubian is a people group. But listen to what he says next. As payment for the resident's property. So I'm not thinking he's saying he's selling them a house. I'm thinking he's saying he don't accept some type of product from them as a payment as they tax. How would you read this right here?
Yeah, that he's not giving up. He's not giving up anything, right? Any product, anything to a foreigner, right? And then where they say Nubian, so where that's what the translator says, but you have Nahes. So I'm going to exclude any acculturated foreigner, right? Or I'm a transform that to a Southerner, right? As payment. I'm not taking your goods as payment for the kings, the residences, property, for any property of the kings. That's what I quickly look at, but.
Now trip off how they got this here, even though it's broken off and it says lost, it says Nubians and the palace troop. So hold on, I collected all gifts which is this father lost, had collected that previous expedition, and that expedition of mine consisting of Nubians, and the palace troop after something was lost.
Well, I would say, listen, that state that we call Tawi, right, could have never been successful ever without the importation of other Africans from those populations to help them with their wars. And oftentimes they're having trouble in the Delta, and we can find texts like that, you know, and in the regions around the deck where you do need Magi and other groups of people to defend from the Northerners. Northerners were always a problem for this region. So there were always Nubians everywhere at every time for different purposes.
And, oh yeah, Sot 12 was tripping, trying to act like somebody said that. I mean, I wrote a whole book, and it's in my book. Show me in my book where I say that she always. What I said was most always. Dang, you gotta listen. I know the way that I speak is not to speak in absolutes. But here's the 20 part, Sot 12. Why don't you share for everyone the light-skinned depiction of Amos Nefertari? Why don't you try doing that right now, since you Mr. Google Man? Share, and I'll put it on the screen. Share us the light-skinned depiction of Amos Nefertari. You can continue, Reggie. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, like we were talking about populations and that he had.
Oh no, Uric had just supplied me with a video. I wanted to put it on the screen, but you could keep talking. Well, let's hear what this clip says since you stopped. Let's look here.
Kind of a double or mixed ethnicity. The use of the cowhide in such a way in his burial chamber may signify that he had some Nubian or Kerman ancestry, because in Kerma culture and Nubian culture, deceased were placed in burial pits on skins of cattle, and also they could have been covered by cattle skin. And this may have been a reference to such a burial custom, according to Anna Maria Donadoni Roveri. While such unusual painting of this cast statue was also a reference. He wanted to say that he had both ethnicities. The black color was symbolizing his southern ethnicity, the red one that he also had Egyptian affiliation.
Now, let's go a step further and tell the people who could tell the people who this is. I know one of y'all could do it.
The Peppies?
Oh, this looked like one of the Peppies, huh? You so sharp, Reggie. We're going to have to go to the whole video and see, is this one of the Peppies? Hold on. Now, did we hear what he said? That he was painted black to show that he was a Southerner, right? I'm the only one who heard that? Nah, I ain't the only one who heard that.
Nah, he said it.
Exactly. Hold on. And so anybody who's trying to, I'm going to watch the full video is what I need to do. So, Sot 12, that kind of kill you right in the chat. They had paint statues black because they was black. Let's see what else he says.
Preserved today. Similar.
Yeah, this is neon Peppy. So
However,
hold on. On top of all this, he not about to tell you, oh, that ain't Peppy? Oh, he's saying it ain't Peppy. Let's go back and see who it is.
Of grain containers, and in the northern part, eastern part of the burial chamber, that we can distinguish two workshops.
Hold on now. All of these is Nubians. Oh, this must be a good ass video that we could talk about. So over to the right, to the top, that's Nahi, right? I mean, we probably are Ninu. We probably can't see it right now. But he is this. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this video and whip it out. But yeah, I filibuster. Thank you for sharing that. He's a magi named Inni Gebeline. Okay, thank you for sharing that. And again, everybody heard where it said he wanted to paint himself skin black to show his Nubian heritage. All right,
hey, I want to say something to Sat 12 real quick, because I don't know. Possibly, I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't know if it's potentially a comprehension problem or just a misunderstanding, right? So when when Smash showed that little write-up in the encyclopedia to show, I believe that was a funeral procession, if I'm not mistaken, or something to do with the afterlife.
Yeah, is
right.
Yeah.
So he's saying that you're appealing to authority. The point of him showing that Sat 12 is to show that this is a funerary or a death thing, but her husband is clearly painted in the quote unquote typical red Egyptian, and she's painted in the jet black. So that is to say that she's not painted jet black because of anything to do with anything funerary or anything like that. That was the point he was making.
Yeah, y'all see the screen?
Yes, we see the screen.
So, that's a Skeller, right?
Yeah, Skeller.
Yeah, okay, now check this out. He said I'm appealing to authority. Here's the primary on the screen. Whether or not the encyclopedia says what it says, we can all depict that if both of these people are dead and they both have a cult, then it's hard to argue that she's painted black because she has a cult and is being deified. Both of them are deified, but only one of them is black. Now, I know Skeller just said that very well for you, SOT 12, but you can see right here, if we look at the primary, any of us can make this deduction that she's not painted black because they dead, because both of them dead.
Yeah, if he keep fighting after this, then he just being a contrarian. So
it's not even that. Also, she's the one with royal blood, right? So that's the problem. Her husband has to marry her for the royal blood, and then you can go back to the Mentor Hotel family that Smash didn't talk about this particular year with Mentor Hotel and all of his wives, right? I want to show something. I know many of you seen it before, but this just helps all the time, right? It just, okay, share. I don't have to play sound. Here you go. You've seen this all the time. I love this, right? Watch this.
But the CT scan has one more surprise for Alejandro. Shemai's ethnicity.
Well, they have just told me that Shemai has a Nubian feature, which means that their ruling family was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
Examining Shemai's anatomy
You see how easy they say that, right? You see how like they don't play these like games that SOT 12 is doing. Listen, watch this. There are a group of Egyptian scientists looking at Shemai, right? The child. Listen to this.
But the CT scan has one more surprise for Alejandro. Shemai's ethnicity.
Well, they have just told me that Shemai has a Nubian feature, which means that their ruling family was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
Examining Shemai's anatomy closely, the thickness of his bone and the shape of his nasal cavity, the anthropologists think he was a black African, likely from neighboring Nubia. A huge revelation that challenges the prevailing image of the Egyptian ruling class.
We always thought the ancient Egyptian elites were Mediterranean type, and in this sense, Shemai is representing the society of the upper tier, in which different ethnic groups were mixed. At the end, it doesn't matter the color of your skin. Shemai was Egyptian.
You saw the disappointment on his face.
What did he say?
Yeah.
What did he say at the end? It don't matter the color of your skin. Shemai was an Egyptian. So they try to separate him out as a Nubian, but then he say in the end, fuck it, he an Egyptian.
Yeah, right. So they was they were shocked. He was shocked at the findings, right? But at the end, because the Nubians are Egyptians. So that's the other way to say it. So what's going on here?
That's what you like to tell the world, and that's you rewriting history. That's not the actual truth. So sometimes it's nice to see them, finding out the truth in front of our eyes so that they can't hide it. Now, this is documented. He can't take it back. He can't lie to us. And it's really satisfying to see his devastation and realizing that no, these people that built the pyramids, these people that were an ancient civilization were Black people, not you. So just accept that, take that pill and relax and start telling the truth. If you're an actual historian, if you're an actual scientist, an archaeologist, you would want to get to the truth. You don't want to change it. You want to tell it as it is. So start doing your job right. That's what I have to say about that.
Yeah. So this is a whole nother generation of people. And she's like, you see the shock on their face when the dude had to say it was a Nubian?
He was hurt. He was
right?
hurt, Reggie.
Yeah, he was hurt.
This is one of my favorite clips. I was thinking about this clip earlier in the show.
Yeah.
I said,
Hey, I got a question on that regard for Saracen, if you're still around. Why is your research so passionately trying to debunk that they found out that they was sub-Saharan Africans?
Right.
That's not where my research lies. It's specifically what I'm reading as far as the analysis that Hawass did in the pop affiliator, that machine itself. That has problems with it itself. They tell you. So it's not about.
I'm gonna keep going. I want to.
It's not about them being sub-Saharan African. It's about what the specifics of what I'm reading in Hawass and what other scientists have replied about that, because what I read, that wasn't the only source. There's like 9 other scientists that have showed some concern. But it's not about sub-Saharan Africa now. It's not about that.
Huh?
Oh no.
It's not a machine, it's a calculator.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
That's not a machine.
No, it ain't a machine. You just
That's
doing
not a
it
machine.
online. You think the pop affiliator?
So your
machine?
your car is not a machine.
Your car pop affiliator is a dude. So
it's a calculator. Yes, if
I
you
can
want
pull
to
up.
be specific,
Yeah.
listen. I'm not saying it's not a calculator. Yes, it's a calculator, but I'm saying this is a machine. It's software.
No, it's not. It's not tangible, bro.
It's not tangible. Yes, it's not tangible. It's
you think it's like
yes.
a machine that you could touch, like a printer or something?
No.
It's software code.
It's Yes, it's software code, but it's what's gonna make that happen? A machine, right?
The computer.
A computer.
Yes.
On the computer, but the pop affiliator, it's software code on the computer.
Yes.
But you find that problematic, Sarah?
What do I find problematic?
Now I'm asking if you find it problematic. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, that it is quote unquote a machine, right? How does that impact anything for you?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even somebody brought that contention to me. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if it wasn't about him being black, and if it wasn't about that second contention about it being a machine, then like, what is it really about? Like, what?
I mean, somebody brought that, talking about that. Y'all brought it about it being machine and playing semantics. I know it's a calculator. I read the stuff. I know it's a calculator.
I'm with you. You can have whatever fervor behind your research.
Yeah. So
want.
what are we?
I'm just
why
asking,
are we
what
making it
is
about
it?
a machine or
Like, what is the goal of your research? If it wasn't to debunk that they was black, and if it wasn't about the probabilities of the machine,
it was about I just said it was about the pop affiliator.
Oh, but I thought he asked you a second before, and you said that wasn't it.
No,
all right, I'm getting lost. All right, bro.
You asked me about a machine and it being a machine or a calculator. I thought you was playing with semantics. Like,
okay.
So what's your main issue with the values, or what pop affiliator, the conclusion, or the percentages? What's your main? Because I'm from what I'm gathering, you find it to be kind of either problematic or inconclusive, is what I'm getting.
What do I find problem? What
the results No, I'm guessing because I wasn't on earlier. I'm just trying to get some clarity on exactly what your position is, insofar as the pop affiliator results saying that their closest affiliation or their closest affinity is like 90%, most in the Great Lakes region, et cetera, quote unquote, sub-Saharan, even though I don't like using the term. So my question to you is, from what I'm gathering is that something in those results or the method or whatever is faulty. Am I wrong about that? Or do you agree with the results? Do you think they're useful? Like, what's your position? What's your actual official position on it?
I don't. That's why I'm saying it's really not about. It's not about the sub-Saharan specifically. It's about the 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 probability. So if the probability is questionable, then everything is questionable.
Okay. So your issues with the whole the 8 to 13 STRs thing.
That it's not like I'm just nitpicking like, oh, it's this and this is making everything, you feel me? It's a list of things that has to do with everything itself in the study. There's things
Okay.
like I say, there's like about 9 different scientists that show concern with with Hawass analysis. Pop affiliator tells you that their calculator has problems, and that there's certain things that's unbalanced with their data set. And then it's just those things. It's not about specifically sub-Saharan. That's why I say it's not about that. It's about the probability.
I'm gonna have to leave. I just want to show a clearer picture of the narrative. So So the problem is fine. We have those S&P royal family, right? Fine. Okay. So now what I try to make people understand is that now we have Shmai. Shmai is a 8-9-year-old boy in the royal family, right? His markings show that he's in a royal family. And I'm going to share my screen again. I'll share a better picture of it, right? So we can get some narrative. So here, we don't need S&Ps. See, remember when I said, if it was a blind study and people were just kind of triggered because it's we know that these are royal kings, right? So now they definitely got to get on that. But when you let's just watch this. Let's listen to the whole thing. So now we don't need S&Ps. We use other technology. So here it goes. Here it goes.
We have the titles, which are very interesting. He was the overseer of the grain store.
As well as looking for amulets and a possible cause of death, there is a mystery that has puzzled Alejandro ever since he first opened Shemai's coffin a year ago.
125, 125. It's quite short. My daughter is more or less like this, and she is 8 years old. So.
Could Shemai really have been as young and held the title of overseer of the grain store? Alejandro hopes the scan will finally help to determine his true age.
We are going to begin the scanning. So we need to leave the room.
The forensic anthropologists look closely at Shemai's teeth to estimate his age when he died.
9 years old? 9 years old. It's a child.
For Alejandro, such a tender age at death suggests that Shemai never actually held the title inscribed on his coffin.
If he was only 9 years old when he died, it means that it's impossible that he might hold in reality the title of overseer of the grain store.
It's more likely that this was a posthumous promotion, designed to give the boy a position of status in the afterlife. Alejandro is getting closer to uncovering Shemai's true story.
5 minutes, we will know more about him.
At the university hospital in Aswan, Alejandro waits nervously for more information about Shemai.
¿Qué tiene? Necklace. Ah, he has a necklace.
Inside the CT scanner, the mummy is slowly revealing its secrets.
He's wearing a necklace with small beads.
But Alejandro still has unanswered questions. The ancient Egyptians usually mummified members of the elite, removing their organs and brain while preserving the rest of the body. Alejandro is keen to see whether Shammai has received the same treatment.
El cerebro no está vacío. El cerebro se la quitamos. Esto es cerebro. Eso no es. We can see the remains of the brain inside the head, so it was not taken out. The nose was not perforated to drain the brain.
Over the course of the evening, the scan has revealed a host of new information about Shammai. Beneath the bandages is a 4-foot 1-inch tall skeleton with little surviving tissue. His mouth has a mix of both adult and baby teeth, which puts his age at death around 9 years old. Around the neck is a ceramic necklace designed to magically help him reach the afterlife, a hallmark of high status. But unlike other elite mummies of the era, his brain, now shriveled, was left in his skull. Why was Shammai's body so poorly preserved when he came from such a powerful Egyptian family? Alejandro has a theory.
We need to think that we are in the periphery of the state. The best specialists will be in the court, and we are in the southernmost province of Egypt. They had no experts in mummification here.
What did he say?
This is new. It's different, yes.
But the CT scan has one more surprise for Alejandro: Shammai's ethnicity.
Well, they have just told me that Shammai has a Nubian feature, which means that their ruling family was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
Examining Shammai's anatomy closely, the thickness of his bones and the shape of his nasal cavity, the anthropologists think he was a black African, likely from neighboring Nubia. A huge revelation that challenges the prevailing image of the Egyptian ruling class.
We always thought the ancient Egyptian elites were Mediterranean type, and in this sense, Shammai is representing the society of the frontier, in which different ethnic groups were mixed. At the end, it doesn't matter the color of your skin. Shammai was Egyptian.
It's been an incredible night of investigation and discovery for the team.
Okay, so that just overturned what it means to be so-called Egyptian, right? The prevailing view was they were all Mediterranean types, but here you have a royal elite, right? In a place where you don't where Egyptologists try to hide. Now, if you just think that this is just a video, this is actually groundbreaking. So then we have all these other groups of people like Mayor Hepri, right? Mayor Hepri, right? Where he is a Nubian, he is an Egyptian elite, and he's dark-skinned. They always want to say he's Nubian, but no, he's Egyptian. So the concept of Egyptian now takes a whole nother idea. A state, not just a population of people, a state, right, that has no problem with Africans, right? I mean, from the South, right? So, but the prevailing thing of what was more important is the prevailing notion that the elites were Mediterranean goes out. Now, we don't need population affiliator for this, but if we can get the genetics, it gives us more information. The problem with some of these people is they don't want us to get us more, they don't want more information. It's the Egyptian authorities that have the technology, right? They don't want to release any of this data because they want to create a wonder world for tourism to make a certain group of people be comfortable. Otherwise, release the information. So when Diop was trying to get hair samples and stuff like that, that was a problem. Skin, a problem. Bones, a problem. Facial, a problem. Why? Because it doesn't agree with the current state of Egypt and what they are trying to push. So with that said, I think I have a show today on some stupid Candace Owens type stuff. So I just want to hear a few comments. I'll stop sharing my screen.
What time are you gonna do that show? I'll tune off so we can roll over
there. Smash, that's not for you. Candace Owens, hear this woman digging into Kamala Harris's toilet, trying to say she's not black. Then she go find a picture of who she said Kamala Harris's great-grandmother is, Iris Finnegan. And you know what she uses? She uses a digital photo of a woman that was supposedly born in 1888, and her photo is sharper than Kamala Harris's photos when she was in college, right? So somebody's gonna bring in, watch this, in the 80s and 90s, best we had was Polaroids for family pictures, right? You know how you shake it? You know how you take a picture and then you shake it, right?
Yeah.
So Candace Owens is showing a digital photo of some woman that was supposed to be born in 1888 and saying that's Kamala Harris's great grandmother, right? And so I'm just doing stupidity just because of stupid. I'm sorry to even talk about that dumb shit, but I'm gonna break it down. Okay, so I'll listen to a few comments about. So what we're saying is, people trying to make the Egyptian population, the Egyptian state, ancient Egyptian population as the state, homogeneous Mediterranean population, right? Knowing full well that there's other ways to skin this cat. There's archaeology, there's genetics, there's MRIs, there's a whole bunch of other ways to skin this cat. They want to say, oh, 8 out of 13 is not enough, but for the FBI, 8 out of 13 is enough, and that's just all we have. All right. Any comments? That's about it. I'm out.
Well,
I'm just.
Anybody?
Okay. No comments. That's fine. I'm out. Thank y'all very much.
What time you doing that show anyway?
About 7. If Sinetta doesn't do a show.
About 7. Okay, cool. I'm gonna tune in.
Yeah, it's yeah. So all right. Well, thanks, family. I hope I did have a positive contribution. I'll say this. You could contact Gordine. I will give Smash the email. I waited too late throughout the whole summer. I should have gave it to Smash earlier because I think Smash did a better job on Pop Affiliator since he's the one who even told us about Pop Affiliator. He deserves to talk to Gardine, right? So my brother said that he had talked to Gardine. He has a correspondence. I was waiting to see the correspondence and the back and forth, right? Arguments that he might have had with Gardine, right? And otherwise, if you don't have that, then come on, don't gaslight us. If you got the correspondence, show the correspondence. If you got it, show it. Otherwise,
I'm a grown man. I could do what the hell I want to do, and I'm not here to fancy your pants.
Man, I'm 59 years old.
I'm not here to fancy your pants.
What's a grown man mean?
I'm not here to fancy your pants. That's what I'm not here to do.
Listen,
you thought you was coming up here to slap me up with some information, and it went against everything you said.
No, it did not.
I don't want to hear it.
Because you ain't got no comprehension. So show us your correspondence.
Why don't you show us your correspondence, Sarah Sin? Reggie showed us.
Don't have any?
He said he had one.
But he don't.
That's probably what's happening right now, huh?
The The amount of
Now, I don't think you're lying, family, Sarah. If you said you had one, you must got it. But your behaviors ain't like it. That's not like nothing to hold back. We're having a conversation about the subject, so why wouldn't you show us an email pertaining to the subject?
Because he doesn't have any smash. He knows that.
Yeah, he ain't got it.
He knows that.
If
Man,
you had
can
to
we get
bet
an
right now,
intermission,
if we
man?
was taking bets right now, who in the audience would bet that he got it?
Nobody.
Somebody would, and he might got it. I might throw a hot $5 that he got it.
Who want to bet? Put some money.
Hold on.
Put some
I
money.
throw $5 that he got it, y'all. Who want to take that
We can
bet?
start it off at $2 if you want.
We could go down to
Y'all
quarters
really
and
saying
nickels so we don't have
what
to
we
trip.
talking about.
I got a quarter
What
say
we
he
talking
do.
about?
Well, are you going to share it?
Listen, this is Dr. Gardine, right? He's a very busy person, right? He's writing papers, right? He knows he has to, he may have to add some more to this particular article. He's doing research, papers, right? So I don't think he talks to anybody. He might talk to his
Look, man, you gotta get off your high horse. Like,
oh, I'm on a black bull,
like,
yo.
listen, no, Reggie, no, for real. Like, you respect it. I'm not saying you're not a respected man, but for you to be trying to look down on other people like they're not respected as much as you are just because you done did what you think, whatever you did, is kind of ridiculous. Like, it's insane. Like, you gotta chill, bro. Like, you're not Superman. You're not Superman. Like, you're not the white man of America. Like you gotta chill. You gotta chill.
But how I got into that conversation is because Dr. Vanessa Davies and some of the other people that I talk to know him. So
That's fine.
I'm a little bit more credible.
That's fine. That's fine.
Black
Reggie,
bull.
if I didn't think you were credible, I wouldn't be asking for resources from you. I wouldn't do that. I have.
I didn't start being mean, right? I didn't start being mean. It's just that I read the first line and then you jumped out without reading it was only a few lines, right? And you jumped out. I didn't start out being mean. I was just trying to say his population affiliated does something different than actually trying to find out who directly they are related to. It can do that with more STRs, right? It can do that with more STRs, but that wasn't the purpose of it. The purpose was it to ask, is these groups of people connected to Southern populations? And that's all. So with that said, listen, I'm gonna be the bigger man, right? Because you're not the people that I go after. I'm just gonna say, if I said anything to you personally or anything like that, I apologize. But as far as the information is concerned, the pop affiliator is good enough to estimate populations. That's all I'm gonna say, right? But I apologize if I said anything else. But check this out. As far as me being on my high horse and stuff, yo, I ride that black bull. That's my work, right? And somebody please come who's legitimate, not no Phillips, what's his name? Not Sean Phillips, whatever it is, Kevin Phillips. Not nobody like that gonna impeach my work, right? Let somebody, I talked to whatchamacallit, Karakuni, Dr. Karakuni, right? I may play, what I decided that I might do is strip out everything that she said. Give her the benefit of the doubt that she fought hard. And I just play what I said and strip out everything that she said. And then where she's speaking, I would just say her rebuttal. And then maybe somebody will ask her, or, well, I'm gonna put it up as an anonymous, I spoke to an anonymous Egyptologist. If she thinks it was her, she wants to say it, fine. Show us what she said, right? Because I can have conversations with so-called Egyptologists from universities. Dad, give me some credit, yo. All right, peace.
Peace, brother. Reggie.
All right, bro. Who want to read this number 6? James, you shouldn't be let Joey smash on you on reading the Metal Nature like that.
Hey, don't do that,
man. You done tripped out, Smash.
Don't do that, Smash. Don't do
Yo,
that.
Yo, you out of control.
I'm just saying he came through like a G reading the
When was
glyphs.
this? I don't know when. I didn't see it.
Joey, read this right on the screen, right in front of you.
I could probably. I could try.
Try.
So I mean, I'm not familiar with Joey. Joey done stepped on the scene of the.
That's what I'm saying. He only tapped into the chat about 10 times now, already reading.
But who knows what he been doing?
He said he got inspired off watching us, bro.
Yeah, it's Smash Boy because I was looking at it and I said, "You guys reading this?" And I can't be illiterate. I can't just coming on here looking at it. I had to figure out something. So I read a couple of books, and I'm in the game now. I'm in the game now. I ain't perfect, but
nah, you are good. Ain't none of us perfect, B. Ain't none of us gonna be perfect.
Ahead of me, Smash.
We just help each other to whatever level we at. You know what I'm saying?
But I ain't know any of that.
He
I could
downloaded it like Neo.
He started reading in front of me. I thought he was going. I thought he was not gonna do it. But you have messed this up, though. I can tell.
Who, me?
Yeah, you have messed number 6 up.
I'm sure I'm gonna mess it up, but I could try.
Because it got some shorthand terms in here that you might not be familiar with. I'll show them to you, and it also got a couple phrases that I don't think you'd be familiar with. What you want to try number 6?
Yeah. Iwu.
Let me snip it. Yeah, a U. That sounds right. That starts right. I'm gonna snip it so people can follow us. All up real quick.
Right.
All right, Pete. You there, Sar? Let me see.
Still with you.
Trying to see if you was there because we just doing some reading, having some fun real quick. So he about to read this line to see his meta getting better.
That was the first one is, well, I pronounce it Iwu, but you said right?
You're fine. You're saying IW. I just say YW. Most books you're gonna see say YW, but keep going.
Iwu. That would be some sort of man glyph. I can't pronounce it.
It's E.
No,
when you
E,
see the man, all right. So let me show you. I ain't showing people. The first thing he said obviously was this, and this is U. Y and a W, and then you place an E in the middle of it in order to pronounce it.
Okay.
And now if you want to transliterate this one reed leaf as a single I, you're allowed to do that. But then you're just going to be making the sound that you're making, which is EU. You feel me? So all right, that's fine. But you got to see, when you see a man like this, that's a determinative right after the U, this is really Yui.
Okay, Yui.
Because this is a suffix man, and you're not going to see this often where it's suffixed on the U. But it is just saying that it's a statement of the fact made about this man here. So let's see how it's going to continue.
Okay. Then you have M. Hemneter.
You see how you're reading that, James?
Yeah. And then the next one looks like, is that Kem?
So what does Hemneter mean? Because you said Hemneter.
Hemneter, they translate as a servant of the nature.
Okay, so that's a priest.
Right. So
right.
And one after that looks like maybe Kem.
Well, hold on. This is a priest.
Right.
And what is after that is Kim, but it's Kim. And what does that mean?
Kem?
Yeah.
Black or dark?
Nah, that's what I knew you was gonna mess up. And not just your level, but most people at higher levels will mess up at this one too.
It doesn't mean that?
Nope.
Okay. Well, put me on then, Smash. You gotta help me with that one.
So let me help you by giving you a clue. You will never see Kemet that mean black start with a circle.
Okay.
Have you noticed that now? Now that you think about it?
That's true.
Yeah.
So is it referring to color at all?
No, you're making the right phonetic sounds. Kim. Stress the KH harder than when we do on Kemet, but the determinative after it, if you're familiar with the determinative, that's what's gonna let you know. This is the determinative. If you know what this means, then you're gonna know what the word means because it means exactly what this means.
Yeah.
And this is, I'm not going to tell you what it means. I'll tell you what it is, and you probably figure it out. It's two arms where the shoulders are joint.
Right. And
yeah, but what does it mean?
It's like not. It's a negative. It's a negation.
Okay, so then what does the word mean? So
Can
the
I?
word is in the category of negation.
It means not black?
It means ignorant. So let me show you.
Wow. But how did it get that?
Because it's no is not. The determinative is negation. Let me show you. D-I-C-T-I-N-A-R-Y. The determinative is negation. So it is, I'm just going to go F, and then I'm going to type ignorant. I-G-N-O-R-A-N-T. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to show you, but it's not taking my stuff. I-G-N-O-R-A-N-T, right? Now, notice how we're going to get to that same exact word. As soon as I make it bigger, it's going to say Kim. Right? There it go right here. But it's a different Kim. Have you noticed it? Now, you do see the arms in the circle, but you don't see the M. It says to know not. Right? So you don't got no knowledge. It means you ignorant.
So that says him.
No, but that's you not understanding the transliteration scheme. So this H with a with this half moon shape under represents the KH sound in pronunciation. Not just cut like cat, but you know what I'm saying? That whatever you go from like you spitting or something, yeah.
Okay. All right.
And so that's probably how they determine the two between the two. But now that you know that this word, you read it really good. You read it, but you didn't know the term. So you at a higher level than hella people, because now all you need to do is supplement your studies with this dictionary, and then you're going to start learning hella more terms. You know what I'm saying? Like you won't.
I have the dictionary,
Huh?
I have the dictionary.
Yeah, but so try to read the text, and if you don't know the word, just damn, what happened? Oh, that's cool. I guess James ended the meeting for some reason and forgot that I should have been the host. Let me see if my food here. James accidentally ended the meeting. He probably had to leave or something.
Recording in progress.
Or his phone died. But I'm gonna just share another link in case somebody want to continue the build we was having. Because I'm by no way. I'm at home
Recording
by myself.
Stopped.
I ain't leaving, and I'm trying to build up my YouTube. So I'm gonna keep on going. Invite link. Dang. And I'm gonna share this link again. Any of y'all who feel like building on what we building on can come in. It ain't just like we gotta be reading and reading at you. But James did pull the plug by accident, I think. I just ordered me a cheesesteak from some place called Charlie's Cheesesteaks. If y'all had tasted that before, let me know what I'm in for. I never tasted it. But I ordered a traditional cheesesteak. Hopefully it tastes cool. So I just shared the link. Here comes Joey. Okay, let me see. And we're going to get some glyphs back on the stream just for the fun of it. There go Shazmoo. That's what I need. Some more people who can read. Shazmoo. Some of y'all think this ain't valuable for the black community. Imagine if we could communicate in this and we got arrested. And I start talking to you out loud in a language that the popo didn't know. Stop playing. That'll be valuable just for that. But anyway. All right, so let's get back to the teachers. What's up, Shazmoo?
Peace to the panel. What's going on?
James pulled the plug because we was learning too much and he got mad.
Like, I saw that. I got kicked out.
He was like, man, this fool really reading. Let me pull the plug. I'm just playing.
He learned fast.
So we're going to try to get that back on the screen. So now we do know that this word is about not having knowledge, right? We see it. So now, what does it have suffixed on it?
If?
Yep. That F is subject. So what does that F represent?
He knows not.
Yep, he don't know. You feel me? So you're right. So it's saying he don't know. So this is the whole phrase right here, if you want to call it a phrase. He knows not. So what is next though after that?
Depend?
It says depit, yep. You read good. It says depit. What is this depit?
We went over that word before, I forget.
So the first time you come across this word, the most oftentimes it's used is going to be a boat. But we don't see a boat after this one, right? What do you see after this one?
That would be like representative of a tree or something like that?
No, it's a bull's tongue.
Oh God, the bull's tongue.
Right, so now it normally means if it's a word, it would be in the overseer. But since it's in a determinative position, it's probably trying to help us figure out what they mean by DPT. So first, all we're going to do is go to a dictionary and put DPT. And we're going to...
But that has something to do with speech, right?
Well, that's not really the tongue that they use when they want to put speech. They'll probably put... that has something to do with authoritative speech. So we're going to look at the DPT that has a tongue with... There you go, right there. So now we see it's different. It ain't got nothing to do with a boat. They're questioning whether it's a piece of meat or kidney or a loin. You notice that? Now let's see if there's another rendition with the DPT with the tongue. Okay, so this might be better. A taste or an experience. You feel
that
me?
Would make
sense. That's probably better. A taste, a taste, a taste. So we want to store that in our memory for that. And then see what else is. So he knows not to taste. Now guess what this is? Oh, no, not the taste, the experience. You want to know why? Because next is a preposition. I want to start putting the prepositions in blue. I'm going to figure out a color code for this.
So that's N.
This is a knee, but it's represented in the feminine because the word before it has a T after it. So therefore, it should be a neat, N-Y-T. How you pronounce N-Y-T? You can say niet, whatever, but it's neat. Like a neat, because you got to remember the Y isn't there, but it is definitely not just an N. So it's not net, it'd be like neat. Because you want to know why? It is because, again, since they put the T there, we know that this is it's possessive. It's saying that, again, the relationship between noun A and noun B means that noun B governs or owns noun A. So if that was a taste belonging to, now this appears to be to say the mountains. And something about, somebody can correct me with all of this, because I like really reading and not trying to like trace off the answers and act like I'm reading.
That's not okay.
We should get things wrong sometimes. No, this isn't okay. I wouldn't say this is okay. This is do, and then this chick bird behind you let you know it's do. Now do is simply has a sparrow bird behind you to let it know it's not a good thing. Right now, in order to bring this back up in a dictionary to prove when we pull this up, this is about some type of a mountain or not a good thing. I'm going to put a D and a W, right? And we're going to see do first, and it's going to show us a mountain. Then we're going to figure out what it is, right? So that's the different do because it just got the hand. I should have put a capital do. So I should say Jew, right, instead of do. I should say Jew because the capital D, oh, there you go, look. There you go, do, but it also got the chick behind it, right?
The bad.
And it say something bad, just like I said. But what they said is boo-doo. That's gonna be crazy. Somebody gonna say a B switches with a V. So now is this boo-doo, boo-jew, the origin origin of voodoo? I'm just playing. They're gonna be going way too far. But you can clearly see that this boo-jew means something bad or worse. And I already knew that Jew was bad. But let's find Jew by itself. They still saying boo-jew. We want to
I was thinking bad.
There you go right there. Look. Jew which is you don't have to think about the mountain, like I said before. Just think about bad or evil if we see that in relationship to that. So now we wanted to work this out. This is about something about the man, one of a priest who knew not, he knows not the experience belonging to, and then what was that? He don't know no bad experience. He don't do nothing bad. It's basically saying that this is the priest who knows nothing of those bad experiences. You see what I'm saying? Now, somebody, if we go look at the answer, it might translate it a little bit different, but we're going to extract possibly close to the same meaning for that. I'm about to run and get my DoorDash food from the door real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, you're doing real good learning the glyphs. You caught me now. So read through that again. So that said,
you,
M, Netra A, Kemni F, Depet, Net, and doer. I guess he didn't say what he didn't pronounce the bad word, but I bet that bad word is well, I guess not. But I would think it would be pronounced doer, but we'll find out. So what did it say?
He said the priest knows not the bad experience. Or the experience of the taste of doing bad. Something like that.
No, experience is a good one.
Say it again?
The experience is better than taste. The word experience was better.
Right.
Yeah. The priest, but I would have said the man of God, who knows, who doesn't know any this experience of evil, something like that.
Okay.
But it's the same thing, the priest who knows not evil.
But here's the question. Does Netta really mean God, or what does it do? We know what the word actually means, or we just using that word because that's the closest we can get?
Yeah, that's since we speaking English, you could probably say Jah, since you are on the island, down in the islands. Are you in the islands or are you in America?
Well, I'm in Trinidad, but I'm originally from Brooklyn, so it's not like I don't know what's going on. I just
okay.
Been here for 19 years, and my accent sound weird, so don't pay that.
Yeah, I'm surprised you hadn't lost any accent. But okay.
Now I speak much different than I used to before, for sure.
Okay, so does Trinidad is the word for God Jah or no?
Well, if you're Rasta, they can say Jah.
But what do y'all say? Christian, God?
They say God.
Okay. No, he was asking a question. Netra A, would that word be God, or what else would would that be something else?
No, where you see Netra A? Y'all mentioned that up.
What's after Netra? What's the in that A?
No. We said Hem Netra.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, Hem Netra.
Desmu said Netra could mean man of God. I said, well, does Netra really mean God?
Netra don't mean man of God.
No, Netra is no. I was saying
him Netra. Oh, you said we man. You were saying man of, because you were saying the yellow blue, basically, right?
Right. Man of God. He knows not evil, or knows not. Yeah. He knows not. What was the pet was does not experience evil. Yeah, does not experience evil.
Yeah, basically, I mean, it's kind of like what they're trying to say. I don't know how they would have translated that, but
how would you pronounce? Would you have pronounced the bad bird, the word? Would you have pronounced?
No, that's just a determinative on the end of the word Jew.
Okay. All right.
DJW, and we got to put an E in the middle to pronounce it. So how you pronounce DJW?
Jew.
Yeah.
So let's go to the next one.
Oh, okay. I'm starting.
What's that? Wait. Before the EU, is that a curl? Is that a U in the front of that?
Before the
Or is
what?
that a? Oh, that's a 6.
That's a
six.
6.
I see it.
Now Moses came in to argue, I know, and he got his hand up. I'm gonna let him get his bars off as I put this on the screen, but I gotta press mute to eat. So somebody else might have to answer your questions, but let me
No,
see.
I ain't coming to argue, yo. I actually came to ask you a question.
Oh, what's up with you?
Hey, when can I get you or you and James to come on my show, man, so we can have a conversation?
Oh, just tell me when. What I gotta start subscribing to you. I didn't know you'd be having what you call this.
I'm one of the Tri Media guys.
Okay.
So I mean, I know DQ got your information, man. So maybe we could set it up within the next week or two. Just come over there and we could have a little talk. I think I have a really good point. It's actually a genuine point. You know, we could have a constructive conversation.
What's gonna be the
Where it
topic?
don't get so convoluted with a bunch of different opinions.
Let's do it.
I'm thinking I want to talk about I'm thinking I want to talk about the probably the value of the contribution, right? Like I'm on that. I felt like I got an original topic. You know, you've already admitted that it's not it's not going to save the world, nothing like that. But I want us to be able to talk about it, like flush out all these ideas. So yeah, we'll get together. That's all I wanted, man.
What
My
does Black
phone
Egypt?
been dead, and I'm in. Yeah. We'll get together though. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
it's
That's
all
all I
good.
want.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So you can go on mute. We'll go ahead and try to get this in. Go ahead. Who read? Go ahead and read.
What line you gonna go from?
Number 8, the big line.
All right,
number 7. Number
You
7.
can
Number
do
7.
number 8 or do number 7, whichever one.
Yeah. EU, I2.
First, tell me which one you doing. Number 7.
Number 7. Yeah. EU, I2, NEC.
Why did you say I2?
Because of that Uber.
But what about the hand holding the bread loaf in front?
Oh, so that's a D.
It's
I
Erdy,
thought it was
right?
an A.
You could just say
Erdy.
D. You could just say D.
Okay.
Let's look in the dictionary.
All right.
I'm gonna put RDI and see if the hand pop up.
Already.
RDI, yeah.
I thought the umbrella would have been a taller one for the Erdy, but
So I think we can put the R whenever he got the loaf. But if it's just the hand, look. Oh, let's see again. So that's spelled out. We just want to see if the hand is gonna give us a D or RD. I think it's gonna be RD. Yeah, we'll see it right here, spelled out too. But it got the hand with the bread loaf. So even if the R ain't there, we probably should say RD. If it's just a cone piece of bread, we should say D. So watch me put just a cone piece of bread, D. Well, actually, this D had the hand too, so somebody else would explain that best. It's either D or RD, but it means the same thing.
Okay.
DD to give, RD is to give. You feel me?
Yeah.
So for the people who don't understand, RD says to give. D just says give. Now it's still saying the same thing. Because if you giving, you just not saying the to word, but you're still gonna give it to somebody. So you can continue. So I guess it's you Erdy or you Erdy2 Inek, but you could go.
All right. U D or Erdy to NEC. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a Oh, okay. That's a him.
Yeah, that's a hemu.
Is hemu. Hemu. Aau.
I would probably say, well, that's fine. Aau works too.
I mean, because of the 3 strokes.
I don't know if people know where we at. Let me snip it.
Okay.
So I'll call it. Oops, I didn't get the whole thing, my man. Charlie cheesesteaks ain't that bad, but
from where?
Yeah, they got one inside of Walmart out here for the funny part.
Oh, okay.
But they're a franchise.
Charlie's?
Yeah, they all right. I mean, this is my first time texting it. So let's start from here now. Again, I'll put the U in yellow.
U, D, yep, U.
So what does that mean to you? It's just a statement of fact, correct? It ain't really.
Yeah.
So
It
now,
could, I mean, sometimes it could take the place of is or something.
okay. Now next we got what to give.
To give D.
Now are we right by saying Erdi and stopping it? Is this not Erdit? Erdit too? Nah, it's Erdit.
Nah, I think it's Do you think it's Erdit?
I think it's and then this like this.
And two.
Yeah.
Yeah, two. Yeah, two. Two
is like I give, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna look it up. Just so people can see.
Or yeah, I think it's I. I was thinking you, but I
So
think it's
two is like one, like an individual.
Like the one who gives?
Yeah, exactly. And so it still means like, you see they're using it for like you right here.
Yeah. You give, one gives.
Thou,
one gives.
they got it for thou right there.
For
thou, to sin. But I'm gonna let y'all go because I don't want to eat on the mic.
Yeah, we'll rock with one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. One that or one gives Anak to you. One gives to you.
That's to you right here, y'all.
Yeah.
And then what we got next?
Hamu, one gives to you. Hamu. I see the seated man, but he's given too. He got the hand out.
Well, these two go together. This is like.
Oh, okay. I don't know that word.
It's like great priests, basically, or great servants, however you want to say it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see it now.
Some could even say great men because a him could also be like it's more like a husband. So this is himu, right? And then they're gonna put the adjective behind it. Himu a'au.
Yeah.
So this is
it's
all
like a great
phrase.
man, a great priest, great man.
Yep, they great people, like
Great man, or noble, maybe.
And then what's the next word?
I don't know what that little lion.
What about Joey?
Huh?
What'd you say? Okay.
You're right.
You've been studying.
But the word is petty.
Petty
Just like petty, like you hella petty. This word right here is petty.
Oh, so the ah comes later?
It's petty, not pet?
You don't even have to say the ah.
Oh, okay.
The ah is letting you know what it's referring to, but they must have been running out of space. Let me show you. It's just going to be about strength. Look. So I'm going to put a P, a T, a capital H, and a Y. Well, I don't even have to do that. Maybe I don't even have to put the capital H. Let me put a lowercase h. All right. Do they want to let me do petty?
So the back part of the lion is a P, and the whole lion, is that an L or is that something else?
Let me show you something. Let me see if I can find it. Huh?
The back,
I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. I put PT and it wasn't popping up, so somebody help me.
There goes strength. You got to find the arm.
Oh, hold on. There it go, right there. I'm capping petty. Look. PHTY, but somebody's like, hold up. This one don't got the back of the line. I'm gonna show you as you keep looking, you'll see different renditions and different ways you can spell stuff.
Yeah.
Eventually we're gonna come to the one with the hindquarters. All right. So it seems almost where they use the head of a lion sometimes. Well, we'll talk about it, but let's see if we ever find it with the tail. There we go. See? See how I got the hindquarters up there?
Yep.
So yeah, the word is still petty. Unless y'all can say this different. Pahetti. How would you say Pahetti?
Pahetti? Yeah, either probably Pahetti or Pahetti.
Yeah, like Pahetti, yeah, okay. But that's this word here. Now what we got next?
But how you got you was gonna show us about the arm though? How like a strength or
The
whatever?
arm, well, you're gonna see some versions of Paheti that got an arm, then it's gonna let you know, okay, they're just giving you a different rendition. Watch this. See, there it go right there. Feel me? So you notice they don't put Paheti I over here.
Physical. Okay.
You notice they don't, they just let you know that they're talking about something pertaining to the arms, which is strength.
Mm-hmm.
So they like, this is like really physical strength, not like strength of a leader, like he's a mighty
Right.
leader. Yeah.
Like abstract. Yeah.
Like he can lift hella shit.
Right.
But if we go back, what's after Petty? Joe?
I can't see it, you know.
You can't
Yeah,
see
switch it back. You haven't switched it back yet.
Let me try.
There you go. Oh, where's it? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Almost.
It must have been taking a while to switch back for y'all.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There you go. Is it showing on YouTube or it's taking its time? All right. So
Man,
what's
y'all
that?
should be seeing that. Y'all should be seeing
Yeah,
it.
we see it. There you go. There you go.
What you say?
Pandy?
No. After Petty, what you see?
Pandy?
But what you started with a P?
That's not a P. Kindy?
That's an H. That's an H.
That's an H.
Twisted flaps. Yeah.
No, but you said
H.
handy, the word is henna.
HNA.
This is the word, let me show you. And it's henna.
But I was way off there, boy.
This right here, did you stop right here? And was this the only word? Yeah. All you should see is an H, an N, and an A.
So how is that an A now?
The arm.
The arm at the bottom.
Oh, because it doesn't have a bread loaf in it. It doesn't have a bread loaf.
Oh, yeah, okay. And so you got to know the difference between the arm when it's being used for its phonetic quality, when it's being used for a determinative, or when it has something in the hand. If it got something in the hand, it's only one instance when you're gonna vocalize it, basically. Like if it got something in the hand, you most often gonna say D. Notice here, there's nothing in the hand, and we can tell it's being used as the final sound in this word.
Bad.
Henna, which means together with. So to find it, you type a H, an N, and a capital A, or maybe a lowercase. Well, maybe it's here. You go right here. Wait.
And then earlier you said it could be for physical strength, or something physical.
Not henna. That was a different
No.
word.
The arm itself.
Yep. It can. That's when it's a determinative, though.
Yeah.
How does a hand equal an A? I'm confused about that one.
You don't know. You don't know that that's an A. Yeah. That if you look on your chart of alphabet or whatever you want to call them, you'll see that it's an A.
Really?
Yeah. You just overlooking that.
Yeah. You got the vulture, or not the vulture. The falcon. Not the falcon. It's a vulture. Not the vulture.
Man, every time I put henna, there you go henna. I was like, damn.
What's the A bird?
The A is a vulture. I mean a falcon. A hawk, bro. You got me.
Yeah.
Now, I know you see the henna right here, bro. There you go, right here. Medu henna. Now, guess what this says?
Dispute.
It says with words, my dude. That's hella funny.
It sure does.
So it's like he had words with that fool.
Mm-hmm. Henna Medu, yep. With dispute, with words. Mm-hmm.
Now we're gonna show henna again. It means and or further, but most likely it's gonna mean with.
With. Okay.
Together with. There you go. And with, together with. That's henna. You see that, Joey?
Yeah, I see it there.
So you see that as an A. Now notice that in the transliteration, this mark represents a weak sound that we think is close to an A. You feel me? That's why you say ma'at. The term ma'at got two different A sounds in it. Ma and At.
Yeah. Yeah. Ma'at is the Ma with the T, right?
M-A-A-T. But it got two different A's. It got the vulture A and the hand A. So it lets us know those A's possibly sounded different if we got it right. Sorry, Imhotep argues that the one that we call a vulture A is really an R. But, and I heard other scholars, Lorenzo, say that too, but that ain't really getting too much traction. So what you got right here?
Hemet Nefer?
Well, you got almost, but you see the three strokes behind her?
Oh, Hemet.
No.
Hemet.
Huh?
Hemet to you, Nefer.
No, you said that back wrong.
Hemet two.
You gotta remember.
Hemeti?
You gotta remember to put the W closer to the root, even though it ain't written closer to the root.
Hemut?
Him wet.
Oh, him wet. Oh, yeah.
Because why? Because you gotta.
Okay. Him wet. Nefer.
Even though what represents the plurality appears to be after the T, in pronunciation, you're going to attach it closer to the root. So the root is him. Then you put a W for plurality, him move, and then T, him wet. So it'll be like him wet.
Gotcha.
Him wet.
So those are women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Neferet. Neferet Ib, what does that mean?
Beautiful heart.
Yep. So
great heart.
So what does that mean?
Beautiful heart. Yeah, beautiful heart.
So then what does that mean? Because that's an expression that means one thing. You can say beautiful of heart or
loving, maybe.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, but we're going to look it up. We're going to say.
Or could it mean perfect too?
NF, something close to that R. But when we put NFR, what we're going to do is put a hyphen and put IB. Nothing popped up, so just take off the hyphen. IB. They don't got Nefer Ib in here for us. So they probably, now think about it. The heart is a noun, right? And Nefer is an adjective. So therefore, these would have been switched around if they was describing the heart as being beautiful. So that means those are Nefer women, and something about the heart, we need to learn how to state that right there. Like it is, you're like, how would you say that? You know what I'm saying? Basically, if you're trying to say that women are good of heart, I don't know. I would love to look at this answer. Let's look at the answers in the back of the book.
They some freaks.
You messed that up. Hold on. Why you messed that up like that?
Loving women.
But it is not the physical heart, though, right?
Well, it got a stroke under it, but it's not going to be the physical heart.
Right.
They hotty.
I'm about to go to the answer. So look, this is number 7 of lesson 3, right?
Right. So hold on before you go to the answer. Hold up.
Lesson 4.
Yeah, hold on before you go. Before you show it, rather.
It's still on the screen, number 7, right there.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. So let's read it. So the whole thing is English would be Erdy was give. Let's see.
One gave to you great servants, great servants strong with.
Yeah, one gives to you.
Yeah, one gives to you great servants strong with. We got to figure out the end. And we got these female servants, beautiful.
With.
Female servants.
Beautiful hearts.
But what about the females?
Beautiful women.
Beautiful women hearts. That don't make no sense. So
probably just beautiful. I don't know. I don't want to put the heart there.
So now, if I really had to do the homework, I would get to the bottom of it.
All right, so let's go to the answer. See what they talk.
One has given to you good servants. They're actually good, strong servants, I think.
Strong?
Yeah,
okay.
They're good, strong servants with females with beautiful female servants. Watch this. It's gonna say something close to that. Now we're gonna go to lesson number 7 of lesson 4.
4 to 7.
I'm gonna go down here. But damn near seemed like I came right to it because the word petty right there. Oh no, we gotta get to the answers. What did I say? It said one comes to you. They're gonna say, hell no, they don't say that.
Nah,
But if it don't say that, it's gonna be the same meaning that I have, and it's just gonna be said different. Oh, here it comes.
One that gives to you.
Here go the
So
answers.
somebody gave them good servants, good men servants and good women servants.
Oh, look, slaves. They calling them slaves. That's what I hate. They're gonna sentence slaves of great strength are given to you. See, I said one gives to you. I didn't say servants. So we said it right because it say kind-hearted female, but they calling them slaves.
Right. Ain't nothing sitting there says slaves.
So
not me.
No, let's go back to it and show people what's going on.
But they translate the word "hem" as slave.
Yeah, that's all they doing. But they saying the same things. We saying because we said, let's go back.
Servants.
We said give.
Or men.
We said
Or men.
one gives to you, and then we said, what did we say when we came to him?
Strong men. Or we actually was thinking about priests.
Yeah, we said, but we didn't say strong priest.
Good priest or strong.
Strong servant. We didn't say servants when we seen this hymn.
I did.
Okay, but I think that because we did say they was strong and great men, whatever, with, and then we said, did we just say
women?
We said beautiful hearted women, but we didn't indicate that this say him met. So there's an option for them to be servants, because if they just wanted to say women, they could have chosen another term. You feel me?
Well, look up Hemet in the dictionary. What does that term say?
They're gonna say female slaves.
Yeah, it's not gonna just say women.
It won't just say females?
Nah. They're gonna be in some servitude.
Or servants?
It will say a wife. That's but nah, you gotta slow down. This say Sati Hemet, not just Hemet.
And what is that?
Sat represents the woman part, so I'm saying the Hemet, it means like your wife. So let's just see a Hemet.
Oh yeah. Hemnetter is wife of the
So they acting like it can only say servant right there. And again, this is why you should never think that your translation gonna match up to a European one, because you don't as easily call people slaves and shit.
Right. I don't see nothing says slave. I ain't even seen servant yet.
But we still had got the same meaning out of it. They just changed the rank of the individuals we was talking about.
Oh, we was right.
Yeah, they just said they slaves.
I don't see the word slave in there for no hem yet. Hemet.
It'll say servant. It eventually will say servant.
Well, that's better than slave.
There it go. See it?
Yeah. Servant.
So they
and priest. And well, I saw.
But also it got priest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you a servant of God, they mistranslating that like that. Somebody
they treating that bad.
Somebody heard me drinking on my drink on the mic and was like, "Yo, smash."
Yeah, they tripping.
But how do they get slave from that is my question.
So look, let me show you how. Servitude, a devotee. They're trying to say that if that servitude is not humble servitude that you're just doing by somebody, then you're a servant.
Look up there with servant, priest, devotee, and then what's the word after devotee?
Slave.
Yeah, but how do they get that?
Oh yeah, that's them. That's still them, even in the dictionary.
So you don't see how they get it?
Yeah, I guess you could be a slave. Even a priest could be a slave to the word, or to God, or to the natures.
But nah, what you just illustrated, Shazmoo, was a good indication that it don't mean slave the way that we think about a slave. Because their priests were called hymns, right? You wouldn't be calling your priest a slave. You're saying that he is one of these humble servants of divinity. He's a servant of the nature.
Right.
So they just being hella rigid, you know, with the way that they define terms and say, oh, he a slave. No, man, y'all gotta use some tact a little bit.
Now, do you think that that phrase comes from a text that was literally talking about maybe some people that were brought from a different culture or something like that, where they were slaves?
That happens sometimes.
Yeah.
But you still gotta ask yourself, okay, what's happening?
Right.
Like it's
The
one text
context.
where they're giving them he say, I'm gonna give you like 17 hemets. One king talking to another king.
No, I would consider that servants. I wouldn't consider
That's what I'm saying. Is he saying, but somebody could take a different interpretation and say, no, he said he gonna give them some. Well, one thing he said there was gonna be women. So that made me think, okay, well,
of his harem.
Yeah, I mean, no, they would have called him the harem, but it made me think definitely servitude because they wouldn't have been good for physical labor.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's type of slavery. But anyway, we do see that more confusion to it, that the word him just by itself means majesty. So therefore, just by word relationship, I think this servitude is humble servitude. It's not corvée or forced servitude. I think it's because the same word means your wife or husband. And a wife is a servant of a husband, and a husband is a servant of a wife.
Facts.
So I think they go too far with that slave. I'm not a slave to my wife. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes I feel like it. No,
some people could be, but if you ain't got the right to say hell no to anything, then you are a slave. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but what husband really has the right to say hell no to their wife?
Man, please. You can say
No,
that.
you really can't.
I'll go do it live. Like,
and be in the doghouse.
Babe, come in here and ask me something real quick.
Oh, when you playing it, when you serious, you be on the couch all day.
Nah, I'm just saying, when you do have some allegiance to your servitude, but it don't mandate that you're a slave. Like, just because you want to do what your partner wants you to do. Shout out Black Raven. That don't make you a slave. So I think they was going way too far with the definition. Now, we could look at what instances that qualify their stance, but getting back to the reading, I don't think they was going too far with that.
Yeah, wait.
Because why they gonna say great slaves? Great,
But
strong.
you could be a great slave too, you know.
Huh?
You could be a great slave too, you know.
But it just don't sound right.
One
gave to you great slaves, strong great slaves with, with some slave women too. I don't say that. Don't let them mess you up like that.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that one. Next.
Damn, this was a good long show. I'm sitting here eating. I ain't about to close it down.
You'll be ready to go to sleep in a minute.
Nah, I'm gonna go get some work done in the world.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Shaking, get it moving out there. Let me see. A lesson 5. So was we reading one more or what?
That's up to you.
So he wanted to see something about the hands getting cut off. And when I was looking for the actual snip of it, maybe because I need to look through my KM folder, maybe. Let me see. I know I got it on my computer, but
I've seen you read it before.
Yeah, I read it with Winterman. Oh, here, see, it's gonna be right here. Now, since you read the Meta Nature now, newly reader, but you ain't gonna mess this up, is you?
Where James at? James ran off.
I might mess it up a little bit.
Nah, because you the way that you asked it was like you didn't believe what we were saying was true. So you about to read the facts for verification. Here you go.
Oh, I'm not
I will tell you $500. No way you can make your way through this text. This is at a different level. When I said that the other day, it wasn't intended at an insult, and so now we about to prove it. So go right ahead to the top.
Wow.
Told you.
Who that? Perry?
Because this ain't a practice text. This is really
that was like a test.
Yeah, this ain't a practice text. This is really Samuel. This is really an Egyptologist marking down words of general called Ames. Now I'm here to help you, so feel free to just sound things out or anything that you know, and then we'll just help you right along.
Well, I could say that it looks like that first word has something to do with going forward. I could say that.
Traverse, yeah, probably. Any. Come on, don't fall for don't get intimidated.
Yeah, no.
Any.
The word is any, and it means to bring back.
Say it again?
The word is I-N-I, and it means to bring back. So let me snip this so people can follow us and learn too. Because if we just say the word, they don't know where we at. Right. We start from left to right just because this text starts from left to right because all the characters are facing left to right. I'm talking to the audience. Now,
that's right.
Here's the first word, any.
Any.
Now, it means to fetch or to bring back. And everything I say, I'll qualify with a dictionary. Right. So take the dictionary, look, check this out. I-N-I, right? It's going to say fetch. See how that say fetch?
Right.
It's not showing yet.
Huh? Why you seeing some delay image? Maybe are you watching inside of the Zoom?
I'm on the Zoom and
you must be watching on YouTube.
No, I'm not. I'm on.
All right, well, let me see. Maybe I'm sharing it in a way that it ain't sharing all of them. But you should be seeing any on the screen.
That's what just now.
All right. Well, now you see any. So when we go back to the text, right. I'll let you pick up from there.
Now we see it. Yeah. And then I was going to say the legs give you that hint of carrying something. And then you got that bowl. You normally carry something in a bowl. So
well, the legs give you the hint of something coming and going. And since the legs have a bowl on top of it, it gives you the sense of bringing something or fetching something. Yeah. So what you got after that, Joey?
N-E.
Huh?
N-E.
N-E. This isn't a knee necessarily. So to know the difference between a knee and an N, one of them is genitive. One means what is after it belongs to it. The other one will kind of like, in a sense, be. Let me see. Dative, or will it be dative? I have. Yep. It'll be like this. This N is just stating that it happened in the past tense, basically.
Oh,
so N-E.
Huh? N-E. And then what you got for the last one?
Something with a T-T?
That T.
But this going to even get more weird. Think about what you're looking at with that. So you said any. We said any, N-E. That's what we say at first. So that was any in the yellow. And now here goes another N. And here's an E. That means something. So what does any mean?
To go forward.
No.
To go back. No, to bring something but not bring something.
So when you start to learn the grammar, is this you're going to recognize this as something called Sejm NF form. Sejm just means to hear, and NF is because they say he has heard. And so right now, huh? No, this isn't it. The form of this grammatical structure is called Sejm NF. What you have is any. But it takes the same grammatical form as a Sejm NF. So when you read it in a grammar book, they're going to teach it to you using Sejm NF. And it's telling you basically when you come across a grammatical structure like this, I think it's past perfect again, Shazmu?
Is that the one who brings or one who brought?
I have brought. I have fetched. I have brought. The reason why is because this N, so now we retching it. So this is what's happening. We got a root word, which is any, right? These other two things are suffixed on this root word. Now, if I transliterated this, we'll see INI dot N dot I, which will indicate that there are two suffixes on here. Now, when we see that structure, we can identify it as Sejm NF form, and no matter what they saying, we know, now this is where I don't want to mess up, we know that it is past perfect. You don't remember when we was having this conversation?
Yeah,
I'm about to pull
yeah.
it up. I got it right
It's
here
completion.
in my books.
I know it's completion.
Let me show y'all. So it's going to say past perfect. So basically it is past tense because you say have. I have done something, but I don't know if the action was perfect or imperfect, meaning you completed the action or the action was completed upon you. Well, if he brought back the hands, it is past perfect. And this is, again, a grammar person can correct me, but if he was the one who brought back the hands, then it lets me know that this grammar sense is past perfect, whether I because it has to be, because he completed that action in the past and he did it to I don't want to say to perfection, but he did it and it wasn't done upon him. Now, if the real grammarians like Chris pop up, he can help me from making small mistakes, but I know I'm not leading us so far off track.
Right.
And I want to pull up this other thing of screenshots I got because I actually, you know what I did for us? Check
What's
this
that?
out, Joe. You forgot that we did this already and I worked this out to a spreadsheet. So now I don't even have to trip. Watch this. DRIVE. Let me see if I can pull it up. What was it called? Sejm NF form. So
Right.
SD dot, there you go, look. So basically what I was doing in my own research, and any of us could use this chart to understand it, to help myself recognize when I encountered different forms of Sejm NF. And so let me make this a little bigger, and y'all seeing it, right?
Yeah, that's nice.
So the
Yeah,
left, it
'cause
says Sejm NF forms. It's going to show you the glyphs. It shows the transliteration, the translation, and then the grammar form, which
Grammar.
this one is present perfect. But
present
this is a different different
Sejm.
composition. The one that
Yeah.
we're actually scrutinizing appears just like this, and it is past perfect, like I said. And so now notice what you see here, Joey. You see the word Jed, then you see
Yeah.
an N and an F, right? That's
Yeah.
because this is in the Sejm NF form too. So every time you see something set up like this, it always happens in the past, and the action is perfect. Meaning, perfect action means the person speaking completed the action. Now, if it was imperfect, it probably would have got performed on him. Now, let me make sure I said that right. Perfect tense. But this isn't tense beat, but it's kind of like this.
So you made that track yourself?
What track?
No,
Yeah,
that track you just made it yourself?
What track?
The chart that you just
the
showed
chart.
Oh yeah, I made the chart, definitely. Now we're right about perfect tense. It says the perfect tense is a verb form that describes an action that has been completed. So it's perfect because it's completed, but there is imperfect or perfect. Wait a minute. Because there's something. I wish Chris was here. There's something else to it. So basically, when you know that it is present perfect, you use the auxiliary verbs have or has, right? If it's past perfect, then you're going to use had.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? And in future perfect uses to describe an action that will be completed in the future. So you're going to say will have, because if it's completed, it will have been done at 3 o'clock. By the time 3 o'clock comes, it would have been done.
So in that case, that phrase was too short for us to really know whether it was present or past.
Because let's go back to what we scrutinize and it works out perfectly. Because then look, we got
But
the
couldn't
first.
it be had or has? Let's see.
Well, we got the verb, right?
Right.
Now we got, and I want to call this dative. So let me show y'all what I'm saying. Dative, it simply means is letting us know D-A-T-I-V-E. I don't want people to mess that up. Now, look, denoting the case of the nouns of the pronouns of the nope, that's not going to give us the one what we're talking about. So this is going to give it to us. In grammar, the dative case in grammar used in some languages to indicate the recipient. That's what I'm saying. It is dative. It's indicating the recipient or the beneficiary of the action. So if it's saying he has heard, it is indicating who is the beneficiary who heard. You see what I mean? But I don't want to get too complicated on stuff that I'm teaching, things that I'm learning, right? So let's just stick with what we really just all the way know. And when we're saying that this is such in F form. And so if we go back to read this is, if the first word is fetch, he has fetched.
Okay, so that's present.
Now if you got
past perfect.
No,
past perfect.
it's past perfect because he completed the action and it is, man, we said it a couple times and all. I don't know how to explain it better because my understanding of it ain't even all the way right. That's why I be liking Chris to help. Or I wish Wu was around to talk about these certain type of things.
And it's dative. Nah, we got it.
Yeah, we got it.
Chris can come around. Yeah, Chris can come around.
Yeah, but it said you like, nah, we got it. But it says any now what's this word you got for hands? Because this is what you're scrutinizing. So what I'm about to do is make it easy on us and type hands, right? Hands.
I think that's Detty with a piece of flesh.
But I mean you could be right. But I don't know the actual word for hands. I just know that does mean hands.
That literally means he gave him hands?
No. You said that different. You said he gave him hands like he beat him up. No, this means he literally brought back some hands that he chopped off of people that we talked about the other day. I think the hand is DRT, but let's see.
So like literal hands?
Literally a bag of hands.
Oh my goodness. Oh, wow.
They wasn't playing back then.
Yeah, so the word for hand is juret, right? Juret. And so when we see this says any juret, I have brought back hands. And then what do you now right here? I wouldn't expect you to notice this is a preposition this is a phrase that you're going to learn later. And it just
10? Is that 10? No.
Nah.
10?
So that is when this is when he so let me show you. Let me see.
When?
No, I definitely know what it is when I'm looking at what they're doing with the two. Oh, no, that's what I was trying to say. It's when on, okay? And that is the phrase. Let me show you. When on is always going to mean and then. Is that what you were saying? Look, W-N. You take a W-N and then you put a space and put an I-N.
I said this.
Well, they don't got when on in here but because it's a phrase. But it means and then. So certain things the dictionary won't be able to teach you, and we'll have to go into the text corpus. So I'm gonna do that to give an example of that real quick.
But hold on. That or direct. Where's the R? I see the hand for D and then the bread loaf for T.
It just ain't there. They just omitted it, and probably because of space. But let me show you this. Now what did I say? W-N.
When on
I-N. Maybe that I is a Y. J-N. For this transliteration scheme, I'm trying to figure out what'll bring it up to show y'all this phrase. That
so he brought hands
you're gonna have yep. Let me see how can I show people. I know how. Go to win and just go down and scroll down to win in, right? So here we go. See it?
Yep.
Now it says it's an auxiliary. They really still ain't telling you what it means. This means basically, and yeah, it is a particle because it just kind of means like and then basically. You know what I'm saying? But even right here, they're not telling you what its function is, because it functions in this way often. So notice they keep saying, if you look down the page, he keep doing it. And this is another way to say it. But basically, the action before you see this happened before the action after you see this.
Okay.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because I'm used to seeing it with that rabbit. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it with the rabbit too, but this is just another way. You know, that's a shorthand of the rabbit. So, and then what happened, Joey? So, are you following the and then, or is that losing you a little bit?
No, that's good. E.
Huh?
All right. So now the next word, E and something.
Well, hold on. We on here, so I'm gonna use all the colors. So we got down to the hand word right here. I just got to explain how this combined with this means and then.
Okay, so that's a whole phrase there.
Yeah.
Yep. But it
also
has more to the phrase. This part I just didn't color it in yet, and I'm waiting for you to say what it says. So it really says when on to. When on to. Don't you see the two under here?
Is that a uchik or is that
That's a uchik.
A tiu. Okay.
That's a uchik. Now, only thing that's helping us notice is because we learned the grammar, right? And so that we know that this two is the same two when we was reading another text earlier, and you said that the two meant one, remember? When they was doing stuff with the male slaves and the female slaves, and we didn't translate it as slaves.
Right.
But it still was the grammatical structure of we got a suffix to after
like
a when
you.
on. So this, if two means one,
one.
If this means one, as in a person, or it's often used when they're talking about a king or just a one person though. But it says and then one. Now this is probably the king. Now this her.
Before.
You want to say before? What you want to say for this?
Her. That could be in upon too.
Upon, yeah.
Upon, and then what you want to say for the next one?
Ready.
You know what that is, right?
Ready.
Redit, but what do you see this one meaning?
That means give.
So upon giving, now what? What is this gonna say? We gotta notice here you got another session in that form, but you ain't gonna notice at 11. You got the dative and then the person.
Them hands.
No. Upon giving to me.
To me, gold. Okay, the one who gave the hands.
Now I'm gonna say something.
Ready to receive something.
This right here shouldn't be upon. It should be and then one had or something like that. But because you want to know why, I mean, we could say upon giving to me, but we don't really talk like that, and we shouldn't really force ourselves into nobody else English, because it's Daniel Selden who said that translated Metanetter works best with African American vernacular English.
So just gave. I would
say so whatever come natural to us, we should feel licensed to use it because it fit the best. So saying and then one upon giving to me, nah. This is just like and then he gave, if you really want to break it down, but and then one had given. Now why am I saying had for hair? So first of all, I'm going over the boundaries, but I hope y'all follow me. I'm gonna put this hair here, H and the R, and you're gonna see all the options that they even give us for translating this term. It's not like I'm just being all generous and making stuff
you're
up.
right.
Like, look at all these options. A face, a preposition, to, towards, or from. Whore with the infinitive, we could talk about that. Hair, I should say hair, it means because. It also can mean on, upon, or up. It can mean at the time of, in a sense of temporal or duration. It can mean on the account of or concerning. It could just merely mean and or with. And so again, I'm not taking too many liberties to say, hold on, we need to redefine that hair right there and say, and then one, you know, you can say upon giving to me, but you ain't gonna say upon giving to me gold because he just gave you gold. So then one had given me. Now you want to read from this part, my good brother, Joey, Joey, what you got for this?
I mean, Joey.
That'd be something like noob or nobe, something like that.
Very good, and then but it'll be Nebu. It'll be Nebu, and then you know what this is.
Knee.
Knee. That's a knee, not an N.
Right.
And where else you at?
Something knee.
Huh?
Is that knee?
Wait, this is a knee right here. You was correct. Yeah. Now what's after that?
Something knee. I don't know exactly.
What you mean something knee? Oh no, you said something in. Nah. That's not something knee. That's a word with three consonants. So try them out.
That's a half hill, right? That's
yeah, exactly. QNT, and you might say KNT, but if you look it up in the dictionary, it's gonna say bravery. I'm gonna try QNT, and it's gonna say bravery. Watch this.
Yep.
Or
because it's got that arm with the stick in it.
There you go. You see it right here. It says victory or might. But look, a kin is a brave man. That's why I knew it would be close to bravery. Plus, we've done this plenty of times. Now, the word that they'll use the most is valor, right?
Yeah.
So let's notice that that's right there. So then what happened was, this is gold. It don't belong to valor. It is it is gold of valor. Gold of valor.
Net.
Peace.
Could that be FOR for that knee? Like for valor, gave to me gold for valor.
This which knee?
That's a good translation. That's not.
You're talking about gold. Well, it's gold of valor, but that's I mean, the only reason why is that it's an actual type of a badge, just like you say the
badge of honor,
the medal of honor or something. Yeah, you feel me? Theirs is just simply stated like gold of valor, basically.
Okay.
And you know the medal of honor came from this.
Of
like
course.
let's not. But then we got a M with him at the end, and it was Jonathan Winterman who helped, and Chris who helped me understand this M with him. Chris had taught it to me first, but when I talked to the Egyptologist, I had forgot about it. And the M with him, I think he said it wasn't repeat occasions. No, it wasn't both arms. It was repeat occasions.
M with him.
So he basically gave him. So you want to read it from the beginning in English, Joey?
And after he gave unto him gold for repeated valor.
Gold of valor, like a medal of honor, basically. Gold of valor.
So after he saw Erdit in him.
Multiple times, basically. On repeat occasions. How about that?
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you a question. That M also means ma'an, not so?
Which one?
The M.
Oh, this is an M right here too, yeah. But it also means what? No, that's a prepositional M. That's a prepositional M. Whenever you see an M by itself, it's prepositional. I mean, most 95% of the time.
So it doesn't mean ma'an.
No, it don't mean my eye. It just mean M, like EM, like N-I-N. It means in or of or those things. Let me let my dog out the room. Y'all can start reading on the next line if you want.
Right. So what is that after the M? What is that? You said winner. How you get winner? I see the A after that, but what is that between the M and the A?
No, that is a hoof. It's a hoof. It's called with him. WHM. Let me show you. Let me show you. WHM. Do you see right now? You see it right there?
Hold on. Yeah.
So
It's
it
like a
says
good piece of food.
it says repeat, do again, or report.
Yeah.
So then when we seen the with him, he said on repeat occasions. Because the I after the with him means an occasion.
That's what's up.
Somebody wanna go from right here?
Yeah.
Go on ahead and hold it down, Asar. I'm about to go check on my family. People just walked in the house. I can't be rude. So
Right, you gotta say hello.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Do you think?
So this starts the same way the top starts.
When he and
two into.
Yeah, when he and two. Yeah, my bad. When he and two her. Is that set?
Sit to strike. I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Is that set? Well, yeah. And then that's a determinative of the arm with the stick, right? Set
to be brave again. Yep.
And then is that an M? That's M, right? I don't know why they keep
that's your L. Yeah.
M, Oot, Kemet.
Yeah.
No. Sewer. Suri. Seri. No.
Yeah. So what is it called? Soup. What is the soup plant with the R underneath? You're gonna make me pull out my Vegas dictionary. Hold on.
It's not Surrey, is it? No, it can't be Surrey.
No, but it's
So it's Surrey. Is that a T there with the land? I guess it's a.
Is it? Yeah, because that should be a spit of land as the determiner. But I'm gonna have to pull out my Vegas.
Because it is Kemet.
Yeah, he's probably talking about one of the shores. We're gonna go over that part. Let's go to the next one.
All right, and I don't know what that is.
That's a hand.
Is it a hand? I thought it might have been. Couldn't tell. So, D. I guess that's Dion or DE. DE pen.
Yup, this. Right.
D me pen.
Yup.
Yeah,
and of course the pen is this, and so we know they're talking about something over here. And it's he's probably rewarded some land over here for getting busy, or he probably fought on the land. Let me see if I can pull up my Vegas dictionary.
After that, is that a side hill? Is that key?
Should be a spit of land, I think. But hold on, let me
okay.
Because we can't know unless we show, right?
Oh, maybe that's Demi. Is Demi a place? Demi?
Let me see. Hold on, I'm pulling up the dictionary real quick.
So then upon bravery or strong bravery or
fighting
bravely, with Kemet, or no, two is
not with Kemet.
No, Oot. In Kemet?
Hold on, let me pull up the dictionary just because I want to make sure for that particular one.
Looking up real quick. Where y'all at? I can color it in.
So we got end
back over the sentence.
So we got
the green and then. Now, when I was learning this, and I'll go to another teacher who actually seen breaking down this exact text, they we don't have to say and then every time because the story will get bumped. But you're going to say something like, so then after that, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But and then one.
Then one upon his striking his with bravery?
Nah, but that's hella close and good.
You don't like that?
So think about it. If this say
fighting with bravery?
aha into hair, aha. So then the hair upon fighting, right?
Bravery.
Let's see. What's the next
I let him get
though?
away with that. I thought that was pretty deep.
Either in Kemet, in Oot, Kemet. So you don't think that's fighting bravely or
where you see the
striking
bravely
bravely?
at? Where you see the bravely at?
Oh, I thought that hand with the stick.
Oh, let me
You see
show
the
you.
hand
Let
with
me
the
show you.
stick and
Let
then
me
you see
show
the
you
other
what's
part.
happening here. So I'm gonna put the preposition in the blue right here, right?
Right.
So now we got. Well, this is here. Man, I don't want to say nothing wrong, but this is what they call hair plus infinitive. But let me see something.
See,
The
that's why I went to
infinitive
the
is just
dictionary.
fighting right here, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So this word is aha, hair, aha. All right. And
Fighting
I
with strength.
thought that was set.
What you mean set?
I don't know. It reminding me. I know set is like a fighting too.
No, when you
That
see
Asar got me thinking that
the
because he's always
shield, the two arms, and the mace right there. This means
Yeah.
aha, A-H-A. Let me
That's
show
the
you in the
fight.
dictionary. Let me show
I
you
was
in the
thinking about
dictionary.
that man that used to be like falling down or getting beat up or whatever.
You see this
So
aha?
fighting with strength.
Now watch how this works out. This gonna say, damn, that's crazy. Look at this word aha simply means to stand up, right?
Right.
But then watch how this word progresses. Aha is your position. Now look at aha, he got a stick. Now it means warfare. But this is the glyph that we were scrutinizing if you ain't tripped off of that. So that's the aha. Now if we keep following that, now this aha just means to stand. So to rise up to stand eventually turned into fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? And we still be saying that.
Stand your ground.
Like, yeah, rise up and stand
What
up.
you standing up for?
Because this person is just, he is doing aha, but he's not fighting nobody yet. He's just rising up, arising, standing up, standing. But then eventually it's going to get worse and it'd be like beat somebody brains in and it still be aha. Oh, here go the one we was looking for. Look, aha in is and then, but we haven't got to that one yet. Let me show you what I mean. Look, watch this. It was going to be the next one we learned right on this line. Don't y'all see it? So he got tired of saying and then and switched it up and put aha in, which is another way to say and then. But just like I was saying, you ain't going to want to keep saying and then.
So after that,
Yeah, exactly. So he kind of switched it up. But in order to stay on track, we can all see that one aha word, when it has the mace in the hand and the two arms, it means to fight.
Okay. So like fight with strength is what I have. Or so when he said bravery, I was like, yeah.
So it's kind of gonna come out to be crazy, this line, and it's significant. I'm still trying to look to see if I can find that last rendition before we get up out the dictionary. I forget it. We had seen it. But look, it's kind of like, so then where we at?
I couldn't find it.
And then we got in command.
So this is a determinative if you ask me.
So
now,
okay.
Oh, the hand with the stick.
Because since we're supposed to read the aha,
he's stabbing and he got
this
his
is giving us showing us that he's fighting with might. Because this is a word we should read. So I don't think we're supposed to say aha naked like he a
no, we didn't say that. We
Yeah,
didn't say
yeah,
we
yeah.
just but
Yeah.
we did say with
So
bravery.
fighting
or
bravely,
with might.
yeah.
But we want to. Yeah. I think it's just a fight of. Now
So
they're gonna.
and then
What?
one upon fighting in.
Now this gonna seem crazy.
Oops.
But
Commit.
remember when I was talking to what's the name about this Winterman, whether this tie, it should mean the.
Oh, it means
It means the or this, and
the
it ain't no
command.
way around it, right? Because it don't mean the land. So like this says, and then one upon
fighting.
this is upon fighting in this Kemet.
In the command, this command, yeah.
Now that's what I tried to tell him. My name Afar, that this and the don't make no sense unless you define Kemet as a black city. It has to be something that can take a this or a the. You can't say fight, and then one began fighting in this Kemet. Huh?
Yeah.
Is there another Kemet?
Right.
He agreed with you too because it would be so grammatically weird.
Incorrect, yeah.
To say it like that. So
So I argue that this the black city. So and then and then one. Now I'm saying hair plus this infinitive is let's go to the grammar book so people can really get a good understanding of this. Because I'm arguing that this is a hair plus an infinitive here, right? Which is going to give us, see, if you have a verb that's generic after a hair, it's called a hair plus an infinitive. And that's going to give us a different rendering of saying upon fighting. Nah, you just be like, but then it ain't in my brain to remember how we render it when it's a hair plus infinitive. So what I'm gonna do is visit that in the grammar book while y'all are building, and once we there, I'll show it.
So yeah, we were saying. I mean, could you say upon warring? But I mean, fighting the same thing.
Yeah. So I gave you a good grade with the fighting with bravery. We can see you looking it up though, Smash.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool. You can see me looking it up instead of seeing the actual text. All right, let me get this off the screen. Hold on.
We went all the way. I think we went all the way through. We just we were in the process of translating.
No, I think if I do it this way, y'all will keep on seeing it.
But he'll be able to
like
pull out
this,
what
like
he's
this.
while
There
we
y'all
still
go.
building.
Yeah, y'all can see it now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then I could do what I gotta do. All right.
So Kemet, so in fighting in the black city, or black.
But we were kind of stuck on that sewer, the soup plant with the R.
Is that
all right? Hold on. We gotta learn this because I found it that quick. Y'all see the screen? Hold on.
Not yet.
All right, I'm about to show y'all. And
Perry, where you at, man?
Who was that?
I said, Perry, where you at? Get in here.
Where is Perry at?
He's still there.
Now check this out. This is the what we was talking about, lesson 58. The hair plus the infinitive. And I think so that's an ongoing action or action in progress. So we should state it as that. So that's probably why you say, and then fighting broke out. Because it's an ongoing action when it's a hair plus an infinitive. You see what I mean? The way that, but I don't want to just hurry up and quick explain it. I'm just gonna let us go to the actual lesson. But we can see what it says right there. And that's lesson
so fighting.
50. Go ahead.
So fighting will be good, right?
So we need to state it as if it was an ongoing action when the person,
like he's still.
So fighting broke out. I was wondering why me and Winterman was saying then fighting broke out. It's because it was an ongoing action that was happening while the dude was talking. See what I mean? So he kind of gave us an impression, like imagine you telling the story, and you like, then dude just knocked me over. You know what I'm saying? You trying to tell it so that the action so that the action is happening while you're telling the story. Hopefully, that's clear. I hope people are seeing that. I'm trying to get who was that? You get that, bro?
Yeah. So it's not past tense, like saying then I fought. You still in the action of doing it because you're explaining the position.
So hair couldn't be wild.
No. Well. It's hair with the infinitive, but we're about to go over that right now, and then we'll be able to form the best conclusions. So I probably should even read this one right before it. To me, my understanding of an infinitive is just a generic verb, right? But let's see how they define it. The infinitive, the Egyptian infinitive is a nominal form derived from verbal roots, basically. But they said a nominal form. It functions fully as a noun denoting verbal action and occurs in any place that one might use a noun with suffixes as the direct object of a verb after prepositions. It says the infinitive may. So let's think about it. So that means
to fight is a noun.
But then we're gonna have the infinitive with this hair combination, which forms a whole another thing. But first, we're just learning about infinitive. The infinitive may serve as a subject of a sentence with the conjugated verb, or even as the subject of a predicate for adjective. Now it says in meaning, the infinitive is often closest to the English gerund. Also, the verbal noun, my going, much shouting.
The ing.
Yeah, it says swimming after eating, etc. It says English idioms sometimes prefer to use the English infinitive to go. All right, so that's cool. So that's the English infinitive
See
to
how
go.
the action is still happening in those sentences?
Yep,
You're
and
swimming
to go. You're right.
after you're eating.
But let's see about this next one on lesson number 58, where they're going to put the hair in front of the infinitive, and it's going to let us learn something about. Oh, here you go. He's showing all these infinitives. So right here we got R plus the infinitive. It expresses a purpose. So if you got an R, like we be seeing an R, then after it's an infinitive verb. So right now, this verb they have is to do, but they put an R in front of it. Now it expresses in order to do.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And so they saying it expresses purpose when we see the R plus the infinitive. But what we're tripping off down here is this hair plus the infinitive. Now right here it says hair plus infinitive expressing action in progress, equivalent to the English progressive tense am doing. So that's why I said a fight broke out, because it got to be happening right while he's doing something or whatever. It says that it's equivalent to the English progressive tense am doing, was doing, will be doing, or will continue to do. So then it says, now we know that aret means to do. So if we got hair, aret, and we know that means the expressions, the action is in progress, then that means is doing. You feel me? So then if we come back to the text, that fight start happening because it's a hair with the infinitive. He wants us to know that the fight broke out, because when we see this right here, that the fight broke out in the midst of even why he, and you can tell because of how the story continues.
So I start swinging on him, right?
Exactly.
And then he grabbed it just like that.
So it said, so then maybe you would say, and then one began fighting. Because you know what I'm saying? How else is we going to say it? And then one began fighting in this black city. God, you can't make this up. Now, when I was reading it with Winterman, what's the word right after Black City, dog? He got hella mad at this part.
This
word is south. This word is south. And he was he was like, no, you can't read that like they're saying that the black city was in the south. He's saying the fighting broke out south of this city. And I'm like, bro, you still caught, right? Because let's say that the fighting broke out south of Kemet.
And where is that at?
You acknowledging that Kemet is just a city and some fighting broke out south of it.
Exactly.
But since it's in the adjectival position, I had to concede to him because this looked like it say the South Kemet. I mean, you have to read that as Ta Kemet Reshi, right? Or Resi, right? Somebody want to, Ta Kemet Resi, and then we see another Ta in Demi.
Demi,
This can't see it now.
In this
Ta in Demi Pen means
to this
the land.
What is Demi? Oh, to this place.
A Demi is a city or a harbor. A Demi is a city or a harbor. And
so it's south of. So it was south of Demi, right?
South of this city.
So it's south. It is south of Kemet. Is south of Demi.
No, let me show you something.
Pull a screen back up.
So basically, what Winterman, you can't see it.
No, you got Jared.
I got who up?
Oh, you have it's on YouTube, but it's not on.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Zoom.
Now you see it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right. So look, this is Let me show people. This is the South. I love to use the dictionaries.
That's Resi or
SOUTH, right?
And the pink or the whatever color.
So we're gonna look for the one that look like the rest, just so everybody can know that we ain't making stuff up.
That's the one I was trying to
there
look
it go,
up.
right here. Look.
Resi, Southern.
Yep. Right, y'all see it right here. So now
There
we
you go.
see. So it definitely saying that it says this are the Black City South, but we don't read it like English. So he was trying to say this is the fighting broke out in the south of the Black City. Well, then I asked him, Winterman, how is that making sense if we have this N connecting us to
Demi?
So this say this city right here. This say this city right here at the end. So which city is which? So he's told me, no, it was south of this city. Yeah, exactly. He like, no, it's not South Egypt. It's not saying Egypt is in the south. It's saying it was south of this city. But I asked him a simple question. I'm like, bro, how north would this city have to be for something south of it not to be south? Like, you're not making no sense, bro.
Yeah, you can't.
Even if it's south of this city, then it's in the south. But you can continue. Go ahead.
So if you look at the green bird, that's this, right? And this Black City is right after it in the blue. Now, when we go to this next word, which is Resi means south. And if you know how Egyptians talk, they always make a play on words. So he just said this city, now he said Resi at, and then in is what? Of? We're going to put of.
Wait, hold on. Would it be Resi? Would it be southland of this city?
Yeah, because we is leaving out this tile, bro. And we leaving out this tile.
Oh, damn. Yeah, Resi tile. So southland.
But if you were saying Southland, adjectives don't go in front of the noun. So the South would be after this. This is how he argued with me that the Resi is part of the Kemet. Because you put the adjective after the noun. So if you want to say South Egypt, you'd say Kemet Resi. And then we have a word. If we wanted to say Southland, this ain't how you say Southland.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
So that would be a determinative?
So hold up, because what is that? Resiyat?
No, Resita.
Resita. So that's got to be.
Yeah, but the Resi.
Okay, so land south.
But think about it. The Resi can't be an adjective in front of ta. You can't say Resita. If you wanted to modify the noun for land, you have to place the modifier after
behind.
Because I said it's a bit of land, but I'm trying to. What's jacking me up is how we go. If we're going Resita in depth, independent,
and demi pin.
So you're saying South Kemet land?
So let me read a literal, and then we can try a translation
of this city.
But the literal will help us. So literally, it says, and then one, and we're gonna say began fighting because it has to be ongoing. In this or the Black City, South land belonging to or of city this. Now you got to take those words and make it make sense.
Yeah, because pen has to mean we have to put pen in front of the demi in order to say it in English.
I mean, the fact that it got a land right there, it make it seem like it was in the south land of this city. In the southern lands, this would it make it seem like, but the grammar is incorrect. And he told me, nah, the city he was talking about at this part was Avaris. And he said the fighting broke out in Kemet, which was south of Avaris. That make perfect sense. That's why I couldn't fight him back.
But Avaris is way north, right?
No,
I know,
I'm
but he said,
I'm gonna tell you no, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Oh, the other Avaris.
No, this is Amos son of Ibanya. And
well,
if
real quick, before you say that, this is one of his generals. It seemed like that, but then I got lost. This is General Amos. It ain't the
Oh yeah.
Because he's bringing
Yeah,
back
but this is
hands.
Amos, son of Ibanya. That's his
Oh,
general.
you saying son of Abanya ain't Amos the first?
Yeah,
No.
this Amos the first is the one who commands Amos, son of Ibanya.
Oh, okay, thank you. You're right. Thank you.
So this, when I read the original, he says he fights not just in Avaris, he goes down to fight down south with the Nehesi traders, with some more Nehesi backing him up. So if he's saying that this is Resita, this has to be, I don't think it could be when he was in Avaris. I think this would be when he's in Nubia or Nehesi land.
And hold up, he also said, "For they have," and he the one that said, "For they have Avaris, but we have Kemet."
Yes.
Nah, that wasn't a son of Abana who said that.
That wasn't Amos.
This is him.
The general.
No, so you confusing Amos the general with Amos a military, a lesser person.
Hold up, I'm gonna pull him up.
I'm not saying he's the king. I'm saying he's the general that
Real
said
quick,
that, right?
Kamos on Kamos Stella, which is the brother of Amos, he said that. It wasn't even one of the Amoses who made that, but what me and Asar was just working out was and letting everybody know that there's two Amoses. One was the admiral, and the other one was the actual pharaoh. And this is son of Abana, so this is not the pharaoh one, right?
The general.
The general.
Yeah, but I was thinking it was that general that said the same thing, but you corrected me and said.
But I mean, well, we're reading this thing now, so if he's going to say it, we're going to come across it.
Okay.
Here's him, right here, real quick.
Oh, you sharing the screen? You sharing the screen?
I'm about to. Oh, okay. Let me try. I'm disabled.
Oh, how? Let me see. Hold on. Try now.
Okay, there he goes. Share. So we're talking about him, right?
Yeah, because that definitely ain't almost the other almost, yeah.
And this is the one who's fighting for Amos. That's right.
Yeah, okay, cool.
That's all, brother. All right, let me get off of there.
Oh man, I just
he said Kim right there.
Yeah, you seen it?
Back.
You seen it? Hey, me and you both seen it at the same time. I'm like, hold on, what they saying about Kim on the screen?
Hold on, let me reshare.
Yeah, we gotta go back, bro. How did you see that like that though? I seen it in the flash of a second.
I think he was trying to get out of that with you when y'all was having that discussion.
Where did we? There it go, right there. Oh, there it go. Look, you found another one, bro. It says there's a more damage. How did we see that? It says the couple on the right consists of the daughter Ipu named Kim. Got him. Another Kim. That's the black woman. Hold on. Tell her to go.
Now we gotta find
wife of the scribe.
Nobody did no practice, man. I'm cool.
You bugging.
I'm cool. Ask her to take you, man. I'll take you, but I'm just tired. But keep going.
I'm gonna check the second page real quick so we can get to his text.
I thought you was going to show where he was talking about the war.
Where he was scrapping, yeah.
Yeah.
That's down here, I believe. Here you go. He speaks as follows. I grew in the city of Nekeb. My father was in command in the army of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, second Ra, in time of land Neb Petty Ra.
Hold on.
The sovereign, blah, blah,
Hold
blah,
on then. No, that's the... If he said his father was second Ra Tau, then that was almost, bro. Hold on. If he said that his father was in second Ra Tau, then this is almost. Maybe this was just at a time when he was
the general.
Yeah, because go back up. If his father,
that's right, because we just looked at their DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it say right there, my father was in Kekinra or whatever you said, and then
Yeah,
it
go
say
right
Tau
there.
after it. Look at the in the it say Ta too.
The second.
Yeah, and so so that's basically maybe we looking at him from a time period when he was under his brother and he probably was just a general. But what was Amos under Kamos or was Kamos under Amos?
Amos was under
Almost was under
Kamos, that's his
Kamos.
other brother. And his daddy started the beef and they axed him up.
And Kamos
Right.
finished it, right?
Yeah.
No,
see,
Almost
that's
finished it.
Who finished it? Kamos or Amos?
Kamos got killed.
That was the daddy, right?
Yeah. It was like Amos and Kamos are the brothers and the dad got hit with the axe in the
Was
head.
it it was Thutmose or Thutmose?
Here
And
goes
Amos
campaign
and
to
Kamos.
Syria with Jehudi missed the first, Thutmose, y'all. So he was in retinue in northern Canaan to take revenge when they hit him in the head.
Okay.
But again, I was given by the king of Lower Egypt 60 auroras and Hadja altogether. List of names of the male and female slaves from the booty given to me. Y'all read that earlier.
Yeah. So I guess they were slaves.
Yup.
Servants.
Ken Paheka, Jehudi Senebu, Sobekmes.
Wait, real quick. Earlier, we
Ori.
was reading from an instructional book. Earlier, what we was reading didn't have nothing to do with this. You don't remember? We was reading just from the grammar book.
You don't think those were taken from this?
That was a different text, but it could possibly. There's a chance that it could possibly be.
Yo, they took a lot of what they had in here down. Let me see if it's in this PDF.
I wonder if the hands are in this one.
Well, that's the same thing I'm reading from, because if this is almost the
it is
of a bonnet,
Here you go.
yeah, there you go, right there.
Got one of these.
So
joints
hold
right
on.
here.
Let's see. Now we can go see. Now hold on. Oh, guess what happened? This all Jonathan Winterman did, bro. And came and got the version like this with the words on it. Because go down, scroll down. There go to fighting, and there was fighting on the water of Padu of Avaris. Right after he say that, he about to start saying the part we was just reading. Then I made capture and I carried off the hand. They're going to carry off the hand part where we started. We started at number 10.
Number 10.
So Winterman just read the line above it, doing his homework, and was like, no, the reason why the city he talking about ain't Kemet is Avaris, because earlier he just got through saying, and there was fighting on the water of Paj Edku of Avaris. Then I made a capture and carried off a hand. When it was reported to the herald, I was given gold of valor. We read all of that.
Because here's the Paj Edku right here. No.
So go down and see if he say fighting began the way that we said it because of the whore plus the infinitive.
See, and that's why I'm thinking that they already was in Avaris.
Hold on. So look, they messing it up because they say then there was more fighting in this place. Let me ask you a question. Is that ongoing and well, yeah, that is ongoing.
Yeah.
There was more fighting in this place. So he basically saying it was happening. Yeah, okay, it's ongoing. So that's right. And then what does it say next? Again, I made a capture, and there I carried off a hand. So Joey, he carried off more hands. I told you.
Yep.
And again, I was given gold of valor. Now here.
So he just
now read the Egypt part, and y'all tell me what y'all feel about that.
There go hands again below
it.
Say what?
Brother,
he just chopped every battle.
Yeah, I mean that's what you claiming to do. After you win the battle, you gotta prove that you killed somebody, so you need to bring back a hand. Now,
so right here, Emi Jarrett.
Then
right
there
here.
was fighting in Egypt, south of this town. I told y'all.
Yeah, well, hold on. What part did you tell us?
Remember, I said south of the land, southland of.
Yeah, but see, they leaving out hella stuff. They left out the word land. So they just saying that that's a determinative for They saying the South is reset. Reset. You see, they not saying it's Resi. They saying that T ain't for a
See,
top.
they saying like I said it. Remember, I said reset Jow, because that's how.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's how I learned it.
But look at what they saying then. That they saying that it's a south of
So that goes with what we're saying. Egypt is south of that town.
And the town is Avaris. No, that ain't what we was saying. That's what.
No, the town is now
the town
Egypt.
is Demi or whatever.
No,
yeah, the town.
Because remember they said the fighting started in Egypt after that.
But go back up. This is what I'm saying. When he's saying south of this town, he's not talking about the Avaris location.
He's talking about Demi, wherever Demi is.
Demi is just the way you say this town.
Oh, okay.
So here's Avaris here. We're up here. They were fighting. Then I made a capture.
So he captured somebody and carried off a hand. So the fighting stopped.
And then the fighting started back up.
Yeah, because he said when it was reported to the Herald, I was given gold. So if he was awarded gold, that whole fighting scene from Avaris is over. He's already been awarded gold for it. That must have been a week or two ago. So let's go down.
And then the fighting started
right here.
But he says then there was more fighting. So that's the new fighting now. Now let's see. And now
where's that?
And again, he made capture and he carried off a hand and he was given gold of valor. So that fighting was over. So now here go the third fighting. Then there was fighting in Kemet, south of this town. So now
where he's at. Yep.
So yeah, he couldn't have been talking about the other two towns where there was fighting at. Because he's saying south of this town wherever he's at when he's telling the story, it seemed like.
Yep.
And I brought away a
and the name of that place is Kemet.
Yeah, so if it's south of Kemet.
No, they translated Kemet as Egypt.
The town, Demi.
South of this town.
But they translated, look at Kemet, it say Egypt.
Right.
Yeah, when they say here, Demi, they have the spit of land after, meaning that's what this means. This is is it the name of it is Demi?
No, that's this town.
That just means town. That just means town.
But it's still saying, to me, it's still saying south of this town. That Kemet is south of that town. Because above it, it said.
Well, it's in Kemet and it's south in that.
Yeah,
it's south
Kemet,
in that
you're
city.
Right. What is this town? Is the question.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, is Demi the town?
No, Demi simply means town. That's the way. It's like saying Niu. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that means Kemet is another city south of that town.
So Kemet was south of Avaris is what we can conclude from this.
Maybe, but it could be a different town. This town doesn't mean Avaris. It could be
only this towns we can reference is the ones that, because he's telling the story.
He's telling us where he's at.
He mentioned 3 towns. At least he talking about one of those. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he said, because he showed us 2 places where fighting broke out. And then he said, then fighting broke out in Kemet, south of this town.
Yes.
So it must have been the last town he was talking about before he was talking about Kemet.
Mm-hmm.
He got that gold again.
Right.
And he crossed the
so
water.
No wonder it was repetitive where he was giving gold repeatedly.
Yeah, he getting money.
I mean, he keep coming back getting money. Yeah, that's right.
I need money.
What's going to happen next?
Let's go
before he was captured on the side. Oh, I remember we read this too. Before he was captured
Look. Then Avaris was captured. So can I ask y'all a question? If the fighting was south of a particular town, then he kept on beating up people, and then they automatically, after that, they captured Avaris?
Then they went back up, yeah.
So they had to go north at some time.
Yep. Unless it's that southern Avaris, but I digress from that one. Because remember, it's 2 Avarises.
No. Yeah, that's not working.
Okay.
You thinking about 2, you thinking about the conversation where they made conjecture that there was 2 Athrebuses.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So where is Avaris at? Is that in the
Avaris is in the north.
In the Delta? It's in the Delta?
Yeah.
By the biblical, Pot Ramses, basically.
Yeah. So when the Hikakasut took the gold and went up there and hid, basically, the Hikakasut and the Amu, almost got tired of it because they killed his dad. They jacked up his brother. He walked down there, cut through the middle path because there was 3 paths. The middle path was the most dangerous. They rolled up out of there. They caught him by surprise because nobody expect anybody to ever take that middle path, and they sieged the place. But the reason why this part is about to come up, and this is why I was saying before, is because instead of rolling in and finishing the job, they started to cut hands off and count up booty because in the Egyptian army you got to get paid.
All right, we'll scroll down a little bit. He say, then the Chardin was besieged for 3 years, and His Majesty captured it. Then I brought booty from there, 2 women and a hand. Now y'all thought he was
it took
playing,
3
huh?
years. I was given gold of valor.
And I was
Again, that
given
boy
the
getting
captives
money.
for slaves. So they gave him those people.
Those
After
4
His
people.
Majesty had slain the Bedouin tribes of Asia, he swelled to southward to Kent and Nefer. Now that's in Nubia. To destroy the Nubian nomads. But let's stop, because they just making you think something that it ain't saying. So that term they got out to you, now they trying to say that that is the Nubian nomads. Yeah, that could be the Nubian nomads, but it's just really translate back to Bowman. TU, we all know enough about the TU, but I don't know how they just get that.
Are you on mute, Smash? I'm not hearing you, no.
You not
No, we
hearing?
hear. We hear.
hear?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so then he turned south. Let's keep on looking. And His Majesty carried out a large massacre among them. Then I brought booty from there. Let's go back up. 2 living men and 3 hands. I was rewarded gold once more. And 2 female slaves were given to me. His Majesty sailed northward, rejoicing in having captured Southerners and Northerners. Now let's see what they use for Southerners and Northerners right there.
Dude was getting money.
Yeah, he getting it.
Notice they didn't use Nahesi but they did use Mahetiyu for Northerners. Mahetiyu. That's Southern.
Say Rescue.
Yeah, Rescue.
And Mahetiyu is for the Northerners.
And Maheti, yeah.
Let's keep reading. Man,
Then
how did
after-
you pulled this up hella quick? How did we get? Oh, because you knew it was the son of Ibana, huh?
They used to have this inside of the actual page. I had to click on them 2 PDFs at the bottom. You know.
You need to share this link in the Discord.
Yeah, go down, keep going down real quick. I ain't even. I was just trying to read more of the story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's nice.
Who came from the
rejoicing in
south?
strength and victory having. Then Ata came to the south.
Hold on, came
and
from the
some-
south.
That must have been
Yeah, because I told you he gets helped by he got a whole Nahesi crew that
Who's
run
that?
with it.
Wait, roll
That's
back
the
up. Who
Nubian
is these
kings.
Ata people? Go back up real quick a little bit. Right here, some people got injected in. His Majesty at 10th Ta'o. It says Ata came to the south.
And his fate brought on his doom. Atta is the traitor, if I'm not mistaken. He's the one that's on the front. So when you guys see that boat and it has the Nahesi on the front and the Asiatic on the back of it, I believe that's Atta. And he was running whichever part of Nahesi land that they were in.
Yeah, all right, this is dope. Keep going down some, if you don't mind. If you don't mind.
So the king was Tao. He was found by His Majesty.
His Majesty Tao. Yeah.
He said he brought 2 warriors as captives from the ships of Ata. So Ata was an enemy?
Ata was he was the Nahesi trader.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see what else is going on. He was given 5 people, or and the same was done for the whole crew.
So remember, they intercept the letter from the Asiatic kings, from the
Oh yeah,
Hyksos,
yeah.
saying, Amos is busy with my soldiers up here. Bring your troops from Nubia and let's get busy and crush them in the middle.
But that was
that
was for Cabos though.
Yeah, but this is ongoing. So
don't scroll up, by the way. Let's read the metametric for this next line, 23. But I just wanted to catch you before you scrolled up.
So this is, hold up, let me go down just a tab for you.
Oh, then it's gonna show the English. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Winnie.
No, see, I was talking about number 23 at the bottom where we can't see the English yet, so we can verify. Don't show the English.
Oh yeah, because we did that. Because we did that.
We'll do that line. We'll do that next line where we can't see the English, so that people can see that. People can see how close we could get. You see what I don't remember none. That's true. You want to?
I don't need.
Yeah. So somebody want to tackle that? Shazmu or Joey?
Which one?
Number 23, but just starting after SE.
23. Okay.
Who said Winnie? Who said Winnie?
Joey.
Why you saying Winnie?
That's close, Joey, but it's not. It's an arm.
So he's identifying the grammar part kind of like, but you misplaced it with the other one. Aha.
That's N.
Oh, it means the same thing though.
I mean, yep, it works the same way. Aha N works the same way as 10.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? In a sense.
Something is that ka-er?
That's core. Core. You know what that means? Look at the determinative.
That means the enemy.
No, look.
Killed him.
He's sideways.
Well, it probably just means to fall.
He's sideways. Yeah.
Falling man. Okay.
So what's
then
after?
fell?
Then
fell.
Now what's that say?
Ta'if.
And then he fell from the sky.
Ta'if.
Pef.
Oh, Pef.
Yeah, so that's one word. So Pef is gonna be like this or that. One of the two.
Okay.
Now seeing that we see these feet right here, and the feet ain't a determinative for pet. The feet ain't a determinative for Pef right here. I would probably read these feet.
Inu.
EE, maybe.
EE.
So we're gonna see if what I said is wrong or correct in a minute. But I know they're not a determinative for Pef, right? What word Pef has 2 feet after it? I can't think.
Two feet after E. E. Like to go towards, coming forth. E. Correct M. Yeah. EU.
EE2. EE2. T.
I think the word is EUT, but whatever. We're going to see.
Yep.
EUT, IIUT, and maybe IIUTT. We'll see what we see when you scroll up. And then when y'all can continue.
You know I have this text, right, Clarence?
Well, the answers is right as soon as you scroll up, but we don't want them to scroll down yet.
Is that
I have this text, you know?
This is the text we was just reading.
I have it.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, you don't know it.
Well, I didn't read the text yet, but brother, I ain't read the text yet. I put it on the screen.
Cheat code.
I didn't read the text yet.
Oh, it's all good.
So
Yeah. So we was reading it without the answers. That's all. And now he just whipped up the one with the answers. So what we're at is this word. What?
Okay.
Yen
What
or
you want me
whatever?
to-
Yan? What'd you say for that word?
Well, let me just cheat then, Smash. I have the text here, so let me just go and see what it says.
Yeah, I think that's on.
All right, scroll down and just show us the transliteration and not the English. Now let's see what that was. So now they said, see, they did say that it was Pef. They didn't say Pef EE. They said Pef. It looks like Jew, but it's Pef U. I mean, you know, y'all know what's up with that. And now they said that
that's that king's name.
Now they started with the two
You
T's.
cheat.
Huh?
That's I was told Asar cheating. Asar cheating.
No,
no, it
because
say
remember
his
his
name
name
right
was up
there.
here.
It say Ren
His
F
name
on the
was
screen. Ren F. Ren
yeah,
F.
his name was Tetian.
Yeah, and it
So
say
this
Ren
is his
F.
name right here. Tet-E-on.
Ren F means his name, so I know you can read that shit.
Okay. I ain't see that then.
Renef is over here. And see how they got him striking himself in the head like, you dummy. Don't you ever, all right? So, Tetian.
So don't show the translation yet. So we got and then fail this. Now what is the his name? So that king basically got slain. It looked like.
Yeah, remember that I told you he put him on the front of the boat, and he made his
So
victory
scroll
lap.
down there right now, and what it's gonna say. Then the enemy came to.
We all wrong.
No, that was right.
Then the enemy called Tetian came.
So hold on. Why they don't got the falling right there?
That's the enemy, ain't it?
He ain't fell yet. They ain't killed him yet.
Hold on, but it says aha core. So what do you translate that? Aha in core.
And then
core ain't an enemy. Core ain't an enemy. And actually, if you look, well, let's look up core must be an enemy. You feel me? Core must be an enemy.
And Pep is called.
Man, I'm gonna show you right in the dictionary that I will refute that translation. Let's see, unless we find core is an enemy.
I don't know if I agree with that. Aha, then he came. I would say fought.
Now, I'm telling you, I got it right on the screen, dude.
Fight this enemy is what I would say.
Let me share this so y'all can say I see what you're saying.
Go ahead.
Now, look at this. Don't y'all see that this means to fall and the word is core? Y'all don't see that?
No, scroll up a little bit.
All the military sense.
All right, let's go.
And Keru, battle war.
So
see,
now,
that's why I'm thinking.
So it showed us core meant to fall, but they left that out of there. It means to fall.
And that's why I say it looks like fight. It looks like I fought. Like I fought him till he fell, almost something of that nature. But it starts with fight at the beginning.
Where your screen at? Oh, you ain't sharing your screen no more?
I stopped so we can.
All right, damn. This is 7 hours. I'm about to end the show in a minute, but we're doing good. I want to at least get somewhere. Let me see. I want to figure out this last thing we look at.
See, I've got
that was a good story.
So they just said enemy, bro, for that.
For core?
And and that doesn't make because it's fighting in core or
well,
fighting.
No, that's gonna be
then. No, then
that's
fall.
Not the fighting aha. That's the then aha.
That's the then.
Yeah, they got because it's just separating the last statement.
So that's I would have read it fighting with enemy called Tetian.
I mean, I can't not go against that. I can't go against that, but it actually says,
you see what I'm saying?
It actually says then that enemy because the path is that, right? We know path is that. So they're saying that core is an enemy. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah. And see, N would be, it's either that, it could be with, it can, so I would say fighting with enemy. But fighting that and then that enemy, we could do that too.
So you see they got then there, and then when we went to the dictionary earlier, it showed us a aha in that meant then. But let's see what else the rest of the sentence says. I mean the next one down at the SE.
Oh, down below?
Uh-huh.
Sahiyu. NF. Aku, Abu, actually, like so they turned him into Aku. They made him ancestors. F Hori Mesh And he talking about stabbing
He
people
killed
and hitting
them,
them.
and because that's hair plus an infinitive too about killing people. So it's like, and then because you see, and then His Majesty killed them basically, and it was ongoing and happening as he spent. So then His Majesty started slaying them.
Right here, not with the N, but Hef.
Yeah,
when
His
it's talking
Majesty.
about Ha F 40, and then
And
mess.
yeah, you got the hair. So Sama, that's what that is.
Yup,
And
he's
Sama
smart.
is the
He's
spike.
I know
the
what Shema
smiter.
is.
Yeah. So let's
He
see
got
what
the
it
hit
say.
and
What
stab
does
him.
their translation say?
Should we NFN? Yeah, we got that right. Who
His
had
Majesty,
drawn
yeah.
together rebels, His Majesty killed him.
All right, yeah. But I didn't know who drew together the rebels, but I did know His Majesty killed them. It said that right
So
at the
then
end.
that enemy called Tatien came, who had drawn together rebels. His Majesty slew him.
Okay.
Murked him.
So the king killed Tatien.
Yes. Got
Because
rid of him.
because he found him with the rebels there.
Yeah, he came with rebels and got slayed up. He got done up.
Let's see what it
Why?
continues. What does it continue to say?
Right, real quick, I want to go back to 23 just for a second.
Yeah.
Could it be then that fallen, or then that fallen called his name Tetion?
Well, I don't think they're wrong for calling a core an enemy. It's just not the first way to say an enemy. I mean, the more common way would be XFT, however you would say that, right?
Isn't
so,
it? But isn't that like whore? But isn't that like whore?
Huh?
But can't you pronounce that whore? Because the enemy can be read as a whore as well.
Huh?
Where we're at?
No,
Over here?
core, bro. You gotta start to understand when some of those. When do you pronounce KH? When do you pronounce H? Or when do you pronounce a K? And the one go ahead.
So it would be core.
Hold on, now, you got me confused. What are you
No,
looking at?
because when you say aha and whore, right?
Core,
that means
yeah.
then the enemy.
But you keep saying core whore. You said core whore.
Right. Because the enemy could be read as a whore. The enemy could be read as a whore as well, right?
No. That's just a determinative. I see what you're saying. That's a good thing.
This is not whore.
Yeah, that's just a determinative. So when I looked that up, no, I'm not. I might have misled you earlier because I highlighted that word and I said it was core, but I thought you knew that I was reading the word in front of it, and that's
no.
just
You were reading right in front of it, but then I saw whore within the dictionary, so that's what tripped me up.
Well, the reason why is because in the dictionary they are simply spelling out the word that should be in the front of it too. You see what I'm saying? And you seen HR, but that H had a little half moon under it, which indicates that it's a KH sound.
No, right. But what I'm saying is, when you look at the fallen man, it has whore in the dictionary as well as a separate word.
Exactly, but
that's a determinative.
I'm tripping.
It's not
No.
So this is
a good statement.
So
but this is a determiner here. So you have aha in, which is going to mean then that, and then core is the enemy, as opposed to saying core whore here. This one isn't a word; it's a determiner. So in this case, it's telling you what this particular word means.
So the instance I showed earlier in the dictionary is confusing him because it only had the determinative and it still said core. You feel what I'm saying? So I want you to know that as an Egyptian scribe, you never have to write out the word if you don't need to. If you don't need to write out the word for people to understand it, they very well could have just wrote that man right there and not put the core word next to it.
Right.
So it's really saying, so it's kind of like saying the enemy fell.
I mean, honestly, that's what I'm trying to say, because I was like, where is the fallen? I was like, where is the fallen part here? But you know what? I have to stick by the rules of Egyptology and can't really recreate nothing I know what you're saying, dude. Check this out. This is what you're saying. As soon as I put that word in the dictionary, it's gonna say fail. It ain't gonna say nothing about an enemy. Look, there it go right there. Do you see that right there? Core. Let's be fair and see when it says an enemy. Look, a fallen one, core. Fall in the military sense. It don't never say enemy. But I'm not, I do this too many times, and then I figure out what the Egyptologists figured out, and I realize that I need to give them the benefit of the doubt because they're not just guessing. Oh, there you go. See, right while I'm saying it. Look, what does this say?
But it ain't got the word bird.
But it don't got the bird, so let's be fair. It got a man falling over. So why would they be saying that it's an enemy? Because they can't translate it with fall right there. They like, what does this mean?
That's why I was saying it would be then that falling, then that fallen. Those that the fallen ones, then that fallen. But that's just the way that broken English.
So we did see a rendition of enemy, but I'm still with you, Joey. I want to be able to see a SAR screen. Let me see, because you took it down.
It just started.
It's showing something else, debunking you.
I could say so. In all fairness, I could say the enemy fell. Then that wouldn't be out of context with grammar and.
But it wouldn't go with the grammar.
But you gotta be right because His Majesty slew him at the end of the sentence. So all throughout the sentence, he's being represented as a fallen one. So maybe it's like then that fallen one called Tetian came.
Called his name Tetion, and then Tetion got slain.
What I'm saying? And then he got slain. I mean, His Majesty slew him. That's how he become the fallen one. But then that enemy, they are taking liberties because there's better ways to say enemy. But regardless, I get what they're doing.
That's why I'm saying that the way they rendered the sentence, I would have went a different path. But
so could that mean something like traitor as opposed to enemy? I'm just curious.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, is there a word for traitor? Is there a word for traitor besides that?
There's a word for traitor.
I don't know how to say a word like traitor.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't even think. I mean, is a word like traitor? Is that philosophy? Ancient, I guess.
He got it in there like he's
It'd have been like a bad or untrustworthy one or something like that.
No, if you can fight with the Nubians and then you fight with the Egyptians, are you what we would modern day call a traitor? Back then, they
it's the same people.
Yeah, they were just exactly. They were, but under different political leadership. So just because you're the same people, you're not going out to bang for everything somebody wants you to bang for. You feel me?
But what we're saying here is they found Tetian with the Hyksos, correct?
Huh?
Wasn't Tetian found with the Hyksos?
I believe so.
I don't know about that.
Well, if they say he found the Hyksos, then that's a different story.
No, he was in Kent Nefer. He was down in Nubia area when he met that guy, right? Y'all don't remember the story when he sailed south and he started killing Nubians, and then that ruler came out.
Yeah, because you know what? That's what I was saying. Asar was talking about getting that letter, but you said that was a different story. But getting that letter because Avaris was trying to get some Nubians to come help. But then he got that letter and then beat up some.
I'll let the stream go for too long. What you got right here, I'm gonna have to end it and maybe go watch somebody else. And we can watch Reggie.
That's true.
Oh, it's 7 o'clock. Reggie is on right now.
Oh yeah, we gotta go over there.
All right, so let's let him get his support. Now y'all gotta pay some homage to the brothers who don't work. I'm not talking about myself. I work. So I can hold it down. But Brother Reggie don't even work, and he be trying to do this for us. And so when y'all need to be less, when he want to cash out, bro. Exactly. Like, come on, man. We know if we in a competition, then we can bang on each other. Reggie ain't in the competition. Reggie be hella humble. Reggie be asking for something to eat for the day after doing the research, and cats will try to ridicule it. I don't like that. I don't appreciate it. So that's why I want us to go over there and support what he's doing right now. So hopefully somebody kick in or whatever. But yeah, And your contributions are much needed and appreciated over here too, but don't get it twisted. Like even the biggest business you ever seen accepted donations and required donations and needed it for certain things. And so with that being said, I want to get us over to Brother Reggie on the House of Consciousness said he had a show about some different subject matter.
Thanks, Smash. You're giving me a headache, though, boy.
What happened?
Oh man, this was a good show.
All them
It
glimpses.
was when my head started hurt, my stomach started hurt.
This
I
was
get
a
hungry,
good.
thirsty, all kinds of things.
This was a good reading. I've been trying to
in the
get.
chat.
I never got that far on this one, you know. So
Hold up, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat in case y'all want to go visit.
Sorry, that was good.
Yeah.
Well, I will do my homework for the text. That's Smash. I can do my homework for the text.
Well, I think J. Bill got some really good stuff coming for us. He got some Ramsey's.
Sadiq, if you still there,
Ramsey's
get that.
pylons that we're gonna be looking.
Because
at.
it have a website that you could go and get these off of. I forgot the website though. Huh? Some of them have transliteration and some of them don't.
But Joey, are you in the Discord group?
Yeah, I was having a nice conversation with the Discord group yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's
You forget
right.
that?
Well, yeah, that's right. Well, then put whatever you want in there or whatever. So we, you know.
I don't know the link. I have to go back and look for it. I don't know where I got it from. I think it's you put me onto the link, you know.
All right, I'm about to go on and get some rest. It's been 8 hours,
Right.
gentlemen. But
Watch
thanks
me
for
Smash.
making it
Check
another.
your check your email, huh? I sent you email, so just check it for me. Just check it out.
All right, cool. I will do.
Hey,
All right,
appreciate
y'all.
y'all. Peace.
I'm about to answer this question from the chat. Somebody said, why is she just Kim and not Kemet if she's female? That's a good question. And so I don't know how stagnant, I don't know how rigid their grammatical rules were in a sense like that, because she definitely name was Kim and her name didn't end in a feminine T. But I want to go look at her name to see if she spelled it out Kim or did she use the I6 clip. But every day you find something new. Thanks to all the people who make this one of the coolest places to learn stuff like that. Because if you go to a real Egyptology class, it's going to be a lot more boring. You might learn a lot quicker, but it ain't going to be for free. And it ain't going to just be in the form of edutainment. So I appreciate all the people who support this page, the members of the page, those who donate to the page, and those who tell a friend and click like and keep it popping. Thank you. I'm up out of here. I'm going to go rest and then get in these streets and do some work. All right?